Tempest. Destroyer Series Book 1. By Holly Hook. Copyright 2010 by Holly Hook. Chapter 1. Janelle shuddered. This storm was going to kill her. Mountains of black clouds lumbered through the sky. The wind screamed and the window trembled. Legions of raindrops battered the glass. It was the only shield between her and death. Janelle's heart threatened to beat its way out of her throat. She'd sat through a few nasty thunderstorms back in Michigan. Once their old storage shed blew over. Another time they lost a tree. But this was too much. Florida officially sucked. She'd been here a few days and was already going through her first hurricane. Dad, get away from the window. I'm begging you. We've got to get out of here. Didn't you hear what the cops were blasting out of that megaphone when they drove through earlier? Her father turned. He had his hands behind his back, almost like he wanted to tell her something. He was calm. Relaxed. How many hurricanes had he been through? He'd grown up here in Palm Grove. Janelle, you're overreacting. Keep your emotions under control. She turned away and sighed. That was what her father always said when she dared show she had feelings. Don't get mad, Janelle. Stay calm. Keep a level head. Get straight A's all the time. Get a job and join every after-school club you can. What was he training her to do? Become the president? It didn't matter now. If that was going to happen, Janelle had to live through today. The rain got louder, adding to the roar. The roof creaked. Every bush and tree in their yard bent over, as if pointing them back to Michigan. To her best friend, Leslie, who probably thought she'd come to a sunny paradise, gawking at shirtless guys at the beach. Snap. A blur moved across the street. A tree had fallen. Her father stood there, watching. Janelle dodged behind the couch, closer to the glow of the television. It might protect her a little if the window blew out. Please. I want to go to the shelter. Footsteps approached. Eyes shining, he spoke in an even voice. We're completely safe, Janelle. I've been through this before. Just enjoy it. You'd never have this experience back up north. This is nature's most powerful storm. How do you know we're safe for sure? Behind him, a piece of sheet metal cut through the rain and somersaulted down the street. He bit his lip and spoke. I just do. There's nothing to worry about. Something was way wrong here. This wasn't like him at all. Her dad was always Mr. Knee Pads, Mr. Bike Helmet, and Mr. Burglar Alarm. Aren't you watching the weather? She broke away, stepped over a moving box and turned up the TV, fighting down panic. Look. We're running out of time. A weatherman pointed to a green and yellow radar mess behind him, rambling about storm surges and wind speeds. The eye of Hurricane Gary twisted closer to shore, and their new home, Palm Grove, stood right in its path. What if this ends up like Hurricane Cordelia, where 800 people drowned? We could die if we stay here. Her father flinched, breathed out, and looked away. He would never let her watch those newscasts, but she was 10 at the time. Maybe she was getting through to him, after all. But then he took the remote off the bookshelf and turned off the TV. The storm sounded so much worse now without any noise to drown it out. Honey, don't let them scare you. They'll only tell you about the bad stuff on TV. Hurricanes are actually really cool. They play an important role in. I don't want to hear it. She had to escape. The house felt as safe as a cardboard box. Janelle ran into the kitchen and swept an avalanche of papers off the table in search of the car keys. It wasn't time for a science lesson. She could read up about hurricanes later if she wanted. So be it, if she had to drive to the shelter with her learner's permit. Her dad expected her to do everything herself anyway. Where are the keys? I've got them. Her dad fiddled with his shirt sleeve, messing with the button at his wrist. He looked lost. A car alarm went off somewhere across the street. Please. Why are you acting so weird? Her father's gaze slowly dropped to the floor. He sank to the couch like an old man, patting the cushion. "Oh, okay. Come sit down, Janelle." A loud rap on the door made her jump back against the fridge. "Open up." "Police." "Thank you." Janelle ran for the door. Someone with some sanity was going to get them out of here. She tripped over a box and sent her collection of stuffed sea animals sprawling across the kitchen tile. The sea star she'd had since she was 8. The beanie crab. The killer whale Leslie had won out of the claw machine for her on her 16th birthday. The sight of it sent a brief pang through her gut. They might not see any of this again, but she forced her way past with her dad on her heels, yanking open the door. The storm blasted in, tossing the papers off the table. A man in a dripping yellow rain slicker stood on the porch, bracing himself against the wind, and a black police car waited next to her father's truck. It looked like a chariot sent from the heavens. "What are you still doing here?" he asked her father, eyes dark and narrow. "You're under a mandatory order to evacuate. This could all flood when the surge comes in. We can't come out and help you once it gets too bad. There's a shelter 5 miles inland at the high school. You need to follow me there." "I'm in." "Thanks," Janelle said. "We're fine, sir," her dad started. "No, we're not." "Mister," the cop spoke with a voice that could have stopped a rhinoceros. "Do you care about your daughter's safety? We're taking her, whether or not you want to stay." Her father withered. Janelle was glad to see it. This was more like her father, horrified to get a parking ticket. "All right. Let's go." The officer waved them out into the curtains of rain. Her father pulled her close and they ran. A gust almost knocked her skinny legs out from under her. Her dad's truck blinked its headlights as he hit the remote to unlock it. He yanked the door open, staring hard at her through the watery beads on his glasses. "In." It was the first thing he'd said today, she agreed with. Janelle seized the door and pulled herself into the truck. Dripping, she spat out blonde strands of hair. A blur in the rain, her father struggled against the wind as he made his way to the driver's side door. He climbed in, bringing half a lake with him. The officer climbed into his own vehicle and waited. "Are you okay?" Janelle asked. She was so relieved to be going to the shelter that she couldn't feel mad at him anymore. He wiped off his glasses and started the truck. "Of course. Just got a little wet." "You could have gotten killed," she wanted to say. A piece of debris could have hit them both. A tree could have crushed them. She didn't want to think about that now. The police car backed out of the driveway, and he followed. A palm frond flew off a thrashing tree and plastered to the windshield. Streetlights blinked out, casting the street in even more darkness. They'd finally lost power. Janelle let out a slow breath. "We should have left hours ago." The police car led the way past a row of houses and the fallen tree. The truck swayed against the wind. A metal piece of something blew across the street ahead. Her father tapped the steering wheel with one hand. He didn't even seem nervous. Maybe he was just too fatigued from the move to think straight. Yeah, that had to be it. Janelle swallowed, studying the streams of rain marching across her window and the slogans on plywood-covered windows. "Get lost, Gary." Gary was here. "Get out of town, Gary." She couldn't agree with them more. The rain beat down harder, until Janelle could only make out red and blue lights ahead. Her father braked twice to avoid trash cans in the street. He wasn't going to lecture her about hurricanes now. "Doing okay?" he asked. "Now I am." His gaze flickered down to her bare arm. "You shouldn't have worn a tank top. Here. Cover up your birthmark." He reached over and opened their glove compartment. Her dad was also Mr. First Aid Kit. The plastic box toppled onto Janelle's lap. "Use a bandage. If you don't, people might think you've got a rotten sense of humor. We're driving in a hurricane, and you're worried about this?" Janelle looked down at her birthmark. The gray spiral had been like a tattoo on her upper arm her whole life. It had to be the weirdest birthmark in the history of the world, but Janelle had gotten used to it. It started conversations. People thought it was cool. But right now, it sent a little shudder over her skin. It looked like the hurricane diagrams she'd seen on TV earlier, and it even had a dark spot in the middle that someone could mistake for an eye. Okay. Maybe her dad had a point. She dug through the kit for a large bandage and slapped it over the spiral. The high school should be coming up. Her father turned down a side street. I'm sure they're still using the same building since I went there. Good, she breathed. It was hard to believe she'd attend her father's old school in days. Why had he even moved here anyway? His parents had died long ago, and none of his old friends had talked to him much since he'd moved up to Michigan to marry her mother. A curtain of rain moved aside. One of the telephone poles ahead leaned towards the street. A fist of panic squeezed Janelle's insides. The pole looked like it might. The cruiser passed it safely, but her father hummed and drove closer to the falling pole and wires. He hadn't noticed it. Janelle grabbed the sides of her seat. It was all she could manage. With a great roar of wind, the pole lurched down, wires whipping overhead like hungry snakes. Her father slammed the brakes, but the truck screeched and went into a skid. Dad! Janelle broke her paralysis and raised her hands as the pole descended. It was all over. Done. She squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the impact. It never came. She lowered her hands. What the? The telephone pole had stopped falling right above them. It now trembled against a burst of wind, a burst going in the opposite direction as it had before. Go. Janelle slapped the dashboard so hard her palm stung. With the squealing of tires, the truck lurched forward. Janelle twisted around in time to see the pole fall to the street, as if released by a tired giant, dragging its wires with it. Sparks shot up from the ground and died. That was way too close. She folded her arms to keep them from shuddering, but it did no good. Her father turned up the air conditioning and stayed silent. He'd gone somewhere into his own world. What's wrong with you, Dad? This isn't making any sense. That telephone pole almost crushed us. He said nothing about that. The cruiser led them down a third street, one free of telephone poles. A yellow sign emerged from the rain. Palm Grove High School. They'd made it. An hour passed in the crowded high school hallway, and the howling outside got louder. Gusts made the sides of the school whistle and groan. Children started to shift on their blankets while their parents held them close. One little boy asked for cheese puffs and kicked the blanket when his mother said she'd left them in the van. Strings of emergency lights ran along the floor, making everything eerie and shadowy. Meanwhile, her father sat against some lockers and stared at the wall opposite him. He hadn't said a word since they got here. Janelle plucked her silver dolphin necklace from under her tank top, rolling it in her fingers as she focused on its tiny smile. It had belonged to her mother before a patch of black ice, and a tree had taken her life in a car accident when Janelle was 3. She closed her eyes and went back to the last memory she had of her. Janelle held a basket. Her mother led her around the yard, deep brown curls bouncing around her shoulders. The grass was wet, making Janelle's pajamas damp. A bright blue egg appeared next to the trunk of their big oak tree, and Janelle picked it up and put it in her basket next to the others. The storm should be almost over, her father said. Janelle opened her eyes, jarred out of the memory. She let her necklace drop back to her chest. But what will our house look like when we return? She asked. It'll be fine, he said. Just wait and see. She couldn't be sure. Water might even be rising around it, like with Hurricane Cordelia. The pictures on the news of roofs peeking up from floodwater and bodies under sheets gave her nightmares when she was 10. Her father had yelled at her and told her to leave the room whenever it came on TV. But Cordelia had been a Category 5, and this storm was a 2. It wasn't the same, right? The wind outside stopped as if choked off. The battering rain on the roof ebbed away. Heads perked up. Janelle expected another gust to hit the building, but it never came. The storm couldn't be done already. Mutters floated up and down the hallway. It's over. The kid who'd asked for the cheese puffs stood and peered at the doors. A sliver of pale sunlight hit the brick wall near a trophy case, only to disappear a second later. Cheese Puff Boy looked down the hall for his mom, who'd walked past Janelle to the bathroom a minute before. The weather radio droned away. Gary has made landfall in the Palm Grove area and has weakened to a Category 1 storm with estimated winds of up to 80 miles per hour. It is expected to be downgraded to a tropical storm very soon. Currently, it is headed west at 10 miles per hour. The kid didn't notice. He was too hungry, too oblivious. Bunching up his blanket, he started for the door. Janelle leaned after him, but he kept walking. He pushed the door open. He was walking right out into... No. She bolted for the doors as the kid disappeared through them, out into the deceptive calm. It's not over. It's the E. Janelle, let me go, her father demanded, standing. Now he was going to protect her. She ignored him, ramming into the door as it closed. The door squealed and banged against the wall of the school. Footfalls came behind her. Others were coming too. The air outside was damp still. Thin clouds stretched and floated overhead. Ponds had replaced parking spaces, and leaves stuck to the windshields of every vehicle. Down the street, a power line hung low over the pavement. Kid, she yelled, scanning the lot. Babysitting was not the career choice for her. The boy tugged on the doors of a van. He stared at her but didn't move. The clouds continued to roll overhead. The other side of the storm would hit any second. There was no time for diplomacy. She ran through a puddle after him. Janelle, her father started behind her. Come back in. Now. Janelle took the kid's wrist. Ow. The boy thrashed, his voice a genuine scream of pain. He thrashed against her grip as it rang in her ears. You're hurting my arm. Let go. Janelle let go in shock. The boy drew away and ran towards the door, grasping his wrist. She hadn't even held onto him that hard. It didn't make sense. You okay? She called after him. But he ran faster, pushing past an old man in the doorway and vanishing inside the school. It left a sick feeling inside her. A lone raindrop hit her on the forehead. Let's get back in. Her father took her arm and nodded back at the door. It meant hurry. Why was he being all worried now? Be a bit more careful with your strength next time. What strength? Janelle held up her bony arms. Nothing like that had happened before. He had to be joking. Movement in the parking lot caught her eye and she stopped. A vortex of mist and water spun between an SUV and her father's silver truck, shimmering in the pale light. Janelle leaped back, crashing into her father. A tornado. She'd read that hurricanes could spawn them. But this one was 8 feet high and the sky was still a calm gray. It was also weird. By golly. What is that? An old man appeared at her side and stood, his mouth dropping open. Dad. She glanced at him, and back to the silent vortex. Janelle inside. Now. Her father pulled on her shoulder. I said go. But she couldn't move or look away. Her mind raced around, searching for an explanation. The vortex tightened and spun faster, spraying droplets on the surrounding cars. It didn't come any closer. Maybe a water main had blown loose or something. Or the winds had come together just right over a puddle, and the vortex exploded, sending water to the ground in all directions. Gasps shot up from the crowd. An army of droplets flew right at her, splattering over her and re-soaking her clothes. She blinked them away to look for the cause. A teenage boy stood right where the vortex had spun a moment before. She blinked. This guy looked drowned. Stringy black hair stuck to the back of his scalp, and his purple t-shirt clung to his skin. He wobbled in place like a newborn calf. He raised a dripping arm, reaching for something to hold onto. His palm flopped down on the windshield of a truck, but to no avail. He groaned and tumbled to the pavement with a thud. Oh my God, a woman cried out from the doorway. Janelle looked back at the people gathered behind her. Nobody moved. The old man stared with huge eyes while her father swallowed. Janelle. Her father spoke slowly now. Go back in the building. She couldn't. No one else was rushing to help this kid. Janelle rushed towards the body on the ground. She'd figure out what she'd seen later. They needed to get this kid inside before the other side of the hurricane hit. Janelle. Her father's hand brushed the back of her shirt. She squatted in a puddle of water and seized his limp left arm, curling her fingers into his wrist. Her first aid classes spun through her head. A strong, steady pulse beat underneath his skin. This guy was just unconscious. She let out a huge sigh of relief. He's alive. Help me get him up. Janelle made to hook her hand under his armpit while the crowd drew close. Her father stood there, deflating like a child caught doing graffiti by his mom. The drenched guy coughed, and his purple sleeve crept up as she helped tug him to his feet. Janelle froze and stared at the arm just inches from her face. No, it couldn't be. But it was. The boy had a familiar grayish birthmark on his upper arm. A birthmark in the shape of a spiral. A mark exactly like hers. Chapter 2. Janelle hooked her arm under one of the kid's elbows. Well, he was more of a guy, around 16 or so. Her heart raced. They had to get this kid inside. The other side of the storm could be bearing down already. She could look at his marking after they did that. Janelle, let me take, her father started moving in. But another man nodded and took Vortex Guy's other arm. Her father sighed and bit his lip. Janelle looked away. She could do this on her own. Wouldn't he want that? He expected her to take care of everything with a poker face. And she wanted a closer look at the spiral he had on his arm. She and the man dragged him to the door, splashing through puddles. Water soaked in through Janelle's shoes. Vortex Guy's pant legs dragged through the water. It didn't matter because he was already soaked. The rest of the crowd followed her and the man as they pulled the kid through the school doors and back into the dark. Janelle stared at his spiral until the shadow of the school fell over it. Yes. It matched hers exactly, down to the dark spot in the middle. Back. Back, her father said, waving the crowd towards the walls. A space opened on the floor, and someone laid down a blanket as Janelle's eyes adjusted. Give him some room. Over here, Janelle told the guy who had the kid's other arm. On the blanket. They set him down. Vortex Guy muttered something and let his head fall to the side. Before she could look closely again or pull an emergency lantern closer, her father knelt beside him, swallowed, and pulled his sleeve over his spiral. She expected her father to smile at her and give her some busy work, but instead, he busied himself straightening out the blanket. The guy coughed. It sounded wet and suffocating, and the thickening crowd filled the hall, pressing closer to watch the spectacle. The space Janelle and her father occupied shrunk by the second. Janelle's heart thumped. The soaked guy needed first aid. That class from last summer came to mind. She knew what to do about this, somewhere. He was breathing, so there was no Heimlich maneuver needed. She gripped him on the shoulder, pulling it off the blanket. I'll roll him onto his side, so if he coughs up anything. What's wrong with him? A plump woman cut in. Where did he come from? Her dad lifted a finger to his lips and addressed the thick crowd around him. Quiet. He'll be fine after he rests a while. He sounded too sure and Janelle couldn't stop what came out next. But he sounds like he nearly drowned. She twisted around and put her ear close to the drenched guy's mouth, all too aware of how close she was to his face. Warmth blew against her cheek, so he was breathing. That meant he still had a pulse too. She looked back up at the ghostly faces in the dark hallway. Are there any doctors here? Others echoed her question up and down the hall. A stout woman made her way through the wall of onlookers. I'm a nurse. Let me see. She took Janelle's place and took Vortex Guy's pulse. Strong. Someone should call an ambulance just to be safe. Did he just escape from a flooded area? No, her father answered. A stiff breeze blew down the hall, ruffling Janelle's hair. The guy opened his eyes, which darted back and forth. It was a look of confusion, of terror. I. He squeezed them shut, curling into a fetal position. What's wrong? Janelle asked him, leaning closer as she let her shoulders drop. How did you get out there? But the boy put his hand over his eyes, trying to block her out. Close the door, a woman called from down the hall. The storm's coming back. A squeak followed as someone pulled the double doors shut. The rain beat against the building, but the wind had lost its punch, as if someone had ripped out the storm's heart. Janelle couldn't even hear it whistling against the windows anymore. It sounded like just a plain old rainy day outside. Static cut over the man on the radio. Gary has now been downgraded to a tropical storm, with maximum wind speeds of 70 miles per hour. It may be downgraded yet again to tropical depression status within a few hours as a weakening trend continues. Now we are beginning to receive damage reports. Vortex guy winced. Turn that off. Please. At least he was talking now. Janelle turned the radio off and leaned in for another glimpse of the gray spiral. But her father's shoes appeared next to her, like a silent warning against looking again. If she tried to flip his sleeve back up, he'd stop her. She could practically feel his stare on her back. What was his problem? Janelle turned away from her father and faced the boy. A salty aroma hit her nostrils, sending a strange tingle through her body. Had this guy just crawled out of the ocean or something? But that was impossible. The sea was miles away. What were you doing out there? Janelle asked, but still, he didn't open his eyes. His head fell to the side, revealing a cute mole on his nose. Leave him alone, Janelle. Her father took her arm, making her stand. He took her place at his side. He lowered his voice as he spoke to Vortex Guy. Rest a while. You'll feel better soon. Dad, what's going on? Nothing, Janelle. He must have had a hard time walking through the storm. She couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't nothing. Or that her father didn't know about it. Janelle's skin tingled under the bandage that hit her own mark. She wanted to peel it off and ask her father why she and this guy had the same thing, but people stood on every side. There was a better time to do it. Sirens approached and cut off. A moment later, the ambulance backed towards the double doors, lights flashing. Someone had dialed 911. The crowd pressed themselves to the walls as the paramedics wheeled in the stretcher to take away Vortex Guy, and whatever connection he might have to her. Janelle rolled down the truck window, gaping at the damage as the muggy air crept over her face. Fallen trees. Branches lay everywhere. Roofs with shingles peeled away, and she glimpsed a street taped off with a power line hanging low over it. Her stomach rolled. This was so much different than seeing it on TV. At least the television made it unreal somehow. Now that protective wall had come down. This is awful, she said. How can people live with this? It doesn't happen yearly, Janelle, her father said. Or even every 10 years. It'll all get fixed. It always does. A branch had shattered the windshield of a car, a shiny red convertible of course, and a tree had caved in the roof of a pink house. The truck crunched small branches and shingles under its tires as her father drove them past, silent. He cleared his throat like he would say something, then went quiet again. I hope nobody died, Janelle said. I hope so too. Her father looked away, lost. He sure didn't think hurricanes were cool now. At least she hoped he didn't, but nothing about his behavior made sense since moving in. We'll get home in just a few minutes. Her father tapped the steering wheel in a rhythm, daring only quick glances at the houses around them. Now was the time to ask him about Vortex Guy. Nobody else was around. What do you think was wrong with that kid? Janelle asked. He had a birthmark like mine. Didn't you see it? Her father stared hard at a house with sheet metal wrapped around one of its corners. He had a birthmark too. That's odd. But you saw it, Dad. You even pulled his sleeve down over it. Come on. I know a lot was happening today, but you can't deny that. He coughed. Maybe you were just seeing things. I doubt it. And didn't you see how there was this tornado thing in the parking lot 1 second, and the next, he was there? Her head started to pound with the stress of the whole day. It could have been a tornado, after all. Hurricanes do spawn them. Not 8-foot-tall ones made out of water. He was totally dodging the question. They made another turn, and a bent sign labeled Missoula Street stuck out of a fallen branch as if greeting them. Janelle's stomach lurched and she forgot about Vortex Guy. This was their street, and it didn't look any better than the others they'd passed. Fallen trees grabbed the road with leafy fingers, and the pieces of an orange gas station sign wedged against a car. People stood in tight groups and surveyed the damage. A pair of women hugged and comforted each other in front of a house with half its roof missing. The sobs from one floated over the sound of the truck's motor as they passed. Janelle twisted her hair around her fingers and swallowed a bad taste. Their house was next, and there was nothing she could say to delay the inevitable. Dad, I can't look at this anymore. His lips twitched, but he said nothing as they rolled the rest of the way down the street. At last he spoke just as the tension had built up, so she couldn't hold back her nerves. Well, would you look at that, her dad said, pulling into their driveway. We came out pretty good in all of this. His voice gave her the strength to look. Words escaped her. What? Their house waited in front of her. Undamaged. None of the front windows were broken, even though her dad hadn't boarded them or put tape over them. Not a single tree had fallen in their yard. No branches littered their lawn, and all their shingles stayed put. It was as if someone had lowered a giant box over it, while the storm raged overhead. Janelle looked up and down the street as he pulled into their driveway and stopped. They were the only house without any damage. Dad, I need to lie down. A whole mountain of weirdness weighed down on her, crushing her harder by the minute. Nothing about today added up. My head feels like it's ready to explode. You'd better, her father said. He sounded relieved. I'll go see if I can help anybody. Keep the door locked. Sure thing. She'd think about all this later. Janelle knew she should go with her father and see who needed help, but her headache was going into migraine land. She could lie down or throw up in about an hour. The house was still dark. Janelle went to bed, changed into her pajamas and flopped down. The headache dulled. Was her father relieved that their house was okay, or was he relieved that she had stopped asking him questions? After an hour in a haze, Janelle drifted off into a swirling maelstrom of darkness, chaos, and pain. Her phone rang. Janelle sat up in bed and tossed her sheets into the darkness. The first thing she noticed was that her headache was gone. The second thing she realized was that her phone was glowing in the dark. She snapped it up and raised it to her ear. Hello. So you survived? You're okay. I've been worrying since you told me your dad was moving you in yesterday. Ah. Janelle blinked a few times and recognized the voice. Oh, hi, Leslie. She yawned, relieved she was speaking to someone familiar. Sorry. Just woke up. Should she tell her friend about her father's weirdness and the water vortex? The whole day crashed back down on her, but she'd always been able to trust Leslie with anything. I was so worried about you. I miss you already. So, tell me all about Florida. Janelle swallowed. Any cute guys? Leslie never waited to ask about that, even though she never got much of a chance to talk to guys. And she couldn't believe how relevant that question was. Janelle held back a snicker. Well, Vortex Guy hadn't been bad looking, but the pressure of the day followed, pushing away the blush. I guess yeah. Leslie, you'll think I'm crazy for telling you this. Try me. You know you can tell me anything. Leslie's voice was open, and Janelle was glad for her friend. Leslie let her vent, and never told her to control her emotions, unlike someone else. Janelle told the saga, leaving nothing out. He had a mark like yours? But I thought your spiral was one of a kind, Leslie said. And you nearly died? She added that last part as an afterthought, which was typical. Oh, and you should visit that guy if you can find out what hospital he's in. Make sure he's okay. It might help you figure out why he was out in the storm. Just be careful though. Careful? Well, what are the chances of him randomly having that mark on his arm just like yours? Maybe he's your distant relative or something, and that gray spiral is some kind of genetic thing. Palm Grove is the area your dad originally came from. So until you know, don't go ask him for dates or anything. She hadn't thought of that, and besides, Janelle wasn't that brave. You can find explanations for everything, Leslie. Well, for the marking at least. The water tornado still made no sense, but there must be a logical way to spin that too, no pun intended. If he's related, he's distant. My dad has no family except some brother he hasn't heard from in 14 years. You know, that makes me feel better. Thanks. And that's a great idea. Going to the hospital, I mean. Leslie lowered her voice, trying to sound evil. Guilt trip your dad into taking you. After the day he put you through, he won't be able to say no. You think I can play that card? Maybe it was worth a shot. Of course you can. Just be assertive for once, maybe even aggressive, and stop following the rules all the time. Besides, you're doing a good deed, and that should win some brownie points with your dad. By the way. 30 minutes later, Janelle managed to get off the phone with Leslie. She found her dad sitting on the couch, staring into a glass of cranberry juice. Emergency candles burned on either side of the table, casting a flicker on the walls. He glanced up at her and swallowed, shadows dancing across his face. Leslie might be onto something. I'm sorry about scaring you earlier. I don't know what I was thinking, staying here and all. I forgot that you'd never been through this kind of thing. Maybe Leslie was onto something. Apology accepted. Where's the nearest hospital? Her father's eyebrows lifted, but he remained as emotionless as he wanted her to be. You want to see that boy? Heat crept up her cheeks, and she thanked the power outage for hiding it. I just want to see if that guy's all right. And if our birthmarks are somehow connected, she thought. I helped drag him out of the storm. Her father put his chin in his hand and studied the floor. He was looking better before the ambulance even came to get him. He needs rest, so it might not be a good idea. Come on, Dad. I don't know anyone here. If he goes to my school, it would be a good way to start making new friends. Starting in a new place without some connections won't be easy. He sighed deep in thought. Okay, he said at last. He's probably at Laverne Medical Center. That's 10 miles north of here, and I'll take you there tomorrow. It'll be good for you to meet others and allow you to see the area. Janelle held back her victory smile. She'd have to call Leslie tomorrow and tell her the guilt trip idea was a hit. How are we going to find his room? Hospitals are huge. We can't just peek in everyone's rooms. Oh, I'll find a way. Smiling, her father pointed down the hall. Why don't you go unpack if you're feeling better? It'll make less to do tomorrow. Flashlight in tow, she unpacked her extensive collection of books and battled with the wires of her computer, glad for the mindless work that took away the day behind her. Her pictures came out of another box, one of her and her father working at a soup kitchen last winter, another of her and Leslie at the amusement park. The one with her mother came out last. The curly-haired woman smiled at her in front of Lake Huron, holding up a giant fish. It was one of the only pictures of her they owned. That one always went on her night table, next to her clock. It made the missing presence in her life a little easier to bear. The bandage started to itch again as she went through a box of yearbooks. She'd forgotten about it until now. Wincing, Janelle peeled it off to reveal her own gray spiral. The gray swirls she had grown used to her entire life seemed alien now, sinister in the dim light. Janelle wanted to ask her father for a cover-up tattoo, and she wasn't sure why. The cool shade of a palm tree washed over Janelle as her father parked beside it. Laverne Medical Center towered overhead with its 7 floors. Janelle's palms tingled with nerves. Maybe Vortex Guy would have some earth-shattering revelation about their birthmarks, if he was even here. With her luck, he'd already been checked out and released to his parents. Or maybe Leslie was right. The gray spiral was a rare gene floating around the Palm Grove area after all. That didn't explain anything else about yesterday, though. Perhaps it was the mark of insanity. Janelle kept her mouth shut as they climbed out of the truck. If she brought it up to her dad, he'd find an excuse to drive them back home. She wasn't sure how she knew. "I'll go up and ask around for him. You wait here," her father said as they entered the main lobby. "Why?" she asked. "I'm not a baby, I can do it myself." Her father would make her dress in padding if he could. "And we don't know his name." "Just sit tight," he said, turning away and heading for the elevator. Then he stared hard at her, warning her not to disobey. "Don't wander off. Stay here where the security guys can see you." Janelle sighed and paced around the lobby. Nothing short of moving out would earn her any freedom. She plopped down in a chair, watching the same news stories on the TV loop repeatedly. The crappy economy, another food recall, a controversy over the comment of a talk show host, a celebrity in the hospital for a toe infection. Of course, Hurricane Gary made one of the slots, with 2 deaths already reported from the storm surge south of Palm Grove. Another meteorologist pointed out a new storm in the Atlantic, Tropical Storm Heather. Still, Janelle sagged with relief when he said it was supposed to weaken and die without coming near land. The weatherman moved on to talk about a long drought in the Northeast, when someone tapped on Janelle's shoulder. "You ready?" Janelle whirled around to face her dad. Wow, he'd taken forever. "So is. He's on the 3rd floor. I went up to let him know you were coming. I'm guessing they've done some tests on him, but he seems to be okay." He stared up at the drought story as he dug into his pocket. "Why don't you get him something from that gift shop? Here's 10. "Thanks." Janelle strode into the gift shop and agonized over her choices for several minutes. This was going to be her first impression, and if it did turn out this guy wasn't related to her, she didn't want to screw it up. But why did everything have to be pink? She didn't even like the color, and she had a feeling that Vortex guy wouldn't either. She decided on a teddy bear in a blue Get Well Soon t-shirt. I hope he doesn't think this is too girly. Janelle opened the glass door and left the gift shop, hurrying into the hallway to join her father, who stood waiting. "Let's..." A squeal rang out next to her, turning the heads of 2 passing women in scrubs. A janitor stopped to gawk, letting his trash can roll into the wall with a bang. Janelle turned to see what the sound was. She still had the door handle, and the entire door hung from its top hinge. It was as if the Hulk or something had pulled it right off. She stood, stunned, unable to come up with an explanation. She couldn't have done this. There was no way. Oh, what? Oh my! The old woman from the gift shop counter darted out to look at the damage, then Janelle. "You're not hurt, are you?" She took the door by the rim and pushed it back against the wall while Janelle watched, stunned. The woman's arms quivered with effort. "The maintenance guys just put this in last week. I'll have to call them back down and give them an earful. Ted, can you call them down?" The janitor closed his mouth and reached for his phone. Janelle backed away and left the woman to pull the door to the side. "I am so sorry." What else was she supposed to say? The woman stared at her and shook her head. "It's not your fault. It couldn't possibly have been." Her father's hand came down on her shoulder, squeezing with urgency as his protective mode came on full force. "Let's go. You need to be a bit more careful." She couldn't tell if he was joking or serious, so she kept her mouth shut as they boarded the elevator and squeezed in next to a lunch cart. A mechanical failure. She just pulled on the door at the wrong time. That was it. They came to a small visitor's lounge a minute later. "Go on." Her dad pointed to the corner ahead. "Second to last room on the right. He had no other visitors, so we should be fine." Finally, he trusted her to do something. Janelle sucked in a breath and started down the hall. She weaved past the beeping nurse's station and dodged past carts to where the door to the second-to-last room stood wide open. Her throat suddenly felt parched. Janelle swallowed and squeezed the teddy bear tighter. Great. She was going to look nervous and stutter all her words. Nobody took up the first bed, but the second one had the curtain drawn. That had to be it. She stepped into the room. But then a woman spoke from behind the curtain, stopping Janelle. Disappointed in that, to say the least. You've entirely wasted your full potential. You were doing great there for a few days, and it looked like we'd have something to celebrate, but no. When the big moment came, you just wimped out like so many of the others and… I did it. Why can't you be happy with that? Vortex Guy's voice rose above hers. I want to forget about it. Can I go back and live with my mom now? Your mother can't take you. You know that. How do I know she didn't stop drinking? All I have is your word. Vortex Guy raised his voice and Janelle swallowed. This was private information, and she shouldn't be listening in. Janelle stepped back and bumped into the empty bed, hoping they couldn't hear her. She could leave. But no. She needed those answers. This was her only shot. You're under my roof until you turn 18, the woman added. I'll pick you up sometime tomorrow. You're only here because we have a secret to keep. I'm sure the doctors want to run tests to rule out everything under the sun and make their money. They must think I'm loaded. A bony hand throttled the curtain from behind. Ah, you are loaded. The woman's voice went from annoyed to something far scarier, something that almost sounded like a growl. Don't talk back to me. Ever. The hand tugged the curtain all the way back. Janelle's stomach lurched, but she had no time to move. A short-haired blonde woman in a gray business suit stormed away from the second bed and stopped inches away as if she'd hit a brick wall. Her gaze bore into Janelle. She had eyes the color of an approaching thunderstorm. Who are you? The growl was gone, but the question felt like it was poking right into her core. Janelle suppressed the urge to run out of the room and back down the hall to her dad. She held up the bear and focused on keeping her voice level. I'm here to visit him. I helped pull him out of the storm yesterday. I didn't mean to interrupt anything. The woman stared harder at her. Janelle took a step back, cursing herself for looking weak. But then the woman smiled, as if she'd just found a winning lotto ticket lying on the ground. Oh, I see. Feel free to take your time, sweetie. She hurried to the door, pulling a cell phone from her pocket and clicking her high heels on the linoleum. Janelle turned to watch her go. What had that mood swing been about? Now wasn't the time to dwell on it. Janelle took a deep breath and crossed the threshold to the other side of the room. Vortex Guy sat up in bed, stabbing at a steaming tray of hospital food with a plastic fork. Locks of black hair hung on his tanned face, which must have spent much time in the sun. He seemed like the kind of guy who would either join a garage band or hit the waves with a surfboard, not the class jacket-wearing type her dad approved of. No wonder he hadn't been crazy about bringing her here. And he was cute, now that he wasn't soggy and unconscious. He didn't look up at her as she approached. Heat rose inside of her, but she pressed on. Ah, hi. Janelle crept over and set the bear on his bedside table, wedging it between the phone and the lamp. I'm the one who found you in the parking lot yesterday, but I'm not sure if you remember me. My dad's Lucas Duvall. He visited before I did. He took a bite of his food and winced like it was covered in mold or something. Lucas? Yeah, he came up a few minutes before my guardian did. Venom filled his voice at the word guardian. But then the guy's voice softened. Sorry. I'm not mad at you. You must be Janelle. He stopped impaling the carrots and brushed the hair from his face. He had a deep pair of hazel eyes that made her feel funny, in a way that had nothing to do with the past 2 days' events. Janelle sat and sank back into the seat cushion, face burning. Why did she have to blush now? Why couldn't talking to guys be as easy as it sounded in the books? Sure, the authors made their characters nervous and all. Oh. This was why. Vortex Guy pushed his food away. She didn't blame him, because it didn't look that good. Just moved here? He asked. Janelle's shoulder sagged. The words came easier now that he was asking the questions. Yeah. My dad must have told you. She shrugged to hide her nerves. He thought I wasn't mature enough to tell you that myself. There was a pause as Vortex Guy stared down at his hands. So, you live in Palm Grove? He smiled, but she couldn't miss the strain like he was here for a job interview. Maybe this guy was just nervous about talking to girls. In that case, they were matched. Janelle searched for the right dialogue but could only find one word. Yes? She resisted shaking her head at herself as a pause dragged on. What's your name, anyway? He grimaced as if the carrots hadn't agreed with him, and stared at her deadpan. You'll laugh and make fun of me like the whole hospital has this morning. I really don't need any more of that. Unless it's Ebenezer or something, I won't. I'm not one of those mean girls. She forced a smile. Maybe this wasn't so bad, but she had to reach the point quickly. Something told her to push along this conversation soon, and it concerned that mean woman who had just left. Janelle looked over her shoulder to ensure the shark lady hadn't returned. Then the kid looked down at the sheets again and muttered something. What did you say? She leaned closer. I didn't hear you. He stared at her, suddenly intense. Gary. My name's Gary. Go ahead. Gary. Okay. A shudder swept over her. It's just a name. But Janelle kept the thought to herself. That's not so bad. I bet everyone will forget about the storm in a week. The knot in her stomach loosened as she listened to her own words. I went to middle school with a kid named Curtis. And when Hurricane Curtis happened, everybody picked on him for a week. Gary gave a weak smile. Thanks. Actually, my full name's Gareth, but nobody calls me that. I'm glad to, because it sounds like a soap opera name. He pretended to gag as he stuck his finger halfway in his mouth. She laughed. Gary had a sense of humor. I never watched soap operas, but I heard my mom used to. I'm more of a reader. Your mom? Gary blurted out the question, and then looked away as if he realized he shouldn't touch the topic. It's okay, Janelle said, ignoring the pain in her chest. She listened to a squeaky cart rolling past in the hall. She picked at a sliver on the armrest. Now wasn't the time to think of the gaping hole in her life, since no one seemed to understand. I'm glad you're doing better. When I pulled you off the ground yesterday, I saw something on your arm. A mark. Janelle leaned forward as Gary's eyes widened. Like this. She stood and rolled up her left sleeve, feeling oddly exposed as he leaned so close that his breath tickled her skin. Oh. Gary leaned back as if he'd seen a bee and had an allergy. Oh. I guess that's weird. She stared at him and let her sleeve fall back down. Gary continued to look out the window. That was it. Was he just going to act like there was nothing significant about it? She wondered if she'd seen right yesterday when she spotted the identical marking on his arm. Janelle sat, breathing as she held down the bubbling frustration. Isn't it weird that two people have the same gray marking in the same place? I grew up thinking this was a fluke, but I don't think so now. I bet you know something more about it. Is it a family trait or something? A gene. Then she held down a grimace. She and Gary were related for all she knew, and for a moment she'd had a crush on him. That was not how she wanted this to go. He studied her and shook his head. No. We definitely don't look related. Then what do you think it is? Janelle rechecked the doorway, which was still empty, to her relief. Gary's mouth twitched. He stared at her for a long time as if debating something. A heavy silence filled the space, making her heart race faster. Spit it out. Come on. Instead, he pulled the blankets over himself. I'm feeling really whipped right now. I haven't fully got my energy back, and I've got to snooze again. Thanks for the bear. He settled down with a rustling sound and went silent. Janelle's hopes hit the ground with a sickening thud. Gary. He didn't answer. Gary. Come on. You know something. The lump under the white sheet refused to move like a corpse waiting for the morgue. Taking a deep breath, Janelle shook his arm. Yes, it was still warm and she could feel his pulse. His whole body swayed on the bed, but he refused to speak. Janelle stood next to him and waited, letting go and holding her breath as she watched the second hand on the clock tick on the wall. Gary kept breathing heavily, pretending he was asleep. He wasn't. Gary also dodged her questions, and she was the butt of some joke she didn't understand. A tingle ran up her spine and her stomach turned from dread. Something felt very off, and the urge to leave swept over her. You really want me to go, don't you? Maybe Gary was angry about her overhearing about his foster situation, and mentioning her mother's absence hit a sore spot. The living corpse remained still and Janelle swallowed. Thanks to this mark on her arm, whatever window had opened between them had slammed shut. Stomach heavy, she rose and skulked out of the room. The sense of dread followed as she wove around carts. The sound of ringing phones and beeping equipment faded behind her as she dragged her feet into the visitors' lounge. Did anything exciting happen? Her father tossed a science magazine back to the table as he offered a strained smile. That was off too. No. The guy didn't talk long. Janelle raised her chin, glad to have left the odd tension behind, but she didn't miss how her father dropped his shoulders. There was no use in letting him see her disappointment. It would only earn her a lecture on letting her emotions get out of control again. Then she thought. She couldn't give up so easily just because things felt weird. Why couldn't she argue better and shed those knee pads for once? Can I go say goodbye to him in a little bit? But her father wasn't listening. His gaze floated out to the hallway behind her, and he blanched. The light in his eyes vanished as if the sun itself had hidden behind a cloud. Janelle looked to where he was. The tall blonde woman stood at the corner, talking to a young man in sunglasses who breathed heavily as if he'd just run up 7 flights of stairs. She tugged on the guy's sleeve, pointing towards Gary's room. The two of them ran down the hallway Janelle had vacated a minute before. The pit of dread returned to her stomach. If she didn't know better, they were rushing to intercept someone. Her father stood and took her arm, leaving no space for arguments. Come on, Janelle. We're leaving. Now. Chapter 3. Her father drove them home way over the speed limit. He mashed the accelerator through a yellow light, going under as the signal turned red. Dad, what's the rush? Janelle asked. Did that woman in the gray suit have something to do with it? She couldn't imagine why. No offense, but you're always driving in the slow lane. I know I am. But something isn't agreeing with me. He pushed his glasses up his nose. That was a lie. Janelle searched for the right words, but they wouldn't come. And when they got home, her father locked himself in the study. Janelle stood there, controlling her breathing. He seemed to have forgotten his excuse. Her father's voice floated through the wall, then quieted. He was talking on the phone, not texting. As if this were an emergency. Janelle swallowed and eyed the hallway. She should just shut up and unpack, but her world was falling apart and becoming chaotic. Nothing made sense. She at least needed to know if she was insane. That would be a good start. Janelle crept out into the hallway and up to the study door. It was way thinner than the wall. She pressed her ear to it, taking in her father's low voice. He tried to keep the conversation down, but it traveled well through solid wood. I can't do it. I was going to tell her, but she got so upset. It's best if she doesn't know ahead of time. Remember what it did to me. I can't do that to her. Her father paused as the other person must have spoken. I trust you, Dion. A pause. We have to hurry. I had a sighting. I saw her today. Another pause. The 10th. That's the closest? What about her school? We're looking it up to a 2-week absence here. All right, if that really is the best you can do. I think it will be good for us to get away. Her father knew the shark woman. A shudder ran over her skin. Janelle readjusted her position, but a floorboard creaked. Her father lowered his voice to a dim mumble, and the phone beeped as he ended the call. Janelle stalked back to her room and shut the door. Her father's conversation made zero sense. She paused, eyeing her stuffed sea animals on her bed. The dolphin stared at the ceiling as if it were lost. Then the computer reflected the moving curtains as the AC came on. Fine. It was research time because Janelle had nothing else. She typed hurricane in the search engine and clicked on the first article. Hurricane Cordelia strikes Texas coast, hundreds feared dead in massive storm surge. A satellite image of the Category 5 monster filled the top half of the screen, and Janelle found herself digging her toes into the carpet. Something about the dark, pitiless eye sent a chill down her spine. Of course, no one had stories about people materializing out of literal water. Janelle skimmed the long article and the next. Hurricane Kevin ravages the Florida Panhandle just 2 months after Curtis. Evacuations are underway as Joey bears down on the SC coast. Several news stories later, she sighed and typed people appearing in hurricanes. Zip. She reworded the search at least a dozen more times. Nada. 3 hours later, she rubbed her burning eyes, turned the computer off, and went to bed. I've got great news and not so great news. Have a seat. Janelle stopped in the kitchen doorway the following day and stared hard at her father as he wiped off his glasses. She raised her eyelids, her heart pounding. He was going to open up. Good news first. She pulled up a squeaky chair and poured herself some Magic Crunch, heart pounding with excitement and nerves simultaneously. What was the bad news? I was talking on the phone last night with an old buddy of mine. Her father studied the rainbow milk in his cereal bowl. And I've booked us a trip to the Bahamas. We're leaving on September 10th for 2 weeks. I know that's right after school starts, but I'm sure you won't have trouble catching up on your work ahead of time. He wiped his glasses with more fervor. I figured we could take this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to enjoy a real vacation. She stared hard at him. Bahamas. Them. So he wasn't talking about anything sinister yesterday. Relief coursed through her chest and Janelle could breathe again. That's awesome. Can we invite Leslie? She'd love that. We can't this time, Janelle. Next time. We did just move, after all. And it'll be too hard for her to get down here during school. Janelle kept a straight face, hiding her disappointment. Wait. I've got school too. It wasn't like her father letting her skip. He waved, dismissive. I'll talk to your teachers. We'll get your work out of the way ahead of time. He plucked a shiny brochure from under a pile of papers. We'll be at this hotel. Nice restaurant, swimming pools. See for yourself. Janelle took the brochure and rubbed her fingers across the smooth paper. She had to make sure it was real. She paged through it, barely reading the text and gawking at the photos. Palm trees. Bright blue lagoons. Perfect beaches. This might not be so bad, even if she had to go with her dad. Was this his apology? Or a distraction? Perhaps it was even an escape. The thoughts rose even as excitement sent tingles down her spine. Tell me. Any plans so far? Her father paused for a long time and then smiled. The highlight of the trip will be some scuba diving lessons. I know you'll love checking out the wildlife. Janelle took a bite of her cereal, letting the marshmallows dissolve on her tongue. She had to be dreaming. This is going to be so cool. So what's the bad news? She gripped the table in anticipation. There had to be something else. Her father raised a spoon at her and seemed to think. But he answered at last. You're going to have a lot of work to catch up on for school when we return. Her father went across the street later that morning to help the neighbor guy cut up the tree in his yard, leaving Janelle alone in the house. She called Leslie and told her about the vacation, and of course, Leslie burned with jealousy. But after she hung up, she couldn't shake a deep, tense feeling in her gut. Janelle poured some orange juice and watched as the old neighborman and her father climbed into the guy's car and took off, probably to the hardware store. The tension climbed as the refrigerator hummed. Her father had left her alone with his truck. And the keys sat on the table. Gary might still be at the hospital. Could she do it? It wasn't stealing, and there was every chance her father intimidated Gary into silence yesterday. Do it. The voice sounded like Leslie. She shook her head. Janelle only had a learner's permit, which made driving without her father illegal. The trip is a distraction. You know that. Janelle poured the orange juice down the sink, grabbed the keys and went for the door. This was her last chance. She had to hurry and do this before her dad got back. Something about the trip seemed off. What if her father was running from organized crime? Janelle might never come back and the trip could be fake. She didn't want to disappear somewhere and live in hiding without knowing why. That had to be it. Janelle locked up the house, started the truck, and drove 10 minutes to the hospital. She didn't even care that it was her first time alone behind the wheel. I can't believe I'm doing this, she muttered, pulling into the visitor's lot. She scanned the area. The shark woman in gray, probably a crime boss, was nowhere. Good. If her father didn't want to face her, she didn't either. Someone sat in a wheelchair near the discharge pickup doors. The purple shirt and black hair with messy bangs stuck out immediately. Gary. He was out of the hospital. She'd made it just in time. Janelle parked in an empty spot, jumped from the truck and ran for him. She scanned the lot one more time for that woman. All clear. She weaved around a couple of nurses standing on the sidewalk and made it to him. Gary looked up with his eyes wide. Janelle. She had to cut right to it. You can't pretend to fall asleep on me now. Answer my questions, she said, putting her hands on her hips. It was best to hurry. I want to know what these birthmarks are and why you appeared out of nowhere right in front of me. And who's that scary woman? My dad seems to know, but he's not telling me anything. So it's up to you. I need the truth because things are getting weird. Gary rose until he was level with her. His hazel eyes were wide with an apology. When you showed me your mark, I knew I had to get you out of there before my guardian returned. Do you know who she is? Well, never mind. Of course you wouldn't if you don't know what you are. What do you mean? Janelle took a step back. So your dad's keeping it a secret from you, Gary said. Well, maybe you're lucky you don't know. But you'll find out. She stared hard at him. And I want you to tell me. Gary drew in a breath. No, you don't. You'd better go. My guardian's looking for you. She and her assistant returned to my room right after you left yesterday. A chill swept over her. She is. Then, despite the sun and the heat, Gary paled and drew a breath. Maybe that's why she's made me sit out here for 2 hours. Get out of here. Gary rose, letting the wheelchair roll away, and shoved her back. She staggered on the pavement, grabbing the railing. Gary. She couldn't keep the hurt from rising up. What is your problem? But he didn't have time to answer. The double doors burst open with enough force to make them slam against the hospital wall. And standing there was Gary's guardian, staring at her and grinning like a hungry shark. Well, she said. I see this little plan worked out well after all. Chapter 4. As if out of nowhere, a breeze whistled through the air as the human shark smiled wider and clapped her hands together. Her gray suit flapped against her, but the cruel woman didn't notice. Janelle, she spoke with relish. The word stabbed Janelle down the spine, and she flinched as Gary pushed himself between her and the sight by the doors. You know my name. Janelle let go of the rail. Of course the 2 nurses had vanished, leaving the 3 of them alone. What's going on here? Gary looked at her again, but fear widened his eyes. Oh, you don't know. How typical. The woman twisted her features into a look of mock concern. And your time has almost come. I can tell you everything you want to know, Janelle. You must have lots of questions. A girl your age should definitely know the truth by now. Janelle couldn't breathe. This terrifying woman dangled bait, the way an anglerfish attracted prey. Run, Gary said. He looked tiny and helpless as he remained between them. Get out of here. Don't listen to her. Another gust of wind whistled through the air, trying to push Janelle closer. The woman was dangerous. Her gut screamed at her to go, and she reached for Gary, but he pushed her back with his shoulder. She's evil. Just go. Something about his voice made Janelle move. She ran back for the truck, leaving Gary behind. Janelle. You're leaving all your answers behind. The woman's high heels clicked against the concrete behind her. Go. Don't look back. Get in the truck and leave. The wind picked up more, trying to slow her down, and papers blasted across the lot. But Janelle climbed into the truck, locked the door, and started it up. She hated to leave Gary, but she had no choice. Gary's guardian sauntered right at the truck, just 40 feet away, all patience lost. The look in those stormy gray eyes made a pit open in Janelle's chest. Her voice deepened into an unnatural growl that rolled right over her despite the glass shield of the closed windows. Get out. Now. That's an order. No human voice could sound like that. Janelle pulled out of the space. The wind screamed over the truck. She was in a horror novel. Janelle gunned it to the roundabout. I mean it, Janelle. Her lips moved, and her voice turned into a roar that whipped over the truck with the wind. Was that seriously her voice? Janelle gunned it onto the street, tires squealing. She dared one look back to see Gary and his guardian struggling against each other in the parking lot. At the same time, the scary woman's assistant ran over to break it up. Janelle couldn't ever try visiting Gary again. She wanted to throw up after getting home and closing the curtains. But the woman didn't follow. Gary must have stopped her. Stupid, stupid, stupid. That woman would have kidnapped her or worse, followed her home. It would have killed her father and maybe worse. Yes, he had some debt, and those people were loan sharks. That was the most logical explanation for everything. But what about that woman's voice? The sudden wind that came from nowhere. Janelle barely slept that night or the next. The only good thing that had happened in the past few days was that she'd gotten the truck home before her father returned to find out. He'd complained about the gas looking a little low afterward, but chalked it up to the marathon he'd filled up at. Still, Janelle felt awful about stealing his truck. Selfish. It made her sick every time she thought about it. Maybe she deserved what she'd gotten. And now she had school to worry about too. Students brushed past Janelle as she sat in accelerated geography on the first day of school, and she paid attention to every bare arm she came across. She hadn't seen Gary here, and no one else with a gray spiral on their arm. About 8 million students wore tank tops today. The most exciting thing she'd seen was a snake tattoo. The bell rang through the halls, and a chubby balding man strode into the class. He cleared his throat to silence the chatter as he wrote his name on the board, Mr. Hank DeVille. So, how was your summer? A sea of groans rose up. Not that Janelle could blame them. She felt like groaning herself but held back. My house flooded and we're still mucking it out, the girl beside her said. A guy with dreadlocks waved his hands in the air. My new car has a huge crack across the windshield now. Mr. DeVille bowed his head until the class quieted. Sorry to hear about all this. Hopefully, your school year will go a lot smoother than last week. Now I'm going to you there in the front. Janelle had stuck her hand in the air without even thinking about it. Her cheeks heated as 28 other sets of eyes landed on her. It was bad enough being the new person in class. At last, a question popped out of her lips. Yeah. I moved to Florida right when the hurricane was happening. Can they skip over some houses like tornadoes do? Because my house didn't take any damage at all, while everyone else on my street did. Desperation had wormed its way under her skin in the past few days. She was willing to seek answers from anyone, even a teacher she didn't know. Janelle just wanted to be sane. Mr. DeVille's gaze stayed on Janelle for several seconds before he answered. Hurricanes usually do their damage over a wide area, unlike a tornado, so it's more evened out. So, I find that a little unusual. What's your name? Janelle. Welcome to Florida. Janelle furrowed her brows at him as she took a breath. How did you know I'm not from around here? Mr. DeVille smiled. It's the accent. And not to mention your question tipped me off. Oh. Everything was turning her paranoid, and she needed to get her head back on her shoulders. After all, nothing strange had happened for the past 2 days. She could relax and focus on school now. Yes. The weirdness was over, and it was better to forget about it. The trip might just be a trip and not a journey into hiding. Just focus on making friends or something that normal people do. In chemistry, the teacher, Mrs. Vanderson, cracked out an experiment 10 minutes into class. She pulled a large plastic jug filled with water from the storage closet. Now, I'm going to give you a small assignment to start your year, she said with a heavy twang. We'll do a simple experiment, so you can practice the steps and methods you'll be using for the real stuff. I went down to the beach this morning and collected some ocean water. Yes. We're turning salt water into fresh water. Each table has a bowl, a plastic cup, and a roll of plastic wrap. Janelle was curious if she could even concentrate on that. Her birthmark itched. It had been doing that more and more since she'd moved here. She tugged her sleeve down, ensuring it wasn't visible to her classmates. Work on the first day, her pimply lab partner asked. He ripped out a notebook paper and put his name, Donovan, on it. That sucks. This doesn't look like that bad of an assignment, Janelle said, still lost in her thoughts. Gary's birthmark popped up in her mind again. And that little mole on his nose, why couldn't she stop thinking about him? He was long gone. He had helped her escape. Risked facing his scary guardian to do it too, like some guy in a romance novel. She unrolled some plastic wrap and stretched it out over and over to distract her thoughts. Mrs. Vanderson appeared at her table and poured the ocean water into the bowl. A funny tingle swept through Janelle at the salty smell of it. The same thing had happened when she'd caught a whiff of the salt water on Gary. Great. Now Janelle was thinking about him again. Let's get this done, Donovan said, lifting the bowl off the table. Ah. He let out a huge sneeze. The bowl tilted to the side. Donovan tried to steady it, but it wobbled right off his hand and towards her. Horror exploded on his face as water splashed against her shirt and onto her lap. Her birthmark tingled and burned. A roar filled her head as Janelle wrapped her arms around herself and gritted her teeth. The roar became a scream, and a fierce wind whipped against her clothes and whistled through the room. Students cried out around her. Glass shattered and papers flew. Blinds rattled. Books slid across tables, crashing to the floor. Janelle was tilting, swaying, spinning. She could no longer feel her arms or legs. A seizure. This must be a seizure. She was going to die. The roaring and tilting stopped. Janelle opened her eyes. The world snapped back into place as water dripped off her lap and onto the floor. She breathed, relishing how solid the table felt as she grasped its edge. Papers fluttered down while everyone turned in their chairs to look around the room in stunned silence. Mrs. Vanderson stood against a filing cabinet, not that Janelle could blame her. And Donovan's face had turned red, really red. He looked down at his own lap and muttered an apology. But Janelle had no time to feel sorry for him. A panic rose inside her like floodwater, threatening to pour out of her at any second. What just happened? Whatever it was, it unleashed itself the second the ocean water hit her. Where did that come from? The teacher asked, gripping the cabinet as if expecting another blast. Did someone open the window? No. That was weird, a girl said near the front of the room, rubbing a red mark on her arm and wincing. The windows are all shut. Did an experiment explode? Well, is everyone all right? Wide-eyed, Mrs. Vanderson walked to the front of the room and stumbled over a fallen chair. What happened here? The whole room's a mess. Janelle looked around the room, the flood of terror rising through her chest and making her heart pound as if it were trying to escape. A case of beakers had tipped on a nearby counter and shattered. The floor was messy with papers, water, and overturned bowls everywhere. The blinds hung in a tangled mess on the other side of the room. A girl held her hip at the next table as tears formed in her eyes. Janelle's stomach threatened to heave out its contents. The panic rose up her throat, and she couldn't swallow it. Now wasn't the time to break down in front of all these strangers. "Ah, Mrs. Vanderson. Can I go to the office? I don't feel well, and I kind of need to dry off." She had to leave. Now. Even if she got busted for skipping the rest of class. The teacher studied Janelle's clothes. "Go ahead. At least go dry yourself off. I've changed the program to some simple, boring reading for today." The teacher picked up the fallen chair, muttering something. Janelle made her way for the door. Nervous chatter surrounded her. No one stared in her direction, but that didn't stop a prickling sensation from crawling up her back like someone had a camera trained on her. Janelle had to get out. The hall was empty. Good. She hugged herself and leaned against the lockers. It hurt to swallow over the lump that had formed in her throat. Gary's guardian had also made a mysterious wind kick up. Ice flowed through Janelle's veins. No. She wasn't like that woman. Gary's guardian could roar words and who knew what else. A strangled cry escaped her throat. Janelle ran into a bathroom, glad no one could see, and unrolled a handful of paper towels to soak the water off her shirt. Another slight tingle shot through her body as she pressed the wet clothes against her skin, but it faded a second later. Did she have some kind of allergy to ocean water? She'd never been exposed to it before. Janelle stared at her reflection. Blonde strands stood everywhere from the windstorm, and her eyes stared back huge. The girl in the mirror wasn't the calm, collected one she left thousands of miles away. It might have been the light, but even the blue of her eyes seemed to have deepened to an ominous gray. After splashing cold water on her face, Janelle grabbed the edges of the basin with trembling hands and stared down at the water swirling into the drain. It sparkled like the vortex that Gary had appeared out of, and like the ocean her father had told her to avoid until they cleaned up the beaches. She let go and made her way to the office. With a gentle nudge, she opened the door. It stayed on its hinges, letting her breathe a sigh of relief. Mr. DeVille leaned against an empty workstation, chatting with a man who was probably the principal. He turned to face her as she walked in. "I don't feel the greatest. Is there anywhere I can lie down for a while?" Janelle kept her gaze fixed on the nearest desk. It was best not to look all freaked out in front of these people. There's a sick room right over there." Mr. DeVille pointed to the back of the office. "If you feel like you've got to go home by 1:30 or so, let someone know." "Who sent you?" "Mrs. Vanderson," Janelle said in the lowest voice she could. The way things were going, she'd start roaring her sentences next. The sick room had a long examining table and an ugly plastic plant in the corner. The paper crinkled as Janelle sat on the table. She kicked her feet, watching them go back and forth. She had to think. Could she convince her father to move them back home? Phones rang outside the door, and Mr. DeVille talked about coaching football, normal stuff, as she focused on her breathing. The words blurred into the background until the door to the office squeaked open. Mr. DeVille went silent as if the president had walked into the room. "Excuse me," said Gary's guardian. "I'm looking for a student. I'm unsure what her last name is now, but she must attend school here. Her name is Janelle." Chapter 5. A fist of horror squeezed at her heart. Janelle lifted off the exam table, careful not to make the paper crinkle again. It didn't, but the sick room door gaped open like a giant mouth, threatening to give her away. Should she close it? No. She'd draw attention to herself. Janelle might as well announce her presence. Gary's guardian continued, as if it were perfectly legal to breeze into a school and ask about students. Her voice dripped with a fake candy coating. "She's 16 now. Born on the 17th of August. I'm a relative and I haven't seen her in years. If you'd allow me to explain, I'm sure you'd." The principal cleared his throat. He didn't have it. "Ma'am, it's our policy not to give out our students' information. If you want to visit or pick anyone up, you need to be authorized by her parents or legal guardians. We can call her parents and get permission if it's an emergency. What's your name? Janelle stiffened. This woman knew her birthday. The sense of violation made her skin crawl. What else did she know? The woman whispered something and took a few steps closer to the sick room as her heels clicked. You're a teacher. You'll certainly be helpful, and tell me if any students named Janelle are in your classes? Janelle muttered a curse as panic surged into her chest. She must be talking to Mr. DeVille. He'd taken her name earlier, so he only had to march over here and say, "Here you go." Please, he prayed, drumming her fingers on her jeans. Her vision wavered as she held her breath. Not that I'm aware of, ma'am, Mr. DeVille said at last. And even if I did, it wouldn't stick out. I have over 100 students a day. Thank you, thank you. Janelle sagged against the table and let out her breath. Your name, ma'am, the principal said. Okay. I'll go, the woman snapped, the sunshine in her voice replaced with a faint rolling thunder. The double doors squeaked again. Why are all these mainland schools so difficult? Her high heels clicked all the way down the hall as she departed. Janelle strained her ears. There were no blasts of wind. No roars. She grasped the cold table and urged her heart to slow back to normal as the two men in the office conversed like spies. She would have to make her teacher some cookies, maybe even a cake, for that. Mr. DeVille pushed the sick room door open with a thud, sticking his bald head in. His face had turned into a mask of concern. Do you know that woman? She shook her head and forced a smile. No. Can I go to my 6th hour? I feel better now. It was a big lie, but between the roaring woman and Trig sounded a lot less scary. You can go when the bell rings, Mr. DeVille said. Go straight to class. If you can, don't take any main roads home. There are many weird people out there, and I didn't like the vibes she was giving off. But wait a few minutes. I want to be sure she's gone before you go out in those halls. She had to confront her dad. As in yell, scream, and demand answers. If that woman was going to schools looking for her now, she had to know the truth. She'd just tell him what happened at school. Her father would believe her, and then maybe he would finally tell her whatever she needed. It might even get him to move away from here. The final bell rang, and Janelle gathered her trig book, threw it into her locker, and headed out the door to where the buses waited. She could walk from here, but with Gary's guardian lurking around. Hi, Janelle. Huh. She spun around. A youth of about 16 leaned against the school's brick wall, black bangs hanging in his face. A bit of stubble had appeared on his chin, his skin seemed tighter around his cheekbones, and he now wore a gray shirt instead of a purple one, but the same freckle stood out on his nose. Gary, Janelle exhaled. He'd found her and remembered where she said she lived. And better yet, he was okay. How had he gotten away from his guardian? Now, maybe she wouldn't have to confront her dad. You've got no idea what a relief this is. You're alone, aren't you? She looked around the lot, glad he seemed relaxed. No woman in gray stood anywhere. The school might have called the police after her idiotic stunt. You think I'd bring my guardian along? I managed to get away from her right after you left the hospital. I've been wandering around here for a week, trying to avoid her. I'm glad you took my advice. Now that she's gone, we can talk. Well, your guardian was just here looking for me. Gary's eyes got big. I swear I told her nothing about you. I don't know where she got your name. She might have figured out your town because you found me here. She also knows my birthday. That is weird, Gary said. I can't think of an explanation for that, unless she hired a private investigator. He didn't look away from her. Janelle couldn't see a trace of a lie on his face. Unlike her father, Gary wasn't trying to avoid her questions now. The buses waited, rumbling near the front of the school. Janelle should have boarded hers, but she couldn't. Okay. This is going to sound stupid. But I need to talk to you. Bad. I kind of figured that. Nobody's walking home with you. His eyes were searching as he studied his surroundings. Around them, the other students thinned as the buses filled and cars started on the lot's opposite side. No. I'll text my dad and tell him I'm staying here late to try out the chess club or something. Janelle barely heard her words as she plucked out her phone and typed out the words. He'll be expecting me to do that anyway. Come on, Gary said. I changed my mind. You want the truth, so I will give it to you. It's only fair, but I can't do it here. They walked off the school grounds and Janelle's palms tingled with nerves. Where are we going? Gary walked faster like he was anxious to get this done. To the beach. On the way, tell me what happened. Janelle held nothing back on the way to the beach. The incident in chemistry poured from her as they walked, and each word she said felt like a rock rolling off her shoulders. Gary faced her as they made their way down a side street, not once laughing, smirking, or interrupting her to give her some scientific explanation that didn't exist. Gary nodded as she finished as if he'd expected her story for days. It sucks that you had that reaction in class, he said with a frown. What crappy luck. And I'm sorry I didn't tell you anything sooner. Regrets, you know. If you tell me now, I'll be good. They walked downhill past the ice cream shop and through Palm Grove's historic downtown. The ocean smell got stronger. I'm getting the idea that I'm not like everyone else. And that you and that woman aren't either. Does she have one of these, too? Janelle held back tears of relief as she rolled up her sleeve to show the gray spiral on her arm. It felt so good to just be able to talk to someone about all of this who listened. Leslie was great, but she wouldn't understand. Gary shrugged. Well, yeah. All Tempests have one of those. Janelle narrowed her eyes at him, wrapping her mind around the word. Tempests? She let her sleeve fall back down. Gary's jaw fell open. That's what we've always called ourselves. Wow, your dad really has kept you in the dark. Some parents are like that. What exactly is a tempest? She asked at last. It's something I have to show you, he said, lowering his voice like he dreaded the idea. Afterward, we can get some ice cream, but we need a spot on the beach away from everyone else. My dad told me not to come to the beach this week, she said as they reached the end of the street. And you're talking like I'm going to get a shot or something. Her heart thumped. A few people walked past them with picnic baskets. Concrete steps descended towards a stretch of sand, the ocean stretched and sparkled beyond it. He said it was too dirty still. It looks okay to me. Kids from school laughed and splashed around in the water. Janelle wished she could join them. I can't do that, can I? They reached the sand, which warmed her shoes. Gary watched his feet sink into it. No. You can't. Then why did my dad move me here? Janelle asked. He knew I'd have that reaction, didn't he? Your dad's a tempest, too. My dad. Janelle exploded. If he's got this same thing on his arm, why didn't he ever show me? Gary's brows rose. You've never seen his upper arm? He showed it to me when he came up to my room. Pain bloomed in her chest. No. My dad always wears long-sleeved shirts. Why hadn't she realized? She couldn't help but feel betrayed. Yes, her father had some explaining to do. Where else do you think you got it from? It's always inherited from one or both of your parents. She sighed. How could my dad hide this from me? And you haven't answered my question about what tempests are. Her pulse thudded. She didn't want to know, but there was no going back now. Locking gazes with Gary, she nodded, and he dropped his shoulders, resigned. Okay. I found a spot yesterday under the docks. He peeked at her from the corner of his eye. Sorry, but this is going to scare the crap out of you. Ah. I've already had the crap scared out of me. Janelle tried to lift her voice to lighten the mood, but it wasn't working. Gary's gaze stayed as serious as ever, as the laughter continued from the ocean. You can still turn back. Live in oblivion for a little bit longer. Janelle swallowed a dry lump down her throat, fighting an urge to walk back up the hill and into town. No. She'd waited forever for this. I can take it. This way. Gary stared at the sand again as he strode towards a chain-link fence that separated the public beach from a rocky off-limits one. But, Janelle began, but the salty aroma of the ocean hit her again and sent another strange tingle through her body. That settled it. She followed Gary to the fence. He'd already hoisted himself over. As Janelle climbed the fence, one of the guys behind them shouted something and laughed with his buddies. Her face heated. It was obvious what they thought she and Gary were planning to do. She ignored them. Obnoxious guys were the least of their worries. Is this necessary? She called out as she landed on the other side. The sand grabbed at her tennis shoes. Yeah, Janelle had yet to buy sandals like a normal person. Yeah. You'll see, Gary said, trudging forward without looking back. As if she'd entered another world, the beach here was littered with boards and splintered plywood, which stuck up like the spikes on the back of a buried dinosaur. Curtains, trash, and something resembling a teddy bear lay half buried in the sand. Whoever owned this beach had yet to call in a cleanup crew. They walked in silence. Every rock and piece of debris on the coast tried to trip her up. But at least the catcalls of the other kids grew fainter behind them. That was a plus. At last, only the cackles of seagulls could be heard, along with Gary's strained breathing next to her. He kept his gaze on the sea, as if trying to avoid staring at the land around him and the destruction along the coast. The farther they walked, the thicker the air got. Why take her out this way? Gary, this isn't cool. I know it's not. Janelle glanced up at clusters of battered trees and houses. No one came out to yell at them for trespassing. It wasn't like they could, anyway. Most homes sported blue tarps and missing walls, and a few had been reduced to half-standing piles of rubble. It looked as if no one would dare live here again. That's where we're going. Gary pointed to a wide dock ahead that stretched over the beach. The tide's out right now, so we can go under and no one will notice us. Is the truth that bad? Her throat dried out, making it hard to speak. Gary didn't answer. After 5 long minutes, the dock blocked the sun as they stepped under. Janelle's sneakers sunk into the wet sand as a chill swept through her. Whatever Gary had to say couldn't be minor if he'd gone to this length to do it. Okay. Get it over with. The more you wait, the more nervous I get. Then we can go get our ice cream. Gary backed slowly towards the water. The ocean's what gives us our power, Janelle. That's why you seemed normal until you moved here. You probably noticed some things after you moved here. Okay. Makes sense. Move on. That wasn't so terrifying, and of course, her father would have told Gary they had just moved here. Maybe they were elementals or something. The tingle coursed through her body in waves, and water lurched at them before retracting again. The ocean is more though. Gary's voice cracked as he turned away and stared into the water. He pushed out the words as he kept his back to her. It's also a catalyst that forces us to release our full power. Don't you get why I shared my name with that storm and why I appeared right there when it died? You saw that. A fantastic and terrifying thought crept into her mind, paralyzing her. Gary, Hurricane Gary, Gary. It didn't take a genius to make that connection. That's what happens when tempests touch the ocean, he said, leaning against a wooden pole and burying his face in the crook of his arm. His words seemed to race and fall apart as he spoke. You just had a slight reaction since a bowl of salt water fell on you, but diving into the ocean, well, you change. And you can't stop it. It was my turn. I had no choice. I tried to escape, but my guardian threw me in the water. I tried to calm down before I got to shore. That's why my guardian's mad at me. She wanted more destruction, more deaths. As if the 5 people I killed aren't enough. What? Janelle's pulse roared in her ears. She couldn't stop what she blurted next. So, you're telling me that because your name came up on that list that they used to name tropical storms, you were tossed into the ocean against your will, which made you turn into a hurricane and slam into the coast. And then when you were over land, you changed back and passed out in the parking lot. It was a joke. It had to be, so she laughed. Gary let his arm slap down to his side, but still, he didn't face her. Yes. That's exactly what I'm saying. The bottom of the dock seemed to come down. No. I don't believe you. I refuse. Do you think I'm going to take your word on that? Just tell me the real truth, Gary. Gary faced her, trembling. His pupils had dilated. Then how come I can do this? He raised a hand, and the wind whipped underneath the dock, pushing Janelle's hair into her face. Before she had a chance to flinch, he continued. And this? He dropped his hand and the wind died. And what about this? Whirling around, he faced the water and focused on it. The ocean nearby churned up and down, defying the calm day as if some monster was rising from the depths. Whitecaps grew taller and grabbed for the sand, hugging Gary's feet and racing for Janelle. She leapt out of the way and watched the water retreat. The world seemed to tilt around her. She'd taken his bait and fallen into a trap. Gary, stop this. I don't want to see any more. Another burst of wind whistled past as water swirled around Gary's feet and retracted into the ocean. He trembled as if he'd just touched an electric fence. Was he having a seizure on top of all this? Yes. That was all this was. Janelle ran for him, slapping her hand down on his shoulder. Gary! He faced her. She choked down a scream. The gentle hazel had gone. Instead, storm clouds spun and raged around his black pupils. She was staring into the eye of a hurricane. See. Gary's voice took on a growl. See what I am and what you are too. Chapter 6. Janelle screamed at herself to run, to get out of there, but her feet refused to peel themselves off the sand. She couldn't tear her gaze from the eyes locked on her. Eyes that weren't Gary's. Eyes that were something as far from human as they could get. Gary stepped back and sighed, putting a hand over his face as if he couldn't bear what he'd done. The water slipped back into the ocean. The world froze. Somewhere, a seagull cackled. An eternity later, Gary lowered his hand from his face. His wide eyes returned to their normal solid hazel, pleading and terrified. He had returned, shoving the monster inside him back into a vault somewhere. Don't run. Please. You're. Janelle backed away until she bumped into the hill behind her. Her stomach churned like she might throw up. Gary raised his palms as if caught in a stick-up. Please hear me out. There was no way I wanted to do that, but when my name came up, they forced me. That tropical storm naming list isn't just to keep track of hurricanes like people think. Tempests invented it, to split the burden of what they say we must do. When your name comes up. Disgust rose in her chest, making her skin crawl. Get away from me. She turned and scrambled up the hill. Don't come near me again. Janelle. I know you're reacting like a sane person, but stay away. She climbed the sandy hill to the grass above. All she had to do was get on the dock, and she could leave this behind. He was lying. She was hallucinating. Any of those possibilities beat the truth. Janelle crawled up the steep embankment. Gary's footfalls fell on the sand below as he slowly approached. You don't have to run. Tempests aren't supposed to hurt each other. He paused. I kept that telephone pole from falling on you. She froze, fingernails digging into the sand. She'd never said a word to him about that. Gary was telling the truth. Something holding up her mind snapped, and she scrambled up the rest of the hill. Words fled. Home. She just had to get there. Gary's hand brushed against the back of her shirt. I know this is scary. Just get away. A chain-link fence waited at the top of the hill, blocking off a warehouse. Janelle scrambled uphill. A squeal of panic filled her head, chasing away all thoughts of controlling herself. Behind her, Gary climbed, closing the distance. She couldn't face this. Janelle hoisted herself over the fence, catching her jeans on top for one terrifying second. After tugging them free, she swung her feet over and hit the pavement running. Her footfalls thudded in her ears as she dashed past a rusty gate and onto a side street. Janelle. Gary shouted from somewhere back. Another thud. He jumped the fence. Lose him. If he caught her. What if he tossed her into the ocean? Terror exploded as she gagged, holding down vomit, and Janelle turned and cut through a yard, dodging around a stack of plywood. A side street, a drive, it all blurred together as she ran. Gary called for her again, fainter this time. The modern part of Palm Grove stood in front of her with its shops and hangouts. People blurred, oblivious to her horror. She needed to hide. Where would Gary not think to hunt for her? Janelle bolted down the closest alley. She ducked down on the other side of a dumpster, removed her backpack, and pressed herself against the brick wall. She held her breath against the stench and waited for footfalls to grow closer and closer, but it seemed like she'd eluded Gary. Only the sound of passing cars and laughing students floated down the alleyway. Janelle let out a huge breath and covered her eyes with her hands. She'd come face to face with a monster she had never dreamed existed, a hurricane in human form. Breathe. Just breathe. You're going to control yourself and get through this. You can hold it together. Gary's eyes would haunt her nightmares forever. For a little while, she'd been attracted to him. Had her eyes looked like that when the bowl of seawater had splashed on her? Shaking, she squeezed them shut and hugged her knees. No, you cannot hold it together. A truck rumbled past. Minutes passed as Janelle rocked back and forth as it all sunk in. She hadn't been running from Gary. There was another monster she had to escape, one much closer. Okay, she said to herself. Don't get it together, but get it together. Take this one thing at a time. Gary was just trying to help. He'd given her the truth she had asked for. He hadn't even wanted to turn into a giant storm. That she could believe. He deserved an apology, and there was more he wanted to tell her. Maybe he'd tell her why his guardian was after her. She picked herself up, grabbed her backpack, and left the alley, resolved to take whatever Gary had to tell her next. Just go apologize. Go buy an ice cream for the guy. He's been walking around, homeless for a week. Now she was talking to herself. How was she going to say sorry? But Gary was nowhere in sight when she popped onto the main street. Janelle checked the ice cream shop, the store, and even the beach again. He'd vanished. Maybe he did hate her now, or worse, he hated how he delivered the news, but how else would anyone believe it? Gary hadn't had a choice but to reveal his nature like that. After searching for half an hour, she headed home. There was nothing else she could do. Her dad's truck wasn't in the driveway. Good. Janelle didn't want to face her father's betrayal right now. Janelle took another look behind her as she unlocked the door, went inside, and bolted it behind her. She was alone now. Gary was the only solid land she had in a sea of lies. Your dad's a Tempest too. Gary's words returned as a fresh wave of nausea overtook her. Janelle pressed against the door. Her father. The man who volunteered at soup kitchens and helped the neighbors with the cleanup? No. It couldn't be. She dropped her backpack at her bedroom door and faced her computer. If her dad was a Tempest, there was one way to confirm. No. She raced over to the monitor and loaded up the internet browser. She typed 2 words she didn't want to put together. Her heart hammered in her throat. One of those screens that said she had no results would pop up. It had to. But search results filled the screen from top to bottom. Janelle's gaze landed on the first article on the list. Hurricane Lucas. In bold blue letters. Janelle felt as if someone had punched her in the stomach. A choking sound escaped her throat as she clicked on the link, unable to look away. Lucas. Her father's name. Hurricane Lucas. Article by Freepedia. Below that, a hurricane bore down on the east coast, staring out at her with its black eye. If this was, she scrolled down to hide the picture. Hurricane Lucas was one of the most powerful storms to hit coastal North Carolina during the 80s. The system began suddenly as a tropical depression just off the coast of Bermuda in September of 1985. It strengthened into a tropical storm the next day. On September 10th, Lucas became a Category 1 hurricane 500 miles off the U.S. coast. After passing over warm waters, it evolved into a strong Category 3 storm with winds of up to 120 miles per hour. Lucas made landfall on September 13th, leaving about $5 billion worth of damage to the fishing industry. Though its rains ended a 2-month drought in the area, it killed 13 people who did not follow evacuation orders and left another 28 injured. Janelle fumbled with the mouse and closed the window with a trembling hand. Killed 13 people. Janelle ran into the bathroom and threw up. Time lost all meaning as she moved on to dry heaving. The horror wouldn't stop. How much worse would this get? How much horror could she take? Stomach lurching, she staggered back into her bedroom and focused on the picture of her mother instead. She smiled out from the dock, black curls hanging around her ears. Had she been a Tempest, too, or an average human? She'd never heard of Hurricane Tina, but didn't want to look it up and blow away the last of her hopes. She needed someone to cling to right now. With Gary gone and her father, her murderous father, refusing to open, it was the best she could do. Somebody tapped on her window. Janelle flinched and sucked in a breath. Could it be? Gary stood on the other side of the glass, motioning down to the latch. Janelle, we need to talk, he shouted through the glass. As if I can make your day much worse, I know. I'll admit it. I followed you without you knowing because I didn't want to freak you out again. Sorry. You came back. She couldn't hide the relief in her voice. I'm sorry I had a panic attack like that. I shouldn't have. You're not hurt, are you? Sorry. His eyes widened behind the glass. What you did was normal, Janelle. If I were you, I would have run too. She opened the window. Humid air poured in through the screen. What I did was normal. Her father wouldn't have said so. Yeah. Gary forced a smile. I promise I won't do what I did at the beach again, because I hated that just as much as you did. Listen to me, and you'll stand a better chance at escaping what's coming. Can you let me in? He forgave her. She wanted to cry with relief but held it back. Yes. I don't know when my dad will be back though. I'll let you in at the front. Then I have to ask you something. Gary wouldn't lie about what was on the computer screen. A minute later, she and Gary stood in front of the computer. Now be honest. With a click, she pulled up the Hurricane Lucas article and stared at the white carpet, but not before she caught a glimpse of the storm's twisting eye. Is this? But the lump in her throat grew too painful for speech. Gary lowered his voice, as if he were at a funeral. Yeah. I'm sorry. I couldn't keep from warning you. My mom told me about the Tempest deal when I was 12, and I took it pretty hard. I didn't talk to her for days. I bet there's an article on her too, if it's any consolation. Janelle put her palms down on her desk as her ears rang. If she didn't, she'd collapse on the floor before Gary. She pointed to the monitor, glued to a pencil line in the wood. Did the other Tempests force him to become that, or did he do this alone? Gary remained close. Don't know. I actually just found out about your dad at the hospital. I can't live with this. Janelle's pulse throbbed across her temples. Great. Another headache on top of all this. How can I even look at my dad again, knowing he's killed people? I've killed people too. That's different. You're not my family. Janelle turned away, putting her face in her hands. Your dad doesn't seem like the kind who did it intentionally. Not like some Tempests I know too well. When your name comes up, you're expected to do your duty. That's what I came to warn you about. Warn me. Janelle lowered her hands from her face. The gurgling in her stomach was enough to tell her what was next, but nothing was left for her to vomit. Gary's hazel eyes bore into hers, serious. Pain danced there, and so did desperation. Has your dad decided to take you out on a boat sometime in the next week or so? Take you out somewhere in the ocean? A chill swept through her. We're going scuba diving next week in the Bahamas. Her breath caught. Gary wiped his palms on his jeans and stared at her. She shook her head. No. My dad wouldn't do that to me. Gary marched to the computer and typed 3 words into the search bar: hurricane naming list. Another article from Freepedia popped up. He clicked, and a column of names for this year's Atlantic hurricane season filled the screen. Take a look. I don't want to see this. But she couldn't look away. Her legs carried her closer to the monitor, one step at a time. Gary tapped his finger on one of the columns. Janelle raised one shaking finger, pressed it to the screen, and went down the column. Gary, Heather, Ismael. A moan of horror escaped her throat. Janelle. Chapter 7. Janelle swiped the contents of the bathroom sink into her gym bag: deodorant, toothpaste, a few combs, and several other items. A towel, she'd need one of those too. And aspirin. Gary. Help me pack. She made her way to her neat closet and threw clothes out. It didn't matter what she took. All that mattered right now was getting away from this, from what her father had done to her. She wanted to scream when she thought of her dad, smiling as he told her about the vacation that wasn't really a vacation. He's my father, Gary. How could he do this to me? He's not the type who likes to hurt people. But he had. He had killed, even. Gary flinched at her last sentence. He'd pressed himself up against the wall to avoid the flying shirts. I don't know. He must be a stickler for the law. She imagined a Hurricane Janelle article appearing on Freepedia shortly and hugged herself, dropping the bag to the floor. So, he cares about this Tempest law more than what this will do to me or everyone I could hurt? He was planning to let me jump off the boat and find out about all this the hard way. The world took on a surreal gray tone. That doesn't make any sense. The thought of becoming a violent force of nature was too alien to process. Gary rubbed his palms on his jeans. I know. It doesn't. I don't know why that law exists. She stuffed another shirt into her go bag. That's why I'm getting a flight back to Michigan. There's no ocean there. Gary peeled himself from the wall. We can try that. I have to get away, too. Cordelia's going to kill me if I don't. Janelle whirled around to face him. Cordelia. That's who your guardian is? That's who I met at the hospital? Gary nodded. Surprised? She shook her head. The thought had crossed her mind earlier, but she'd shoved it inside, hoping that Shark Woman was anyone else. See why I don't want to be around her. She wants every Tempest to be as bad as her. Most of us try not to hurt too many people, but Cordelia likes power and hates regular people. She wants a war. A literal public war against the world because she won't go to therapy. Janelle's stomach turned. The infamous Cordelia was walking around in human form, searching for her. What a lovely, comforting thought. What does she want with me? Gary drew a deep breath. I'm guessing she wants to take you to Alara, to put you in her re-education program, since you're pretty much next to do your duty. Cordelia doesn't want us mingling with regular people. She says it makes us too soft and puts us in danger. Alara? It was bad enough that her father had lied to her. But if Cordelia was in the area, she couldn't stay here, even if her father apologized and agreed not to take her out on any boats in the future. Re-education program? Janelle lowered her voice as if Cordelia were lurking just outside. Gary nodded. Yeah. It's an island in the Caribbean that only Tempests know about, somewhere south of the Bahamas. I've lived there for the past 4 years. Cordelia and the Elder Council live there too. It's our capital. And her program is where she takes Tempest kids and tries to brainwash them into killers. Well, worse killers. I'm not the only kid she had there. She wants to take you, mess with your mind, and make you do her bidding. It won't be good. Janelle felt her jaw dropping as she turned to lean against the wall. You were a disappointment to her, weren't you? Gary offered a small smile. Yes. She liked Gary better now. Good for you. Why don't the Tempests who try not to kill people stop her? She needed to keep packing and shove some jeans into her bag. At least her father also had some credit, keeping her away from that monster. That's hard when she's the Tempest High leader and has the Elder Council in her pocket. Some of them, at least. She took charge when her grandfather died. Great, huh? The rumble of an engine floated in. Her father had come home. Hide. She shoved Gary into the closet, and he didn't resist. He'll know I know everything if he sees you here. She'd lose her advantage then, and he might try to shove her into the ocean tonight. Gary said nothing as she closed the door and straightened out her hair. Her father would suspect something if she didn't look and act completely normal, which she'd have to pull off to make a clean getaway later. Once in the hallway, she examined herself in the mirror and breathed deeply. Calm down, she told herself. You've had practice. You can do this. The mask went up as her eyebrows relaxed and some color returned to her features. Satisfied that her face looked calm and untroubled, Janelle entered the living room. The silver of her father's truck gleamed in the driveway. The engine died, and her dad climbed out along with the neighbor guy. They'd been out again. The two chatted as her dad pulled a box from behind the passenger seat and reached for a plastic grocery bag. Her father, the killer. She'd never look at him the same again. Her dad opened the front door and waved to the neighbor before facing her. So, how was school today? He asked, smiling. He was wearing a mask too, one she could see past for the first time in her life. Fine. Her voice sounded like she'd swallowed some helium. Calm, stay calm. Now to find something normal to say. I got a lot of homework to do ahead of time. That's good. He opened the cupboard and shoved a can of green beans between two other cans. She forced her way to the fridge and poured herself a glass of orange juice, then sat at the table. The air grew thick and unbreathable. Her dad took a seat opposite her and adjusted his watch. You're awfully quiet. I don't feel very good today. I didn't sleep too well last night. And I just learned you want me to turn into a hurricane and kill people. Well, maybe you should go to bed early. I want you to be well rested for the trip. Her father shot her a smile. Didn't he understand what he wanted to make her do? Our flight leaves Monday morning, and we'll spend our first day sightseeing around the islands. On Tuesday, we'll go shopping. Wednesday, we do the scuba diving lesson. Her father looked away as he said that. Janelle pulled her mouth into a smile, the hardest thing she had ever done. I can't wait. Her dad opened one of his computer magazines, meaning the conversation was over. Janelle crept over to the sink and dumped out the rest of her orange juice. Her stomach churned like she might lose its contents again. I'm going to lie down. My head's pounding. That part wasn't a lie. Sure thing. I'll get dinner started. Janelle made her way down the hallway into her room, leaving behind the father she thought she knew. She closed the door behind her as a cry of revulsion escaped her throat. No matter where she went in the house, she had a killer to run into. But at least Gary wanted to help her escape, becoming one herself. So, how are we getting out of here? Gary's voice floated out from the crack under the closet door. Well, I can't leave right now. We should make a run for it after dinner. That's when Dad plays video games in the study. I'm going to break this stupid law. Gary didn't speak for almost a full minute. Then he opened the door and spoke, his eyes soft and determined. I'll help you, Janelle. Screw the Elder Council. They're the ones who put our names on that list. They're obsessed with the natural law. And what's that? It was best to know as much as possible before setting out. Gary leaned back. They say that tempests were made by a storm god, and that he gave us these rules. Blah blah blah. A groan crept into his voice as he stared at the ceiling. My mom told me the legend before I got taken away. Cordelia kidnapped you. She loves to kidnap Tempest kids. Janelle shuddered. That was almost her fate. We've got to come up with a plan. Look, I've got $800 in my savings account. I've had part-time jobs. We can get a flight back to Michigan. How much do you have? $40. Sorry. That's fine. It beat what she'd expected, nothing. I'll see if my friend Leslie can let us stay at her house for a day or two, or at least meet at the airport. But we'll have to find someplace else to go after that. My dad will look there for us. But how do we get to the airport? Gary lifted his head and looked right at her. Janelle cursed, not caring that she was letting the mask slip away. Her father wasn't there to see it, though Leslie would have been proud. Well, we can find a bus or steal my dad's truck. And I'm not stealing his truck. I'll get online and plan this out, but first I've got to call my friend. Janelle pulled out her phone and dialed her number. How was she supposed to explain this one? The call went straight to Leslie's answering service. Leslie didn't even have her phone turned on right now. She must have used up all her minutes in record time again. What a surprise. Janelle sighed into the phone and left the voicemail. Leslie, my dad's sending me back up there for a few days because our house is flooding. It just came up. We don't know anyone down here, so there's no one I can stay with. I'll try flying out of Orlando. Sorry to throw this on you so soon. She closed the phone and set it down, realizing how weird and awkward it sounded. How was that? Gary stuck his fingers out from under the door. Hey, it beats what I would have said. How are you going to explain me being there? Janelle's face turned warm. That's the least of our problems. Over the next hour, Janelle looked at flights at the area airports. Only Orlando had any going up to Flint within a day or so. And that airport was an hour away, of course. But too much could happen in the next few days that could prevent her escape, like her dad seeing through her lame charade earlier. So, they had to take whatever flight they could get. Looks like we'll be using a cab to get there, she whispered to Gary. I put in for them to pick us up at the high school at 8 tonight. I don't think my dad would let us get picked up here. I can pay for that. You're taking this all well. What choice do I have? Another lump formed in her throat. She pictured crashing waves and palm trees bending under a fierce wind, and couldn't clear that image from her head. We leave as soon as he's on the phone or something. I'll leave some music on to make him think I'm still here. It could be hours before he notices I'm missing. Orange light crept across her carpet. It felt like the sun was going down forever. Her dad called her out to dinner, and she turned off her phone to make sure Leslie wouldn't call back and give anything away. He served up homemade macaroni and green beans, which she wolfed down as he asked her about her classes. It was her last meal with him, at least for a while. She repeated that to herself, keeping her from breaking down at the table. She couldn't meet his gaze. What if she saw those hurricane eyes staring back at her, instead of his human ones like she had with Gary? An eternity later, her dad vanished into the study to start gaming. Janelle grabbed a new plate and scooped the leftover macaroni onto it before returning to her room. Here. Eat fast. It's 6, and it might take an hour to get to the school and meet the cab. She opened her closet door and shoved the plate in as Gary muttered his gratitude. Chewing and scraping sounds followed. This is a big change from earlier. You were running from me before, and now you're feeding me. You deserve a decent meal. Her face flushed again as she picked up her gym bag. You think Cordelia will know where to look for us? Gary shook his head. I doubt it. As long as you're not paying for everything with a card, she shouldn't be able to track us down. But she's smart, believe me. He put the plate down. It was time to go. Janelle plucked the picture of her mom from its frame and slid it into her pocket. It was her last shard of sanity, and the only memento she could carry. Janelle plucked a random album off her rotating CD rack and put it into her stereo. She turned the music up as Gary emerged from her closet. She'd leave her light on too. Letting out breath, she took one last look at her room and the life she was leaving behind. Dolphins smiled out at her. Stuffed sea stars grinned at the music. How long would she have to stay gone? Tears blurred her vision. Let's go. With her go-bag under her arm and keys gripped tightly, Janelle crept slowly down the hall. Gary's breath blew against her hair as he followed. Her heart thudded so hard her dad might hear it. A muffled explosion came out from the study. He was playing a war game, hopefully online. Then that stupid board creaked underfoot. Janelle froze, holding her breath. A loud burst of artillery came out of the computer. But there was no creaking of her dad's computer chair or footsteps behind the door. That was a relief. Janelle didn't dare breathe until she'd gone around the coffee table. She leaned against the coolness of the door and willed her heart to slow. Gary stood next to her, blocking out the bay window. His breath blew against the side of her neck. Another tingle raced across her skin, which had nothing to do with the ocean. He was standing so close to her. Janelle turned away and rested her forehead on the cool door wood as her chest constricted. She was leaving her father, her only family. What would he think when he woke and found her gone? He'd figure out why she left, but he'd sit here and worry so much. Her throat hurt. She stepped back to return to her room when the hideous image of a hurricane reared up behind her eyes. No. Gary nodded his encouragement at her. She had to leave because she'd kill people if she didn't. She unlocked the door and turned the knob to pull it open. A door opened and footsteps thudded down the hall. Janelle? What are you doing? Her heart leapt as she whirled. Her father stood at the mouth of the hallway, adjusting his glasses. The computer kept playing explosions and gunshots down the hall. So he'd used the same trick as her, making her think he was busy. He might have been waiting on the other side of the door the entire time, waiting for her to spring the trap. She dropped her duffel bag. No excuse or charade would work now. Her dad looked down at the bag, up to her and over to Gary, who'd pressed against the window. He swallowed and sucked in a breath. So you know now. I was afraid of that when you were so jumpy earlier. I'm so sorry you found out ahead of time. It's harder that way. Janelle backed into the door, slamming it shut by accident. She couldn't stop the words that tumbled from her mouth. I went online and I saw what you did. You killed people. Another explosion came from down the hall. A scream. Then silence. Her dad's eyes turned towards the floor as he unbuttoned his left sleeve and rolled it up. There was only one reason for that, but she couldn't look away. The familiar gray spiral stood out against her father's pale skin. Keeping his gaze trained on the floor, he spoke the worst words he could have said. Yes. You're right. Her father backed away and raised a palm. His eyes had gone a watery red, but he blinked it away. I had to do what was expected of me. Gary did too. Sometimes tragedies happen, especially with a nature like ours. Janelle shook her head and slapped her hand to her forehead. The world spun around her. This wasn't her father in front of her, talking about killing. You're not saying these things, Dad. Her father remained frozen. Then he faced Gary as anger flashed. She'd never seen that look in her father's eyes before. A hint of dark gray swirled there. I told you not to tell her anything. A thunderous growl crept into her father's voice that she'd never heard. Then he faced her. Janelle, where did you find him? At the hospital. Her heart thudded, and she prayed she was imagining her father like this. There was no point in lying now. Then after school today. Her father sucked in a deep breath. He was shaking and trying to control himself, and his eyes and voice settled. Janelle, did a woman in a gray business suit see you? She nodded, begging her quivering chin to stop. She was about to lose it completely. Did she try to come after you? No point in hiding this anymore. Why, yes. At the hospital and at school, that woman was asking about me. I overheard it, but the principal made her leave. Her father swore, thunderous again, as he paced across the living room. It was as if a beast was tearing off the mask that he'd worn all his life. I never should have taken you to the hospital. Janelle barely heard her own words. Dad, it wasn't your fault. Your voice is messed up. Please stop sounding like this. You didn't know she'd be there. Busted, but who cared? She needed to change the subject before she broke down crying. Her father stared hard at her. We leave for the Bahamas tomorrow. I'm booking the first flight. Gary, you're coming with us. A few Tempest families down that way might be willing to hide you. I'm not going. Janelle balled her fists. Her father no longer looked like a gentle, nerdy man. His eyes were angry. Stormy. This was his real nature. He stepped towards Janelle, and a few papers blew off the kitchen table. You're going. His voice barely sounded human anymore. Her father couldn't control himself. Mention of Cordelia had thrown him over the edge, or maybe some part of him enjoyed the power. He cared about this legend and this bizarre law. Pain ripped through her throat and chest. We can just go inland and get away from her. I'm sure there are lots of places we can go. Why not move back home? They could go back to sanity and forget all about this. Her father shook his head as the papers settled. It doesn't work that way. You'll get a whole new perspective after this trip. Get in the truck. We're going right now. Get away from me. Stomach heaving, she walked across the room and bumped into the kitchen table. The table lurched and the truck keys jingled on it. Janelle seized them and bolted for the front door. It would have to be the truck after all. Janelle, you cannot run from this. Her dad pressed himself against the door, staring hard at her. Yes, his eyes were dark gray now. Swirling. Ominous. You've lied to me enough. Her senses cleared. Every sound amplified in her ears as she ran for the kitchen window. Gary, come on. Her dad's mouth dropped open as he ran for her, but Gary jumped before her father. They crashed and hit the wall with a thump. Go, Janelle. Gary shouted. Get out of here. Janelle slid the window open with a bang. Muggy air and orange light washed over her as she crawled out, dizzy. She landed on the cool grass, sprang up, and raced for the silver truck. Thumps and bangs echoed in her ears. The front door flew open, and her father and Gary scrambled out, pushing each other aside. Gary's wide-eyed gaze met hers. He couldn't hold him back for long. Just put the keys down, Janelle. Her father yelled over Gary's grunts, sounding completely human now. She wouldn't give him time to drag her down the ocean and shove her in. Janelle hit the remote. Click. The doors unlocked. Now, she'd have to start the truck before her dad pulled her out. She reached the door as Gary jumped into the passenger seat. Come back in the house. Her dad appeared at her side and seized her left arm with a grip like iron. We will talk this out. Janelle froze in place. He wanted to talk this out. He'd already clarified that she wouldn't have any choice. Then she struggled to wrench her arm from his grip, not caring if the neighbors overheard. If you want to be a monster, fine. But I'm not joining you. Hurt flashed across her father's now human features. Janelle. Leave me alone. She flicked her arm to the side and his grip broke. Her father hurtled backward, airborne. Time slowed. He hit the shrubs and fell back into them. Leaves swallowed him up, cracking and bending. Oh. Janelle stared at her father's legs, which stuck out of the shrub, thrashing. She'd hurled him across the yard. He might have lied to her, betrayed her, and once turned into a deadly force of nature, but he was still her father. The only parent she had left. He'd never actually hurt her. Despite the last few days, she knew for sure. The driver's side door came open, and Gary leaned out. Last chance to go, Janelle. But my dad. Janelle, her father said, breaking away from the shrub. Careful. The neighbors. Janelle leaped into the truck and started the ignition, ignoring the guilt squeezing at her heart. The truck's engine roared and the headlights shined on her father. Seatbelt, she said to Gary. He wrapped it around himself and nodded to her. Janelle pulled the gearshift back with a trembling arm. Her father jumped forward and seized the front bumper, glaring at Gary. Janelle hit the gas to reverse, but it was as if the truck had been chained to an aircraft carrier. Tires squealed against the pavement. The truck lurched back a few inches and stopped. Her father grimaced, showing his teeth. He was holding the truck there with his bare hands. What? Janelle beat the steering wheel. Come on, come on, come on. The squealing grew louder. A rubbery stench hit her nostrils. At last the truck broke free and reversed so fast that Janelle scrambled to find the brake. They stopped inches from the neighbor's debris pile, sending her back into the seat. No, Janelle. Her dad raced for the truck, arms waving, disregarding whatever the neighbors might see. She almost put the truck in park and opened the door. But the thought of what she'd become if she did keep her foot down. Gary tapped her right arm. Go. I am. She switched gears and hit the gas again, blazing down the street. In the rearview mirror, her father stood in the middle of the road and let his arms slap back down to his sides. Janelle let out a long breath. I can't believe this. I've never seen him like that before. Some of our kind hide our natures. Gary stared down at his feet. He freaked out. Janelle took breath after breath as she kept her foot on the gas. The silence grew heavy. It was time to change the subject. How am I going to explain this to Leslie? If she even bought it, she won't buy my excuse for long. Her voice cracked. Hey, I came back here because my father's a monster, and I didn't want to add destructive hurricane to my resume. Gary leaned forward. Janelle. That light's red. She jolted. Twin traffic signals glowed like a pair of evil eyes. She lifted her foot and slammed on the brake. Too late. With another squeal of tires, they slid right into the busy intersection, and straight into the path of an oncoming freight truck. Chapter 8. Headlights blinded Janelle as a horn blasted through the air. All thought left her. She slammed her foot down on the gas pedal. Gary swore as they burst towards the other side of the intersection. Maybe they could make it through before. Bang. A jolt seized Janelle's body. Glass shattered. The world spun. The massive side of the freighter rumbled past. Another jolt shook her body as they slammed into a street sign that appeared from the spinning chaos. They stopped. Janelle took a huge breath as she gazed at a shrub and the bent sign in front of them. Was she hurt? And what about Gary? She glanced at him. He lay back on the seat, mouth gaping open and arms limp at his sides. No. Gary couldn't be dead after what he'd done for her. Gary. She broke her paralysis and shook his arm. Huh. He blinked like he'd woken up from a long nightmare. You all right? Janelle leaned forward to hug him, but the seatbelt held her back. You're okay, she breathed, heart bashing against her chest. She glanced at her body, expecting blood and splintered bone, but appeared unhurt. The freighter had squeaked to a stop ahead of them. Its hazard lights kicked on, and a man in a blue uniform jumped down from the passenger door and raced for them, mouth hanging open. Are you hurt? He called. The rest of the shock blew away in a second. I don't know. I don't know. A panic seized her. Janelle's breath came in shallow gasps as she gripped the fabric of her jeans. Gary sat up with a groan. This isn't good. How bad? Janelle looked out the rear window. It was smashed. Gone. Glass covered the truck floor, sparkling yellow in the streetlight. One tailgate corner was bent like a giant's hand had squeezed it. Maybe Janelle should feel some kind of revenge against her father, but she couldn't. The sight of the truck only made her heart ache more. She was already destroying things. Maybe her Tempest nature was already taking over. Janelle urged her heart to slow. She took a deep breath. No chest pain flared inside her, so her ribs were fine. You want me to call an ambulance? The guy stared into the passenger window with huge eyes. The driver up there's calling the police right now. And we'll need your insurance info. This truck's going to have to be towed, unfortunately. No. Janelle flipped off her seatbelt. I'm sure they'll send one anyway. Look, we've got to go. Her father was only 2 minutes away. He could get here in no time even if he walked. And if the cops got here, there would be no leaving. Yeah. Gary tossed his seatbelt off. We really need to leave, sir. The man held up a hand, squinting at the rear tire. You can't go until the police get here. That's a felony. And you're not moving with a back end like that. Janelle jumped out of the truck. Gary's feet slapped onto the pavement as he ran around the hood to join her. She ignored the slowing traffic and followed the truck driver's gaze. Gary's mouth fell open. Oh man! The back tire had twisted out of place. They were only moving if they wanted to spark all the way to Orlando. Her stomach dropped at the thought. She was doing everything wrong, everything. Gary must think she was an idiot. Her father would never forgive her. She had destroyed his truck. The same way he destroyed lives. And the same way she would if her father caught up. She couldn't stop now, unless she wanted to become a murderer. Janelle waved to Gary. Come on. The truck driver narrowed his eyes at her. Whoa. I said you're not going anywhere. You could get in big trouble for leaving the scene of an accident, and then there's the insurance to work out. We have to go, Gary said, seizing her arm. Janelle's legs threatened to give out. We're sorry about this. When my dad gets here, let him know we're okay. She let Gary pull her to the sidewalk and ran. The man yelled at her to return, but his voice faded into the traffic noise behind them. They were in a suburb. Homes clicked on lights to gawk at the happenings. People would see them, but she didn't stop as they ran around a corner. Gary ran beside her and released her arm. Janelle, this is illegal. So is killing people. Now Gary wanted her to stick around. He sure hadn't when she'd thrown her dad across the yard. Wow, she didn't get him. She then ran across the parking lot of a party store with rubbery legs, feeling sick. Gary puffed right behind her. Okay. You've got a point. We lay low, as much as possible. Sirens wailed and grew louder. Her back prickled as if they could see her already. No one got hurt. No one got hurt. Janelle repeated the mantra as she ran, pulling Gary between a plaza and a tall wooden fence. Janelle's feet ached and burned when they got to Palm Grove High School, almost an hour later. It was where the cab was supposed to pick them up, and she'd never canceled the ride. However, the cab was long gone, and they'd walked into the end of a football game. A few cars pulled out of the parking lot, and the lights in the field dimmed, leaving the campus in darkness. Already, the school grounds looked desolate. Music thumped as Janelle caught her breath and stopped at the lot's edge. Are you okay? Gary asked, stopping beside her. We were supposed to have a cab here, Janelle said. She pulled her phone from her pocket. They had missed it by 20 minutes. Now it's gone, or someone else took it, and I don't know if I can call another ride. It hurt to speak. No one's following us? Gary looked behind him at the street. No. Ironically, we met in this lot. She wasn't sure how to react to that. Hopefully they could blend in if the cops came looking this way. Otherwise, they might be screwed. Janelle sighed and kicked at a piece of loose concrete. Everything was going wrong with her escape plan. If she could just go somewhere far from the ocean, this monster waking inside of her would calm down. She'd essentially return to being a regular human, and could forget about all this. Then anger followed the thought. Her father didn't have to move her to his childhood home. Nobody forced him to quit his old job. He had chosen this for her. She didn't want to understand why. Could you summon an Uber? Gary asked. A bunch of cheerleaders in a passing car turned out of the lot, leaving no one else but them. But she scrolled. Maybe. I can refund the other ride later. And I'll need to download the app first. Yikes. I'm not sure I can do that without a credit card on file, which I don't have. The other place took cash. Gary frowned, looking almost cute. There must be another way to get to the airport. At least your father stalled. For now. She faced him. Her father was desperate, Unlike her, he had a credit card. Janelle did not have the advantage here. Gary ground a pebble into the cracked concrete as he faced the school. It was dark inside. "Hey, I know a spot behind a strip mall where there's a shed we can sleep in for the night. It's about a mile from here." Janelle shivered. The thought of being on the streets all night weighed down on her, but the only other option was to return to her dad and find out what being a hurricane felt like. She stood and clenched her teeth. He wanted her to kill. Or what if there was some other reason for all this? Would her power build and hurt her if she didn't go along? Janelle shoved that thought down because it was so horrifying it made her dizzy. "The shed it is." "Janelle? Waiting for your folks to pick you up." She jumped, but Mr. DeVille strode towards them, his whistle bouncing on his gray shirt. Her new teacher was a welcome sight. She began, fumbling for an excuse. "Great game, huh?" Her teacher leaned against a concrete pillar. "We've been waiting to spank the Cougars for years. Coaching is a passion of mine." "Yeah. It was," Janelle said. Something about Mr. DeVille made her feel a little better. Maybe it was the fact that he'd turned Cordelia away in the office. "It's getting awfully late," he said, surveying the lot. "You two have a ride home?" Gary looked at Janelle and nodded. Clearly, Mr. DeVille thought he was a student at her school. They had one last shot, and she'd better try for it. It was all up to her. I'm supposed to meet my dad so we can leave for the Bahamas tonight, but I missed the dial-a ride that was supposed to pick us up," she said, letting her voice wobble a little. After everything tonight, she could not hold it together, which felt terrible. "He just flew in from a business trip, so he's waiting at the airport for me. We'll miss our flight if he drives out here to pick me up. Do you know of any services that can pick us up without a credit card?" Mr. DeVille rubbed his chin. "There's got to be a bus or something you can take." "And who's this?" He gestured to Gary, but his tone was still as friendly as ever. "Crap. My cousin, Gary. He's going with us." Her teacher took a long look at him. Way too long. He could see right through her lie. She and Gary didn't share a single trait, except for one. And that had to stay a secret. Mr. DeVille nodded and took out his phone. "We'll get you to where you need to go." Then, as he pulled the screen up to his face, he froze. A motor sounded as it turned up the drive to the school. Janelle looked, and distant headlights lit the shrubs. Gary looked at Janelle and grimaced. "I know that motor." This drive dead-ended at the school. Whoever was coming wasn't going to pass by. "In. Quick. Somebody's coming." Mr. DeVille motioned them inside. "I want you to stay out of sight." "What's?" she asked, but Mr. DeVille pulled on Janelle's other arm with a grip like iron. "Now, Janelle. Not many people visit me this late. I'll put you in a classroom till they leave." The ground seemed to drop out. "Cordelia." Gary swore behind them as he followed closely. The vehicle coming up the street was moving slowly, or the driver would have seen them already. Thankfully, the metal school doors were unlocked, and she didn't resist and burst in through the doors, running beside Gary and her teacher. Her throat went dry. "Is it that woman looking for me earlier?" "Likely." Her teacher refused to let go and pulled Janelle inside the dark hallway. "We'll talk later. Lay low." He unlocked a classroom and waved them inside, only releasing her arm when she was halfway in the room. Gary dove into the classroom with huge eyes, begging her to follow. She did as Mr. DeVille turned on a hallway light. The vehicle's motor was already idling in the lot. Mr. DeVille shut them in just as the squeak of the outer doors opening floated down the hall. A set of high heels tapped closer. A few other pairs of footsteps joined it. It was her. Cordelia. The monster was here. She was coming to talk to Mr. DeVille, which could mean only one thing. "Is Mr. DeVille a Tempest, too?" she whispered, backing away from the classroom door. She bumped into a desk and ducked low, facing the door's rectangular window. Gary shrugged beside her, barely visible as he also ducked. He must be. She trembled in place as her ears rang. Had Cordelia spotted them running into the school? Janelle eyed the windows for an escape route. Both classroom windows led outside. Hello, Hank. Cordelia's loud voice boomed through the hallway, sharp and cold as a razor blade. How is your evening? Is the school cleared out? Yes, ma'am. The last football players just left. The janitor's down at the bus garage, but she might return any minute. Mr. DeVille kept his voice professional before her. Janelle's bladder felt ready to let go. Standing just feet away was the infamous Cordelia in the form of a human. And were those other footsteps coming in behind her? If I can say something really quick, a young man started. Yes. The monster had brought company. Cordelia made a tisk sound and must have cut him off with a hand motion. Her voice grew lower and more threatening with each word. Of course you're coaching small-town football, Hank. What a waste. But maybe I shouldn't expect too much from you after you leveled a few towns and started a relief fund for your own victims. Those people would kill us as soon as they had the chance. I can't believe you're Arabella's son. Janelle let out her breath. At least Mr. DeVille wasn't one of the really bad Tempests. Hey, I tried with him. An old woman's voice rang out just outside the door. Mr. DeVille sighed. Not now, Mother. Janelle gulped. There were at least 3 Tempests on Cordelia's side out there. Tempests who enjoyed killing people and who craved destruction. And she knew what they'd want her for. Cordelia spoke again, voice level. Anyway, I'm visiting all known Tempests in the area tonight. I'm offering a reward for the capture of a certain individual, the Janelle I was searching patiently for earlier today. She still hasn't turned up, and I have no idea what her last name has been changed to, so if you come across that information, I would greatly appreciate it. Arabella, the official statement, please. The old woman, Mr. DeVille's mother, cleared her throat. Janelle, age 16 and last name unknown, is currently wanted by Tempest High leader, Cordelia L. Morgan. She is to remain unharmed and brought directly to Cordelia or the Elder Council if found or cited. A substantial reward will be offered to whoever delivers her to Alara. Janelle stands 5 feet tall with blonde hair and a slim build. She may be accompanied by Gary Plankett, also age 16, who is considered a fugitive and for whom a reward is also being offered. Janelle cringed and tapped her fingers on her jeans. Then she seized Gary by the sleeve. Her feet ached from crouching, but shadows moved before the classroom door. They were right there. Would Mr. DeVille go for the reward, a double reward? Teachers got paid peanuts. If the door opened, she could run for the window across the room and break it open with a chair, and then they could make a run for the woods. Janelle looked at Gary. She nodded. He returned the gesture and pointed over his shoulder. And we need her by the end of next week at the latest, Cordelia added. Her name is up on the list next. Operation Reckoning will not wait. Janelle held her breath. Operation Reckoning. Mr. DeVille echoed. You can't be saying. Yes. Janelle's the one with enough power in her to pull it off. Cordelia sounded as if she were showing off a new car. I've been waiting years for this. Government agencies are on the verge of discovering our existence. When they do, it's over. Humans will refuse to understand our purpose. Striking first is our best chance for survival. You're saying she's more powerful than either of us? We're the 2 strongest Tempests on this side of the world. Arabella betrayed her shock. Who are her parents? Do not question me. Janelle's heart threatened to beat out of her chest. They thought she was more powerful than even Cordelia. She knew nothing about Arabella, but whatever she did couldn't have been good. Ma'am, if I can have a word. It's important. The voice of the young man cut in again. What, Kevin? I saw 2 kids running into the building with Hank before I pulled into the parking lot. It might have just been a few humans, but checking the premises doesn't hurt. Gary took her arm, cutting off circulation, and tugged her towards the window, eyes huge in the darkness. Panic exploded. Janelle raced after him, but she caught her foot on a table leg, which sent her sprawling to the floor. Pain surged through her elbow as she held in a cry. The table toppled behind her with a deafening crash. Gary stopped, standing just above her. The classroom door flew open with a loud bang. High heels tapped closer. Terror paralyzed her. A hand seized the back of Janelle's shirt and yanked her to her feet, spinning her around. Her gaze landed on a group standing in the doorway: Mr. DeVille, the young man in sunglasses, Kevin, and an old woman with loose skin and curly gray hair. Janelle tensed, ready to write, but a hand grabbed her chin and turned her head to the side. Cordelia's sharp face stared into her own, triumphant. Even in the semi-dark, the stormy gray irises and the rage within showed her true nature. "Hello, Janelle." Chapter 9. A cry of revulsion rose up in Janelle's throat. She struggled to yank her wrist from the monster's grip, but the Tempest High Leader's strength matched hers. This monster had taken 800 lives. Purposely. Cordelia's shark grin grew wider. She'd won already. Now, Janelle was trapped in the grip of someone far worse than her father ever could have been. It had been a mistake to leave. She wanted to go back to him, and now, even if he took her straight to the ocean. Better his company than Cordelia's. "So, you must have heard me. All Tempests are born with different natural potentials, and you have great power, Janelle. You're going to make history." Heart racing, Janelle thrashed against her grip. "Look, you're making a mistake. I'm not like that." Paralysis stole over her. She should kick. Scream. Janelle sucked in a breath. She was tired of everyone telling her what to be. "I'm not like that." "But you are," Cordelia said with an infuriating calmness that was somehow more terrifying than her roaring tone. "I'll help you bring out that power. You'll save us." Mr. DeVille's voice quavered as he spoke. "You can't use this girl for Operation Reckoning. The guilt would kill her. I won't stand for this." Cordelia faced him, her words rolling like crashing waves. "Do not argue with me." Janelle took the distraction. She ducked and kicked, breaking Cordelia's grasp. The classroom tilted around her as she backpedaled. "Janelle!" Gary shouted, grasping a desk. "Behind me!" Cordelia's other hand shot out and caught her wrist before she could reach him, stopping her cold. Now the monster's voice dripped with sugar, but a blade slid underneath, waiting to come out and slice at any second. "Janelle, listen to me. I have your best interests at heart. You might be scared now, but your fear is misdirected. The world is changing, and we need to." She refused to look. Instead, Janelle ducked as Gary lifted the desk, and the massive dark shape swung through the air with a whoosh. Cordelia ducked, pulling Janelle downward, but she broke from that powerful grasp and those sharp fingernails. A horrifying crash followed as Janelle crawled along the floor toward Gary's sneakers. Cordelia fell away, pushed by the desk. Gary seized her arm, helping her stand, and the room broke into chaos. Mr. DeVille blocked Kevin and Arabella the best he could, but the pair pushed into the classroom. Gary took her place, fists balled and nodding at some chairs nearby. "Grab something." Could she fight? Yes. Janelle seized a chair, lifting it in front of her with surprising ease. To the side, Mr. DeVille did the same as Kevin shoved him back. He looked at them as sweat rolled down his temple. Janelle had never fought anyone in her life. Her father raised a pacifist, and Cordelia wanted a warrior. Something hardened inside her as Kevin and Arabella faced the trio. They were unsure what to do, and Cordelia pushed herself off the floor, shoving a square shape with metal legs off her. Kevin charged. Janelle shoved the chair at him, colliding. She screamed out her terror and her rage. Oomph! Kevin collided with it so hard that his sunglasses bounced on his face. He flew back. Gary shouted something. Then Kevin flew back, hitting the file cabinet with a bang. She'd pushed back a guy twice her size. But there was no time to marvel. Janelle, come on, Gary said, pushing her to the door. He had the same idea.
Mr. DeVille got behind her.
Go, he ordered. Janelle dropped the chair and ran. Something fell from her pocket and clattered to the floor, but she couldn't stop. The only thing that mattered right now was getting away from the Tempest High leader and whatever plan she had for her. Mr. DeVille pulled out his keys as he slammed into the double doors, sending them flying open so hard they banged against the building. A maroon car waited outside in the parking lot. It was their ride out of here. High heels hit the floor behind her, loud and desperate. Janelle. She stole a glance back. Cordelia ran after them, teeth bared. She'd reached them before Mr. DeVille got the door unlocked. Janelle stopped, gaze darting around for anything she could use to slow her down. What are you doing? Gary's voice rang in her ears as his shoes squeaked to a stop. Go. Get the car started. He didn't. A fire extinguisher hung from the wall nearby. Janelle took it and pulled out the pin, aiming the nozzle at Cordelia. She'd practiced with extinguishers before. Her father made sure of that. What was she doing? This couldn't work. But the Tempest High leader slid to a stop 2 feet away, rage melting from her face as her jaw dropped open. Her arms flew up in front of her as Janelle pulled the trigger. A white spray erupted from the nozzle, showering Cordelia. She let out a human scream with no trace of growling wind or crashing waves. But within seconds, the foam sputtered to a stop. She swung the extinguisher. It struck the side of Cordelia's skull with a hollow ring, and the monster stumbled away in shock. Janelle dropped the empty extinguisher to the floor, where it rolled away. Come on. Gary shouted. Janelle ducked out of the door he was holding open. The headlights shined at her like a pair of eyes, and the engine rumbled, pleading with her to hurry. She yanked the door open and dove into the backseat. Janelle. You're betraying your people. Despite the blow to the head, Cordelia stood by the exit door, the extinguisher's contents covering her body like a foamy parka. Baring her teeth again, she raised both palms. Janelle clawed her jeans, bracing for the storm in the parking lot. Go. Just go. She won't die. A faint breeze whistled through the air and died. Mr. DeVille changed gears. But you slowed her down. He stared on, as Cordelia let loose a cry of frustration and waved her hands again. Papers blew across the parking lot, but they stopped after a few feet as if too exhausted to go on. I said go. Janelle shouted. She didn't have time to care that she sounded bossy. I agree, Gary said, snapping on his seatbelt. Mr. DeVille finally hit the gas. Hang on tight. Cordelia ran towards the car, shaking off foam and raining it everywhere. She'd reach them in 2 seconds. Janelle pushed the manual lock down. Exit. The Tempest High leader reached the door and tugged on it, face contorting with frustration, but it refused to budge. The car sped forward with a squeal, breaking her grip and leaving her in the middle of the parking lot.
Mr. DeVille.
Thanks. Janelle sank into her seat several minutes later. She had to remember to breathe again. I didn't mean to sound so horrible. Her teacher turned onto a freeway entrance ramp. I'm sorry that happened back there. I had no idea that woman would show up again. That wasn't your fault, Gary said, massaging his neck. He must have heard it during the fight. And I know who she is now, Janelle said. Gary had thrown an entire desk for her. At Cordelia, who surely wouldn't let him live after that. And Mr. DeVille had betrayed his mother. The turn signal clicked off as her teacher merged onto the freeway, joining a river of red taillights flowing into the darkness. It went without saying that he was taking them to the airport. Orlando, right? He stopped talking for a moment to let Gary nod. I'm sure she's alerted every Tempest in the area that you're on the run, Janelle. That's really great. How did Cordelia seem to lose her power back there? She couldn't even open my door. Janelle looked at Gary beside her, and he shrugged. He didn't seem to know much more than she did then, which made her feel less stupid. Mr. DeVille rolled down a window, letting the cool night air blast in. That stuff on her must have been at a low temp. Anything cold takes a tempest's power away, even if they're near the ocean. It's only temporary, so don't get comfortable. But it might be good for you to know. Why didn't you kill her while you had the chance? Gary sagged in his chair, letting go of his neck. I thought hitting her like that would be enough. If Cordelia died, they wouldn't have to worry about her anymore. And she deserved it. Janelle gulped. She had never had thoughts like this before, which scared her. I know I'm supposed to be this natural-born murderer, but... At least her rule would have ended, Mr. DeVille said. If she dies, maybe a Tempest with some morals could take her place. She has no heir, so I'm unsure who the Elder Council would choose. He let out a breath and relaxed his grip. My family's got no room to talk, though. In the 60s, my mother took about 500 lives in the Caribbean. That's awful. Janelle leaned back again and closed her eyes. Compared to that, her dad seemed human. What if she'd made a mistake by leaving him? So, when did you find out about Tempests? Mr. DeVille asked. Her teacher's voice forced her out of her thoughts. Today. Gary told me. That's more of a notice than what I got. I found out right after my mother sneaked behind me and pushed me off the fishing boat. It was no wonder Mr. DeVille didn't like his mother. At least the guy had a normal life now. That gave Janelle some hope. If she could hide long enough to avoid her fate, she could have a regular life too. Things could still go back to normal. What's Operation Reckoning? After a long, tense moment, Mr. DeVille shifted in the driver's seat. You didn't answer my question. What is it? I ought to know since I'm the one needed for it. He stole a look back at her. You've had enough bad news today and don't need any more. I suggest you work on staying away from Cordelia so that you never have to find out. Chapter 10. Traffic thinned as they headed out of town. You realize why your dad's taking you to the Bahamas? Mr. DeVille asked. His tone was gentle and careful. I'm assuming that you do. Gary shot her a warning glance and Janelle knew what to say. Yes. It was the truth, and made a sick feeling swell inside her. Janelle had better pretend she was going along with the natural law. If Mr. DeVille found out she was running away, well, her dad would be happy to get her back. He'd consider her father a better bet than Cordelia. I knew you were a Tempest when you told me about your house not taking any damage, Mr. DeVille said. That, and you mentioned your Bahamas vacation when you got your homework from me. Your name's also on the list this year, so it was easy to make the connection. Oh, Janelle said. She wanted to retract to some tiny point inside herself and hide. Her teacher glanced in the mirror at her. Are you scared? Yes. There was no point in lying about that one. Her teacher stole a glance back at her. A lot of parents want to spare that. A question had been burning inside her for some time now, stamped there by her father's desperate pleas for her to come back. Has anybody skipped their turn? Mr. DeVille passed a slow-moving truck. Some have tried. One guy fled to Alaska for 3 weeks when it was his time. Then, a woman locked herself in her basement in the 70s when her name came up. Both times, something weird happened. Janelle forced a laugh. Isn't this weird already? What happened? She looked at Gary, but he shrugged. Mr. DeVille tapped the steering wheel. Everything just paused. No other Tempests could transform when they jumped or got pushed in the water. It was as if the entire cycle got locked up, but it all returned to normal when those two finally gave in. Really? Gary asked. He shot a glance back at Janelle.
Cordelia never told me that.
Of course, I never really wanted to talk to her. Janelle straightened up in her seat. She needed to say something because Mr. DeVille looked at her suspiciously. That's interesting. Could she stop this madness for everyone? Gary gave her another look. His hazel eyes were wide with hope. They spoke volumes. Mr. DeVille interrupted her thoughts. Do you have a phone on you? You should call your dad to let him know you're safe. Janelle reached into her pocket. She could pretend to call him, and her teacher wouldn't know the difference. Her hand closed on the wad of bills and the picture of her mom, but nothing else. Gulping, Janelle searched her pockets again and lifted herself off the seat to ensure she hadn't sat on it. Nope. It wasn't on the floor. And she hadn't left it at home, she'd shoved it in her pocket. It had probably gotten lost or crushed with her luck during the fight. Now, she'd have to find a payphone to call Leslie if they even made those things anymore. It's gone. My phone, I mean. Janelle let out a long sigh, leaning back onto the seat. Just my luck. I bet my dad's super worried right now. You can just meet your dad at the airport and tell him you lost it. I'm sure he'll count running into Cordelia as a good excuse. Mr. DeVille braked behind a slow-moving Cadillac. The Orlando airport dwarfed the one in Flint, hands down. But that meant more flights. Gary gave Janelle a secret thumbs up as Mr. DeVille parked. Her teacher smiled at them as he got out. I'll come in with you if Cordelia's sent anyone this way. She has many connections, probably more than even the Elder Council knows. They're sure to check the airports. Thanks, Janelle said, though she really wanted to curse. She shot a glance at Gary. He grimaced at her. Her teacher would discover their half-truth in minutes. She followed him past rows of cars under lights and into the enormous terminal building. People jostled past them. The scents of coffee and leather luggage filled the air. Her teacher waved them through crowds of sleepy midnight flyers and to a glowing flight list. Gary tapped Janelle's arm and pointed to one near the top. The next flight home left at 7 in the morning. That one would have to work. Ah. This must be the one your father bought tickets for. Mr. DeVille tapped the screen. The green text read Nassau, Bahamas, just 2 slots above the second Michigan flight. 4:45 a.m. On time. Janelle's stomach turned. That's probably it, she said, mouth dry. Had she stayed home, her dad would have booked that flight. He might be waiting around here somewhere. Her teacher surveyed the room. He's probably by the gate, which I can't get to without tickets. In that case, you'll need to wait for him to come out here, Mr. DeVille said. He motioned to the security lines. Maybe we should split up, Gary said. He could be hanging out anywhere near the entrance. We'll go check by the snack bars. That's where I'd rather sit and wait for someone. Mr. DeVille rubbed a hand over his thin hair. You sure? What if you run into trouble? Janelle looked around the other travelers. She could feel the tingle of escape. Men in business suits strolled past with cups of coffee. A woman sat back in a chair, snoring. Do Tempests still have their powers this far from the coast? And couldn't we yell for security if something happens? We're nowhere near as strong here. Mr. DeVille studied a nearby cafe. You're right. We ought to split up, but meet me right back here in half an hour, no later. What does your dad look like? Janelle told him, keeping her description as vague as she could. Mr. DeVille nodded and headed toward the luggage claim and the car rental area. He vanished around a corner and didn't return. We should have given him a false description, Gary said, letting his hand slap on his jeans. What if your dad really is here? He expects you to get a flight. Janelle sighed. I'm a bad liar. Mr. DeVille looked at me like he expected me to run. It happened when I asked what happens if a Tempest skips their turn. Gary sighed. I saw that and I'm sorry. I'm messed up after what they made me do. Now we should get a flight away from here. Then Gary looked over her shoulder and widened his eyes. He leapt at her and grabbed her hand, pulling her behind the billboard like someone was shooting at them. What? She started. Gary locked his fingers inside of hers. They now stood inches apart, and she could feel his body heat mingling with hers. Shish. A tingle ran up Janelle's arm but stopped cold. Around the billboard, she saw the horror. A woman in a gray business suit stood with a young guy in sunglasses at the ticket counter. It was Cordelia and Kevin. Okay, Janelle said in a squeaky voice, squashing against Gary. Cordelia might have figured out they were headed to an airport and made a lucky guess. She and Gary should have opted for a bus. Seconds passed. Gary's breath blew against her neck as he whispered in her ear. She's gonna kill me for throwing that desk at her. See what they're doing. You're closer. Janelle held her breath and leaned past the board's edge as slowly as possible. Kevin left the counter, a printed plane ticket in his hands. He stared at a small black object Cordelia held out to him, as she pointed him down the hall like a mother sending a kid to his room. Kevin bolted to the gates and vanished into security as if his plane was about to close the boarding doors. Kevin's going to catch a flight. Cordelia's still out there, she said, the muscles in her legs tight and ready to move. Her chest grew tight at the thought of losing Gary. Cordelia turned slowly in a circle, taking in the plaza as if she could smell them like a shark following a blood trail. Janelle pulled back, wishing she were with her father, no matter the cost. The second she heard those high heels, she'd book and scream for security at the top of her lungs. It was the best chance she had. Then she'd call her dad and apologize. If she didn't, his last memories of her would be tonight's, or worse, on television in her other form that she dared not think about. But the footfalls never came. A gray blur moved past them and down the main hall a minute later. Janelle took a long breath and made a mental note to herself not to go near the front of the airport. She went back out the front entrance. How did she know we were coming here? Gary shrugged, peeling himself from the board. The color slowly returned to his face. Well, this is the most likely airport we'd go to. We've got to hide somewhere before Cordelia comes back. Good point. I'm wondering if I should go and call. Janelle made for the stores but stopped. Gary still held her hand tight. He released it and swallowed, red replacing the paleness of his face. Gary turned away and waved her to the closest souvenir shop, where racks of t-shirts waited inside. She dodged between souvenirs and magazines, going as far back as possible. Janelle's hand was tingling. This time it couldn't possibly have anything to do with the ocean. Man, that was close, Gary said, looking away. His cheeks were still red. We need to get a flight out of here. Now. It doesn't matter where to. Good idea. They couldn't stand in here for the next 6 hours. Let's buy new clothes and get changed. It'll help throw Cordelia off if she comes back in. It'll be safer to get our tickets after that. Gary nodded, mute. He seemed lost in an ocean of his own thoughts. But there was a better time to ask about it. Until they were on a plane, any conversation about his feelings would have to wait. Janelle sifted through the shirts, searching for one that wasn't gray like Gary's. At last, she settled on a red tee that read Florida across the front. Here. Gary seemed to surface as he held up the shirt and grimaced. Is this some kind of joke? What? Oh. Sorry. The apology fell on its face. She went through the shirts again, trying to salvage the situation. But they all say Florida on them. I guess you have a point. Gary let the red bundle hang against his side in defeat. It's a Florida shirt then. Janelle picked out a pink shirt and cap. She couldn't blow this now. I'll suffer too. I hate pink. Gary gave her a small smile, but it might as well have been a full-fledged grin with the warmth it made her feel. After paying, she and Gary bolted down to the bathrooms to get changed. Now to get as far from the ocean as she could. If Mr. DeVille was right, and no other tempests could change until she did, dozens of hurricanes that couldn't slam into coastal cities or slaughter hundreds. There could be no more Cordelias or Kevins or Arabellas. Countless people would be spared if she ran away and found a way to keep her distance from the ocean. She had every reason to run. When she left the bathroom, she found Gary waiting in his new red shirt. Now, let's get our tickets for that flight at 7. Once we're past security, Mr. DeVille can't follow us. Janelle, someone called from behind them. She froze Gary with her and whirled around. Mr. DeVille ran towards them, stomach bouncing up and down. Alongside him came a man with glasses and wavy brown hair. Her father had also come for her at the airport. Chapter 11. Janelle. Her father cut in front of Mr. DeVille, eyes huge and relieved. Right now, he looked completely human. His voice carried no trace of anything terrifying. Her father pulled her into a hug, and Janelle returned it. Dad. His warmth enveloped her. For a moment, the nightmare dissipated. But then she remembered with a gut punch. He still wanted to take her to the ocean. Janelle. I didn't mean to scare you earlier. I was angry and I lost control, but it wasn't at you. He hugged her tighter as his hair tickled her cheek. I knew you'd probably come here since this is the closest major airport. The neighbor guy drove me. I was so worried that you got on that 1 a.m. flight to Flint. I saw Kevin, Cordelia's assistant, running that way. He was probably checking those gates. Obviously, I didn't. Janelle pulled herself out of the hug and caught her breath. The plane ticket made sense. Otherwise, Kevin couldn't have gotten through security. Gary shot her a wide-eyed glance. At least they hadn't boarded that flight. Kevin would have caught up with them if they had gotten here half an hour earlier. Have you seen him since? I just got here. Her father released her shoulders but remained close. Then he studied her clothes and narrowed her eyes. Did he know about the truck? Janelle gulped. She could distract him now and get away with Gary, but the words wouldn't come despite the smoldering anger that now returned. Cordelia might have sent him there to intercept you if you go that way. She might be here somewhere, her father continued. Then he seized her arm.
We need to stay together.
We'll talk about everything else later. Mr. DeVille sighed. I got them here as fast as I could. She is here, Gary said. He stood there, hands at his sides. Her father swore and grasped her forearm tighter. Now that they were farther from the ocean, Janelle lacked the strength to pull away. One horrifying question arose. How did Cordelia know to send Kevin to the Flint gate? Knowing to check the airport was one thing, but the exact destination was another. She'd think about it later. Janelle had a bigger problem. We've got to go home or get away from here as soon as possible. And I left all my stuff at the house. Shifting leg to leg, she shot her dad a pleading glance, one that she hoped would communicate everything she felt. Her father ran his hand through his hair and faced her teacher like the two were old friends. That's too dangerous. We've all got to get to the Bahamas. There's a flight there soon, right? Not that I'm aware. Gary stuffed his hands in his pockets, trying to look casual, but the lie wouldn't work. It fell to the floor, flopping and dying. Mr. DeVille glared at Gary, the realization coming over his features. Looks like these kids were pulling a fast one on me. There's a flight at 4:45 if I remember correctly. Her dad looked up and down the room, brushing his hand through his hair as he faced her teacher. Hank, you can't stay here either after crossing Cordelia. Gary, I'm having a talk with you later. Now we are staying together. No more arguments. Come on. Her father knew Mr. DeVille somehow. Her father wouldn't release her arm as he paid for tickets, took them through security, and to the gate for the Bahamas flight. Mr. DeVille breathed down Gary's back the whole time. Janelle struggled to find something smart or sarcastic, but nothing came out. This was better than ending up with Cordelia, but he was still taking her to the ocean. Why did her dad go along with this natural law, when he knew her escape would stop these deadly forces of nature and save thousands of lives? As they sat, she could only manage a whispered plea. Please, Dad. Don't make me do this. He loosened his grip for half a second before pressing her arm to the armrest again. It's okay. Life goes back to normal afterward. And Cordelia will stop chasing you. Her knees trembled despite sitting. But I don't want to kill people. Janelle shot a look at Gary, but he stared down at the floor as he took a seat beside her. Their plans were foiled. He was giving up hope. Her father didn't deny it. He looked away, because he knew that was what she would do. She tried prying her arm from her dad's grip, It didn't budge. Her father only pressed it harder against the armrest. The message was clear. She was going to the Bahamas, whether she wanted to or not. And then, think, Janelle. She wasn't doomed yet, and wouldn't be until she got on the boat. That was hours from now. Why couldn't her mother still be here? She might have helped her out of the situation if her mother was human. Mr. DeVille elbowed her father, grinning from the opposite side of him. It's a shame you had to cut off contact with us for so long, Lucas. I would have liked to know I had a niece before today. Janelle stared into her teacher's smiling face, a jolt running through her. Huh. Her father pointed to him with his free hand and smiled as if relieved to have another conversation topic. This is my little brother. You know, the one I haven't talked to in years and years. Only I'm not so little, Mr. DeVille said, patting his stomach. Janelle struggled to process the words. But why, she asked. Why didn't you guys talk for so long? Mr. DeVille seemed like a nice guy and not someone who liked drama. The two men didn't seem to hate each other. Janelle didn't understand. Her father looked far away into some void, lost, and he spoke in a low voice. When you were born, Cordelia was starting to go bad. She kidnaps our children and indoctrinates them now. We went into hiding, and to keep you safe, I needed to cut off all ties. I even changed our last names from DeVille to Duvall. A smile crept back onto his face. But thanks to you, I found my brother after 14 years. Thunderstruck, Janelle looked between the two men. Her teacher, her dad's little brother. They didn't look much alike except for their thin eyebrows. You moved us away from Florida because of that. But you always told me we moved to Michigan so Mom could care for her parents. What else hadn't he told her yet? Why is Cordelia so, evil? Her father sighed as his gaze sunk to the carpet. An invisible mountain had come down on top of him. Had she asked the wrong question? She wasn't always like that, Janelle. Or she just hid it well. A long, heavy silence followed. Despite holding Janelle's wrist, her dad put his face in his free hand. Was Mom a Tempest? Tina was human, he said without hesitation. Gary patted her on the back. At least Janelle could hold on to that. Why do I have to do this? The question grew, but she couldn't utter those words. Her teacher or uncle spoke up. I didn't know. Yes. It's a shame I never introduced her to the family. Her father cut him off. Janelle clutched her dolphin necklace with her free hand. Her mom wasn't a killer. She hadn't deserved to die that winter night. She squeezed the armrest tighter as the injustice of the world pulsed through her. Her mother had died way too soon, while Cordelia and Kevin and Arabella. That question burst out instead. Is Arabella my grandmother? Please say no. Gary lifted his head, eyes almost popping out of his face. Mr. DeVille blanched, gripping the armrests of his chair. That answered her question. Her father swallowed. Yes. We don't talk to her much. Hank told me what happened at the school. She doesn't know about you. Sorry, Gary mouthed to her. You don't have to have anything to do with her, her father finished. She wasn't the best mother. Mr. DeVille leaned back in his seat. I shouldn't have said a word about her. I'm stupid. Is that why Cordelia's after me? She blurted that out too. Her father shifted in his chair to face his brother. Probably. That's why we're going to the Bahamas tonight. He wasn't looking at her again. His words came down on her like a life sentence. Sometime later, the gate agent announced that boarding would now begin. The wall of silence went back up after they boarded the plane, with Janelle in the window seat. Her father didn't release her arm until the flight attendant closed the plane door. Gary and Mr. DeVille sat across the aisle. Everyone else looked like a happy vacationer. Janelle sagged into her seat. Her only consolation was that Cordelia and Kevin weren't on this flight. Did we leave her behind? She faced her father, who sat with bags under his eyes.
Cordelia has a private jet.
Her father twisted his fingers around each other. They didn't say anything beyond that. The plane took off. Gravity pushed Janelle back into her seat. Houses and car headlights grew smaller below her. She stifled a cry as she remembered what awaited her at their destination. When they landed, they'd be in the Bahamas. One step closer to. Gary started to snore after 15 minutes. The exhaustion had finally claimed him, and there was nothing he could do now anyway. Janelle's eyelids drooped, but she couldn't stop staring at the carpet of clouds below them as the sun rose. What did it feel like to be a hurricane anyway? Was it anything like this, drifting miles above the earth and looking down at the land below? Her stomach turned. No. Anything like that would be horrifying, and she'd remember it because Gary did. She might be the next Cordelia or Arabella if she was that powerful, even without Operation Reckoning. Hot tears gathered in the corners of her eyes and threatened to start spilling out. Turning away from her father, she wiped them away on her sleeve. No. She wouldn't bawl. When the time came, she'd fight with all she had. The clouds parted sometime later, and the ocean sparkled miles below. Another tingle swept through her body at the sight of it. For a moment, she imagined diving into the clear waters, letting them sweep over her, allowing her full power to burst free of this tiny, restrictive body, and to stop it. The monster wanted out, and she gripped the armrests. Her father wrapped his arm around her. It's okay. I know you're nervous. She didn't pull away. An hour passed. The sun had come up by now. The plane descended through puffy clouds. The ocean got closer and the tingle worse. Then, land and a runway appeared. Gary woke and jumped as the plane landed with a jolt. Pavement flew past outside, and the sun beat into the window. They'd arrived. Janelle's father took her arm again as they disembarked and entered the airport. Gary and Mr. DeVille dragged their feet behind them, yawning. Lucas. A tall, dark-skinned man weaved through the crowd with a broad smile splitting his face. The man shook her father's hand and slapped his back. He had a definite Caribbean accent. I haven't seen you in 16 years. Her father turned his head to face her. This is Dion. Dion Janelle. The man beamed at her, showing huge teeth. His gray spiral birthmark stood out on his left arm. This guy was a Tempest too, and Janelle tried shrinking back. And I haven't seen you, well, ever. Your dad never had time to introduce you to anyone. You're the boat driver, right? Anger filled her chest as she stared Dion in the eyes. Dion looked at her father, his smile vanishing. She knows, doesn't she? Her dad lowered his voice. We've got to get to the boat now. Cordelia probably knows we're here. Do you have it ready? The man's jaw dropped. Uh-oh. It's at the marina. Come on. There aren't too many places she'd expect you to go. Janelle dragged her feet, but her father's desperation seemed to have made him stronger. Dion picked up his pace. They followed through the crowd, reaching the airport exit in under 2 minutes. Fresh air with a faint salty smell washed over Janelle. Another tingle swept through her body and with it, a spike of panic. It was close. The ocean, and her transformation. Chapter 12. I can't do this, Janelle blurted 10 minutes into the car ride. Looking past Gary's messy hair, she faced the palm trees, blue skies, and pink buildings as they rolled through traffic. Paradise. If she had stayed ignorant of her Tempest status, she would have come here happy. With no escape from her fate but happy. It would have saved her some suffering, because there was nothing anyone could say to her now to make her feel better. She wished that Gary could sit back here with her. Instead, she had to sit crammed between her father and Mr. DeVille as Dion drove. Gary remained in the front passenger seat. Her father started to say something, but Dion slammed on his brakes as a green truck cut them off and sped through a yellow traffic light.
What an idiot.
What's so important that they have to nearly kill us? Calm down, her father said as the car stopped at the light. He took a deep breath. If we get into an accident, we run out of time. Janelle seized the armrest, watching her fingernails blanch. If this really has to be done for some reason, pick someone else to change instead of me. The Elder Council won't know the difference, right? Mr. DeVille cleared his throat. It's against the natural law to take another Tempest's place. Well, unless someone dies. The spike of panic returned, and her voice quivered. I didn't ask for this. Dad, say something. Her father squeezed her shoulder as his eyes locked on hers. Control yourself, Janelle. If you know how, you'll spare more lives. If you don't, you risk becoming like Cordelia. I've been teaching you to restrain your emotions for a reason. Another lie, huh? In front of her, Gary's shoulders slumped under the weight of his guilt. Her father gave her a pat on the shoulder. We'll talk more on the boat. You'll feel better. I promise. Sure. Dion turned past a colonial-style building and down a road lined with street lamps. Downhill, the ocean's blue expanse stretched as far as she could see and sparkled like broken glass. Rows of white boats bobbed up and down along a fence dock. Janelle's heart leapt into her throat as a painful spasm gripped her stomach. Would it be worth it to go on the boat and learn whatever her dad wanted to go over with her? But if she got on, there would be no turning around or going back. She needed to stall at all costs. I've got to go to the bathroom before we go, she said, crossing her legs. Sorry. My yacht has one, Dion said. It'll be a 2-day journey. I'm ready to have 4 people for that time. The ocean loomed as the car rolled closer to a closed gate. The now familiar tingle spread through her limbs, threatening to devour her. She squeezed her legs tighter together, squirming. Gary seemed to be giving up, but she hoped he had something up his sleeve and was faking out the men. She needed to work with him. It's an emergency. Her words fell on deaf ears. Dion left the car and undid the marina gate, sliding it open like a piece of cardboard. Her father faced her, forcing a smile. His yacht's not lavish like Cordelia's, but it can meet our needs for a few days. I sailed out in it when my mom took me to Bermuda. It's quite comfortable. Stop trying to change the subject, she said. Just tell me what's so great about this or let me use the bathroom. Preferably both. Dion hopped back into the car before her father could respond. Let's go set sail. Geez, let her go to the bathroom. Gary glared back at her father. No, Mr. DeVille and her dad said simultaneously. The car rolled past the pink marina office and entered the parking lot. The green truck that had cut them off earlier sat there, but no driver occupied it. Several couples walked down the docks, away from them of course, and onto their boats. One was pulling out of the row and turning around to depart into the beautiful day. A blood-red sail flapped on one of them as if beckoning to her. The color settled inside her like a warning, refreshing her terror. If I get on the boat, I'll kill people. Nothing her father could say would change that. If her father hadn't told her exactly why she had no choice in this matter, then there was no good reason to stay. Gary's posture remained tense. He was ready to run too. Janelle would take whatever distraction he gave her. Dion parked. Her father took her arm and pushed open his door without a word. Come on. It's right down the row. Icy panic raced through her veins. Janelle slid across the seat, flailing and catching her foot on the door's rim. But with another tug from her dad, it slipped, and she landed on the pavement outside. With a yank, she broke her father's grip and backed against the hot car. Escape. Janelle whirled around just in time for Mr. DeVille's chubby frame to block the way. She slammed into him as his arms wrapped her in a bear hug. Gary tugged at him from behind, but it was useless as her father caught his arms. Mr. DeVille's grip tightened around her. Boat. Now. Come on. Quick, her father said, leading Gary towards the docks. All the fake joy had left his expression and stride. Words had abandoned her. Janelle dragged her feet against the concrete, then the dock planks as Mr. DeVille forced her ahead. Another stiff ocean breeze hit Janelle's nostrils. The water rippled feet below. If she could only climb over the rope fence and dive in. No. The monster was fighting harder and harder for control. Dion stopped, peering around the hull of the next boat. Her father barely stopped in time to avoid smacking into him. Dion let loose a long string of swearing. They. Mr. DeVille forced Janelle past the sailboat and stopped. One of the yachts, Dion's, from the horrified look on the man's face, had listed back like the sinking Titanic. Cushions, curtains, and a life preserver floated out of a massive hole in the side. "Oh," Gary said, blinking. "Who did this?" her newfound uncle said behind her, unable to hide the nerves in his voice. Janelle tensed as Mr. DeVille's grasp loosened. She nodded to Gary, and he returned it but said nothing. Nobody needed to answer Mr. DeVille. Cordelia had ordered someone to do this. This couldn't be good. That meant she might be close. And that was even worse than going out on Dion's boat. "Hi, Dion." A high-pitched female voice floated down from the neighboring sailboat. Janelle jumped in place and followed the voice, to see a woman with curly black hair on top of the sailboat, smiling down at them. She had one arm wrapped around the mast of the blood-red sail, and her pink tank top did nothing to hide the gray spiral on her left arm. "Ivana." Dion's enraged voice echoed off the marina office. Then he lowered his voice. "We're not supposed to do this to each other." Janelle shot Gary a look of horror to watch him return it. "Ivana. Another infamous hurricane? Wasn't that the one that hit Mexico a few years ago?" "Dad, we need to go," Janelle said, seizing the opportunity. But her father hadn't heard. He watched the scene, frozen just a few feet up the dock from her. "Well, if you hadn't kicked me out, maybe I wouldn't have done this." She waved at Dion as if swatting a bug away. "Even so, it's nothing that personal. The economy's tough right now, and I'm just looking for some cash." The reward. Ivana was after it. "Dad," Janelle repeated louder this time. He wouldn't argue with leaving now. Her father flinched as Dion clenched his fists, aiming insults at his ex. Her father took his shoulder and squeezed as Mr. DeVille slapped Dion. "We need to leave." Her newfound uncle released her, taking her other arm a second later. Gary and her father ran behind her, shoes pounding on the boards under them. At the moment, she didn't care. It was better than Cordelia catching up with them wherever they took her. A metallic squeal sounded somewhere down the dock as Ivana let out a cry. A whoosh cut through the air, getting louder and louder. Something red and white crashed between the dock entrance and the parking lot, splintering boards and blocking the way. The dock trembled underfoot as the mass made an impact. Janelle gripped the rope fence and skidded to a stop, burning her palm on the rough wood. An entire sail and its mast lay between them and the parking lot. On both sides, only the ocean waited, leaving them no escape. Ivana had ripped it off a boat and thrown it with her bare hands.
Mr. DeVille let go of her.
Her father appeared at her side, slapping her back and freeing her from the shock. "We've got to leave before Cordelia gets here." Janelle glanced at her small arms again, but another tingle through her body reminded her that it was a deception, like it or not. The metal mast must weigh 1,000 pounds. Her heart raced. "Okay." Janelle hooked her palms under the mast beside her father and uncle. Red fabric pushed against her face, making her hair stand up. Behind her, Gary and Dion could only watch, unable to squeeze into the space without going off the side of the dock. The sail lifted like a massive piece of rice paper, barely weighing down on her arms as she hoisted it. Her father lifted beside her. "Just throw this off the side and we'll go." "I can't be doing this." Janelle lifted the pole up to her chest level. The pavement of the parking lot came into view. Higher. More of the parking lot came into view, and then a pair of high heels and slender gray pant legs. "Dad, put it back down." Her father's glasses shined in the sun as his mouth fell open. Another pair of hands seized the pole from behind, stretching out the sail like a tiger's claws trying to rip through. With another whoosh, it sailed through the air and crashed onto the top of another boat. Something shattered, echoing off the building. Gary muttered a curse behind her, unable to hide the panic in his voice. Cordelia stood at the mouth of the dock, wearing a triumphant smile. The bright sun only made her eyes darker as she stared at Janelle's father. I know you too well, Lucas. Relying on your old friend again to cart her away from me. Janelle backed into Gary. He took her arm and squeezed. The whole world seemed to shrink around Cordelia, leaving her the only thing that mattered. Her father made to move between them, to act as a shield, but Cordelia peered around him and smiled at her. The glare melted away. There's no reason to be scared of me, Janelle. You killed 800 people on purpose. Janelle's voice came out stronger than she thought. Why would anyone not hate you? Cordelia doubled back. Hurt flashed across her features, but then she collected herself. It was 800 people who would have wanted to kill us if they found us out, Janelle. You'll understand this someday. Janelle pressed closer to Gary, so close his breath blew against her ear. Could she fight? Dion was shrinking back like a dog with its tail between its legs. Mr. DeVille stood there, frozen, despite their outnumbering Cordelia. Even Gary shot her a warning look. Not a good idea, it meant. And he was right. Cordelia could summon a huge wave or two and wash her off this dock, and she wouldn't know how to fight back. Her father spread his arms before the Tempest High leader, pleading. Please, Cordelia, he spoke with a faint tremble.
Listen to me for once.
I know what you plan to do, and I can promise that Janelle will not participate in it. Our purpose is not to murder. Deep down you know this. Janelle took a breath as doubt crept in. What if it was wrong for her to run from this, somehow? Cordelia took a bold step towards him, the grays of her eyes deepening to their more ominous shade. Who would love us, Lucas? We're monsters. Her father remained silent. Cordelia turned to Gary so fast that he jumped in place. Your human father abandoned you and your mother when he found out what you were. She's a drunk thanks to him, and I had to take you on. Your situation is a mild example, by the way. Gary tensed next to her. He squeezed Janelle's hand tighter as hurt reddened his eyes. His slump. His pain. Being a Tempest was only part of it. He'd kept so much more buried underneath, like the body of an iceberg under the ocean. She couldn't help but turn to him. Gary, I never knew. She had no chance to finish. The Tempest High leader gazed past Janelle. A sharp pinprick jabbed into her right arm, piercing and burning. What? She glanced down, wincing in pain. Ivana pulled a syringe half filled with a blue liquid out of her skin. Cordelia's speech had been a distraction. She'd injected something into Janelle's arm. With a cry, Janelle yanked her arm away. A drug, and some of it was pumping through her veins already. She fell back against the rope fence of the dock, barely catching her balance. The air around her exploded with noise. What did you do? Gary bolted for Ivana with his fists balled. Panic filled her father's voice. Hank, get her out of here. Ivana was pushing past Gary now, teeth grit. Mr. DeVille ran for her, seizing her arms and wrestling for the syringe. The sounds of their scuffle seemed far away, distant, at the end of a long tunnel. A wave of lightheadedness swept through Janelle's body. Her knees wobbled like they wanted to give out. No. She'd fall. The shot. Janelle sagged against the railing and looked up at the passing clouds. They looked like giant cotton balls, and if she could just jump up to one, she could float away, get it together. She looked down at the whitewashed boards of the dock and sank to her knees with a thud. Cordelia could push her into the ocean if she didn't fight the drug. Feet trampled nearby as Ivana growled and slapped at the others. Mr. DeVille cried out, pulling the syringe out of his arm and dropping it. Gary's foot came down on it. Shards of glass flew across the wood. Janelle scooted away from the broken glass, drowsiness creeping under her eyelids. Mr. DeVille slumped onto the fence, and his head listed back too. Cordelia grabbed her father's collar and hoisted him, but Dion appeared before her, blocking the view. Get up, Janelle. He took her arm. I'll drive you out of here. She shook her head, wobbling as she stood. Yes. Get out of here. My dad. It was all she could manage. A roar like raging wind and crashing waves sounded through the air. Janelle jumped as Dion whirled around to face Cordelia. Cordelia ground her teeth and shoved her father forward. He sailed back, airborne, colliding with Dion. They tumbled back across the planks. The dock trembled as the two landed in a heap, moaning in pain. Dad! Janelle stepped away from the railing, the world snapping back into place for a split second. But the wooziness returned full force, and she fell to the side. A bony hand clamped down on her shoulder. Don't worry about your father, Janelle. Cordelia's voice sounded low and menacing in her ear. He'll see you shine with the rest of the world. I'll make sure of it. Let me go, she cried, lurching forward to break her grip. But her limbs seemed to double in weight. Cordelia tightened her grip. Janelle, Mr. DeVille said, head rolling back. Gary, help her. Gary. Where was he? She searched the dock, struggling to keep her eyes open. Ivana held Gary up against the railing. He's in no position to do anything, Cordelia said, facing her dad. She raised her free hand and waved it in a circle. Another roar filled the air. Boats started to bob up and down like they were trembling with terror. Her father looked up, jaw falling open. A swirling column of vapor stretched into the sky, and for the stretch of dock between them and her father. Sails flapped, and flocks of birds exploded off the water as the wind picked up. Janelle realized what it was, a tornado. She could only sway in place and lean against Cordelia for support. The entire world started to seem like some strange dream. Colors and sounds danced around her. The vortex cut between a pair of boats and carved its way into the dock, blocking Dion and her father from view. Bleached boards crashed into sails and windows with deafening crashes and shatters. Ivana and Gary stopped struggling and separated, staring up at the swirling cloud of debris. The entire dock trembled underfoot, and the water churned below them. The tornado crossed over the dock and dissipated, raining glass and splintered wood into the water. A 10-foot-wide hole in the dock now separated Dion and her father from the rest of them. Nearby, Mr. DeVille had all but passed out against the railing. Cordelia raised one hand and waved. Goodbye, Lucas. You can't take her. He stood near the hole's edge, fingers curled like claws and eyes bulging behind his glasses. Janelle. A dream. That's all this was. Of course, her father wasn't trapped. He was just yelling at her to wake up. His screams echoed a million miles away as Cordelia's arm curled around her, holding her up. The Tempest High leader's pointed face stared into her own. Why did you have to give me such a hard time? She asked. You've made your mother very upset. Chapter 13. A kaleidoscope of colors and sounds later, Janelle blinked the last of the drug's effects away and sucked in a huge breath. Warm tan walls boxed her in on all sides and a faint hum sounded. Soft bed covers gave way under her body. No crashing, no breeze, and no screams surrounded her. They were gone, left behind somewhere hours ago. Janelle gazed up at the ceiling. A round light etched with dark veins shined down on her like a bloodshot eye. A hotel room? This didn't look familiar. Janelle sat up and grimaced as her joints protested. The world swayed slightly. She'd been in this room at least a few hours then. She was on a wide bed with black covers. A few stairs led up through a doorway and up to a hallway. More lights cast a soft glow against walls and polished cabinets. Everything about her surroundings spoke luxury. But how had she gotten here? A dam broke somewhere in her mind and memories came flooding back. The dock. The tornado summoned out of nowhere. And her father, unable to come to her aid. The rest blurred, like a dream that Janelle couldn't quite remember. She'd ridden in a vehicle with Ivana sitting next to her. Then someone pushed her over a railing at one point, then told her to lie here and rest. Dad. Janelle sat up taller as dread grabbed at her insides. It was nothing but a grab at false hope, but she couldn't help it. Where am I? Oh, I'm glad you snapped out of it. Whatever Ivana injected you with made you really loopy for a long time. You just let Cordelia kidnap you. Janelle jumped. Gary sat on the floor, leaning against the wall with his legs bent. One eye had swollen shut, and a purple ring had risen around it. She forgot all about herself for a second, and rushed over to examine the bruise, nearly falling off the bed. Gary! What happened to you? He struggled to open the swollen eye but failed. Then he sat up, going all tough guy. When I tried getting you away from Cordelia, she did this. Then they put you in the truck. They took me too, so I couldn't help your dad get over that hole in the dock. Ivana would have given me one of those shots too, but she used it on your uncle. Remember that green truck that cut us off in traffic? That was Ivana rushing to get to Dion's boat before us. He punctuated his sentence by seething. You sure you're okay? That bruise had to hurt. She strangled the bedsheet in her hand just thinking about it. He didn't deserve to lie there in pain like that. Oh yeah. I'm fine. We heal fast if we're near our element. It's just a headache, Janelle. It's the least of our problems. That was a relief, if he wasn't lying. Where are we? A hotel. Please say yes, she thought. Anything but. Gary sighed. No. They took us to another marina. We're aboard Cordelia's yacht now. Janelle shot off the bed, sucking in her breath. We're out on the ocean? Gary rubbed his forehead, struggling to look up at her. Yeah. But I don't think she's planning to throw you in yet. She would have done that while you were drugged. I think she wants to try manipulating you first. Janelle sat beside him, close enough to feel his body heat. Gary's presence dulled out the horrible thoughts racing through her head. But the floor swayed a little underfoot, and a chill swept over her. They were out to sea all right. She's taking us to that Alara place, right? That island. Gary leaned closer and whispered in her ear, and his breath tickled her skin and sent shivers down her neck. I'm sure she is. If you changed now, you just take your natural course instead of doing what she wants. She wants to mess with that programming and then throw you in. Otherwise, she would have left you to your dad. I should have stayed home then. Misery choked Janelle as she tried to speak. She'd made the wrong choice. It had truly been a decision between bad and worse then. She hated herself for running away. Not only had she blown her chance to stop other Tempests from transforming, but she had also blown her chance to escape Operation Reckoning. Gary sighed and faced the carpet. Janelle, it was partly my fault. Neither one of us knew it would turn out like this. I'm the one who made the decision to run. How would things have turned out if she'd stayed only a few minutes to listen to her father back at the house? Maybe he hadn't had anything that horrifying to say after all. My dad. Is he okay? Gary groaned as he stood. One of his joints popped. He'd been sitting next to her bed for a long time. She left him there on that dock. He's alive, and so are the others. Cordelia and Ivana could only drag off 2 people, and they had to leave quick. Janelle remembered her father, standing on the other side of the dock, eyes wide and terrified like she'd never seen them. And Cordelia had said something to her right before she'd lost it, number. No. Bile rose in her throat. She shot off the floor and faced a porthole. Cordelia told me, she couldn't form the words. Had it been a hallucination? Gary would know. He always told her the truth. Gary let out a breath, stood and hugged her. I heard her. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Janelle closed her eyes and listened to Gary breathe. She let her ear rest against his chest and he held her without judgment. She's not my mother. She can't be. I've got a picture of my mom. Here. I'll show you. Janelle reached into her pocket as Gary loosened his grasp. But she closed her hand on lint. Are you looking for this? A voice said from the doorway. She whirled around and stood. Cordelia leaned against the doorway, holding up the missing photo. Her mother, smiling out from the dock. Well, it looks like your father got himself a girlfriend after he left me. Janelle pressed up against the wall as the room seemed to close in. After he left me. What? Her dad and Cordelia. Her knees buckled, threatening to go out. Don't touch that. That's my picture. Leave her alone, Gary growled. Cordelia stepped through the doorway, approaching like a lion stalking its prey. That's awful, Janelle. Your father probably kept everything a secret from you, including me. Judging from the look on your face, he told you this human woman was your mother. Her grip tightened on the photo as malice filled her eyes. She wanted revenge for the fire extinguisher incident. I hope she's dead for your sake. Rage flooded Janelle's chest. That is my mother. Give that back and get out of here. She reached for something to throw at Cordelia, but the room was too clean. Really? Cordelia looked at the photo, frowning, and stopped just out of range of any punches she or Gary could throw. Now, who do you look like, Janelle? Tell me. You sure didn't inherit your father's looks. Janelle gulped. She had blonde hair and a thin frame. The mother in the picture had brown hair and a few extra pounds. Cordelia had blonde hair and a slender frame. The world closed in, suffocating. Janelle hadn't even noticed until now, or hadn't wanted to see. I said leave her alone. Gary moved in front of her, fists balled. Cordelia ignored Gary as she backed away, closing her fist on the picture. I'll give you the truth that you deserve, Janelle, she said, lowering the photo. Your father and I were married. Happily. But as time passed, your father disagreed with my stance, and he grew distant from me even after we found out we would have a child. A roar of panic raced through her ears. Please. Stop. You're lying. The Tempest High leader let out a breath. I never thought his disagreement with me would result in him taking you away the day you were born. He took you and ran while I was lying in bed, recovering. Your father did a despicable, horrible thing. He ripped us apart, Janelle. He lied to you for 16 years. But the Tempest High leader can't look vulnerable, so I needed to tell the Elder Council you died. Thankfully, your name was still added to the naming list for this year as an honorary thing. I made sure of that. Janelle's ears rang as she forced herself to face Cordelia. Shudders of revulsion raced through her body. This had to be the drugs. Yes, the drugs. It wasn't real. My dad wouldn't marry you. Her father and Cordelia, she just couldn't imagine them together. Our marriage was arranged by the Elder Council, as the High Leader must keep the line powerful. Cordelia took a step back. It was ideal. Myself and the son of Arabella. Gary crept closer to Janelle, his body a shield against the horror before her, but she barely noticed. A strangled cry crept out of her throat as she pressed into the wall. She wanted to disappear into it. I don't believe you. I can't blame you. You've been lied to all your life. That's all your father's done to you. But soon, I'm sure you'll come around. You just need some time. She looked at the photo again. I want you to think about something. If this woman you thought was your mother had known what you are, would she have still loved you? Cordelia let the photo fall to the floor. She turned and vanished into the yacht's polished interior without another word. My mother died 14 years ago. All Janelle could do was lie on the bed and repeat the thought to herself. It was the only thing that kept her from screaming and pounding the mattress. She had sunk into a pit so deep she might never get out again. My mother died 14 years ago. She died. Did she know what I am? Gary got up. He hadn't moved from her side in an hour and returned with an ice pack smashed against his bruise. Good thing she didn't catch me getting in the freezer. She would have given me another black eye to match this one. Want to share this? You've got to have a headache by now. Okay. Yes, she had a headache, though she'd hardly noticed until now. Janelle sat up and wrapped her arms around her knees. Dad only lied to keep me safe from this. Gary pressed the ice pack up against her temple. The cold seeped in through her skin, taking the headache away. Thanks, she said, swallowing the hurt inside. She wanted to let Gary take away the rest of her pain for a while. The photo of her mother was still lying on the floor. Janelle wanted to get up and grab it, but she couldn't. Would she have loved her and her father if she'd known the truth? Somewhere up front, Cordelia yelled at whoever was steering the yacht to pick up speed. Whoever had to take her wrath didn't argue. Was Cordelia really her mother? That might be why she'd come to her school claiming she was a relative. "Where's Alara?" she asked Gary to distract herself. "Not sure." Gary put the ice pack on his head and settled beside her, making the mattress sag. He was so close. "I know it's far away from other islands, south of the Bahamas. When I stole one of Cordelia's boats one time, I couldn't find any land anywhere. Her cronies caught me in less than a day. Now she keeps all the keys, and nobody can take a boat without her permission." The bed creaked as he shifted weight. "Ah. That feels good." The weight of her situation crashed down on her, tightening her chest. "So when we get there, we're screwed. She'll be free to do whatever she does to make me kill more people." "Exactly." He stared at her with his good eye, full of resignation. "Well, you can always jump in the ocean and change before she gets a chance to brainwash you." "Sorry." The weight became a cinder block, then a mountain as she mulled the words. Out on this yacht, there might not be any other choices. Cordelia must be counting on her to be too scared to attempt it. "I'm not sure if I can, Gary. And you need to get out of here more than I do. What if she kills you when we get there?" Janelle winced at her words. He stared at the ceiling. "There's nothing I can do about that." Gary was losing hope. Janelle struggled to find the right thing to say, and found it floating in her sea of panic. "Bull. You can get away. If you change again, there's no way they can catch you. And you won't turn back until you find land. All you have to do is jump off the boat." He sat up with huge eyes, one huge eye, and dropped the ice pack to the bed. "No. I won't do it again. It was bad enough last time. I only did what I had to do. It's against the natural law to change when it's not your turn. That rule, I actually agree with. But you can control yourself. You did it before. Just go somewhere that's not too inhabited." Her throat started to hurt. She couldn't bear the thought of Cordelia hurting Gary. She already had, in many ways. He was so vulnerable. He sank lower towards the bedspread. "Like where?" "I'm not doing it again if it means killing anyone else." His head listed back. "I don't need to make my dad more right about leaving. I'm sure he's really proud of me." His words flew into her gut like a knife. She'd said the wrong thing but couldn't stop now. "But you'll die if you don't. And you can go somewhere like Canada. You could get out of killing people." He leaned closer as a fire burned in his eyes. "And what about you, Janelle? You'll be stuck with Cordelia. I won't settle for that after all this." Tears welled up. For her, there was no way out. None. "She won't kill me. I'm too valuable to her. And I am not letting her brainwash me. She's got ways. Cordelia just tried to indoctrinate me, but she saves the real potent stuff for Tempests with loads of power. You remember Hurricane Joey from a few years back?" Janelle nodded. It had been on the news for 2 weeks straight. "I know Joey. He's my friend who lives on Alara with me. He's from a family of powerful Tempests like you are." Joey swore he'd never hurt anyone when he changed. Still, when his time got close, Cordelia made him listen to some recordings in his sleep without realizing it. He wound up killing over 90 people. Recordings. That's it. Gary's voice dropped as he forced his bruised eye open. "It sounds stupid, but they work all right. They work on the part of us that can't reason." The monster. Bile rose in Janelle's throat. She wasn't hearing this. "I'll find some earplugs, okay? You should go." He took her arm. His grip sent little tingles up her spine. "The only way I'm jumping off the boat is if you're coming with me." A chill swept through her, chasing the tingles away. She couldn't. Mr. DeVille said that if I don't change, all this Tempest stuff will stop. There might still be a way. Gary's hazel eyes widened, even his swollen one. You're on a boat, and headed to an island, Janelle. You'll be outnumbered. I know this is the last thing either of us wants to do, but it's better than letting Cordelia deal with you. Look, we can dive in and change at the same time. It's been done before, so it'll work. I don't care how mad the elder council gets. No. She grasped the pillow, squeezing it tight. He made perfect sense, but she couldn't give in now that the moment was about here. She couldn't become. I can't do this. Cordelia broke out yelling somewhere near the front of the yacht. Put away that magazine. I want us at Alara by noon tomorrow. I have limited time to prepare my daughter for the operation. Full speed now. Janelle squeezed her eyes shut as her skin crawled. She wished she could melt into the bed and vanish. Janelle, it'll be okay. We'll find a way to ditch her, Gary said, sliding his hand over hers. His fingers nestled in between hers. Warmth spread through her whole body. Gary was holding her hand. Really holding her hand this time. Fresh tingles washed over and through her. She faced him. What if? Gary's face slowly drifted towards hers. And footsteps thudded closer and stopped at the doorway. Janelle lifted her head as Gary jerked back. Cordelia stood there, beckoning her with that fake smile. She looked more like a shark than ever in her gray suit. If she'd seen their near kiss, she gave no sign of it. Come above decks with me, Janelle, and get fresh air. You've been in here all day, she spoke with a voice like satin. I won't push you into the water. Unlike your father, I'm honest. Leave me alone. Every good tingle she just had vanished. The high heels came closer, making muffled taps on the carpet. Cordelia wrapped her bony hand around her forearm. Her skin tightened at her touch. I insist. Janelle rose, eyes downcast, trying to hide her racing pulse and breathing about to go out of control. This was it. Once above decks, she and Gary would have to find a way to jump simultaneously. She glanced at Gary, who nodded. It was a go then. I'd like to come up too, Gary said, standing. I need some fresh air. You stay here, Cordelia snarled. This has nothing to do with you. I suggest you sit here and think about your failure as a Tempest instead, and how you will make up for that. Janelle opened her mouth to say something to Cordelia, but an invisible hand of terror had seized her vocal cords. The honey coating returned to her captor's voice as she tugged on her arm. Come on, Janelle. Janelle stared at the floor as they entered the hallway, pretending that Cordelia wasn't there. She ran her free hand along the polished cabinets, focusing on the patterns in the wood. The hallway opened into an oval-shaped living room, where two leather couches faced each other. A glass coffee table was littered with playing cards. Ivana and another woman took up one of the couches, with the two black-haired men opposite them that she'd never seen before. Cordelia's crew or attendants, she decided. This was worse than she'd expected. Any hope Janelle had that she and Gary could take control of the yacht evaporated like a puddle in a desert. When am I getting paid? Ivana chirped. Cordelia stuck her nose up, pulling Janelle towards a sliding door. It had gone completely dark outside, revealing all the stars overhead. The aroma of the ocean invaded Janelle's nostrils the second they stepped out. A breeze tousled her hair as she stepped onto the deck, and towards the railing she and Gary would go over in a minute. She could barely take those steps. After closing the door, Cordelia released her arm. She was counting on her being too afraid to jump, after all. All the muscles in her body tensed as she resisted the urge to move away from Cordelia. Gary would come out any second if he could fight past the crew inside. Cordelia stared down at the undulating water below. The light from the windows illuminated her gray business suit. You hate what you are. I was afraid this would happen. Foam and bubbles floated and whispered past the boat. The Tempest High leader gripped the railing so hard that her knuckles stuck out. The words poured from Janelle's mouth and she couldn't stop them.
You're not my mother.
Even if you gave birth to me. All you care about is killing people. The ocean continued to whisper below. When she jumped, would she kill hundreds without being forced to listen to those recordings or whatever awaited her? But she'd have a better chance of not doing so if she went now. Her father and uncle hadn't been that bad, right? I care about the safety of my people. Cordelia raised her head to stare into the expanse of darkness. I know firsthand what can happen if we're discovered. My human mother stabbed my Tempest father to death while he was taking a nap. And then she tried to kill me. She learned what we were and she hated us. Cordelia faced her, the grays of her eyes deepening in the faint yellow light. The railing started to warp, actually warp, in her grip. To this day, I remember the blood dripping from the knife she was holding. I was 7 years old. 7. Janelle squirmed in discomfort under her gaze. Was she telling the truth? Cordelia turned to Janelle with a swishing sound. Her eyes blazed. I'll never forget what she said. You're a monster and I can't let you live. A pause. Even at that age, I knew I had to defend myself. I had to hurl my dresser at my mother as she raised the knife. Janelle could barely swallow.
Most people aren't like that.
That was one human out of billions. Cordelia shot her a look of doubt, making the pain tighter inside her. After that, my Tempest grandfather took me and raised me. I took over as Tempest High leader when he died 20 years ago. I've made it my mission to do something about the threat to our existence. To protect you. That was a lie. Cordelia had already hurt her many times over. Then let me go. Thumps and shouting erupted from inside the yacht. Her heart leapt into her throat. That meant one thing. Gary was fighting his way through the other Tempests and coming outside. It was time. The door slid open with a bang. Gary plowed through the exit with Ivana and the two men thudding up the stairs behind him. Now Janelle. He reached for her arm and seized it. An explosion of panic filled her chest, but she ran down the deck, trying not to think about what would happen. The railing drew closer, and the dark ocean lapped up and down, expecting them. Tingling filled her body. Already, the roar started in her head. Cordelia's heels clicked somewhere. The salty breeze blew right into Janelle's face, sending the strongest tingle yet through her body. Gary leaped over the railing. She started down too, but another hand seized her shoulder from behind. She lurched back as her shirt dug into her throat, unable to breathe. Gary's grip broke, pulled down by gravity. Janelle yanked her arm back, just in time to watch Gary plummet to the water with a splash. Chapter 14. Back? Cordelia pulled Janelle away from the rail with an iron grip, nearly choking her. She couldn't help but back from the railing. Gary would change any second now. At least he'd escaped. But another small splash sounded from the water, instead of the expected wind and waves. Then a cough. Gary was still his usual self, and now he floated in the dark. Janelle twisted her arm around and freed herself from Cordelia's grasp, then ran back to the rail. Don't even think about it, sweetie. The Tempest High leader grabbed her elbow now, holding tight. Ivana, take her other arm. Footfalls approached, and a second pair of hands took her other elbow. Janelle's knees deflated. There was no jumping now. Janelle wasn't sure whether to feel relieved or horrified. Gary! Are you still down there? Her voice came out shrill. Another cough. Yes. The sounds of swimming mixed with that of the boat. Turn off the engines. Cordelia shouted at the men now behind them. They rushed off the deck, and Cordelia and Ivana pulled Janelle forward. She looked down. Gary wasn't getting left behind as she feared. Instead, he gripped the ladder on the side of the yacht as bubbles foamed around him. His hair was plastered to his head. He spit out some water and looked up at her. His eyes showed no trace of storm clouds. No breeze snapped through the air, unlike the time at the beach. Janelle gulped as a faint roar filled her head. The ocean was waiting for her. No Tempest could transform until she took her turn.
Gary.
What kind of stunt was that? She's not going anywhere just yet. Cordelia clamped her hand down harder on Janelle's shoulder before she could move. Now climb up here and get dried off before I break your neck and feed you to the sharks. She turned back to the two men, who must have overheard that Gary was on the ladder because they had stopped. Take him inside and keep an eye on him. Gary climbed up and flopped down on the deck, defeated. As the men did Cordelia's bidding, the ocean gathered around him in a puddle. You're not going to hurt him, Janelle said. She could say what she wanted. There was no way they'd harm her, not if she was needed for this operation. Or would they? She didn't care anymore. If you're all for protecting Tempests, why are you talking about feeding us to sharks? Nobody said anything to her words. Gary stared down at the deck as the two men led him away, back into the yacht. Sickness bloomed in her stomach. Come inside, Janelle, Cordelia said in that fake sugary voice. She'd ignored her question. Sometimes you have to put your foot down. That's the way it is when you're a leader. Don't talk to me. The two women didn't let her go until she was back inside, and Ivana shut the door to the oval sitting room. Now the yellow light bathed them, and the roar within faded. Gary wasn't anywhere. The men wouldn't let him out of their sight now. Janelle burst across the carpet and back into the bedroom. To her shock, Gary waited inside, wrapped in a towel as his clothes stuck to his skin. She breathed a sigh of relief. They hadn't taken him away to hurt him. If they had, she would have made those two guys very sorry. Cordelia must have an image to upkeep. That was why she hadn't killed Gary. That meant she wasn't invulnerable. She stopped me, Janelle said. Gary sighed and remained standing. I know she did. Why was she thinking like this? Before 2 days ago, she'd never dreamt of hurting anybody. Had never felt such violence brewing up inside. You okay? Gary dried off his hair. Now she couldn't face him. I'm as okay as I can be. Janelle fell onto the bed, pulling the covers over herself if Cordelia came after her. Her heart raced. Everything had gone wrong. Everything. But Gary's presence remained. Those guys are guarding the doors now. And I'm sorry. It was a huge thing I asked you to do. It was my fault you didn't escape. Janelle emerged from the covers and back into the dim light. I should have jumped before you even came out. Then you could have gotten away too. Gary sat on the bed's edge as Janelle peeked out at him. Don't blame yourself. A lot of things could have gone wrong with that. We're outnumbered here. But now what? Gary got off the bed. One of his joints popped. You're supposed to be even stronger than Cordelia is, if she's right about what she said about you. She can summon literal tornadoes. That's because she owns what she is, and probably practices ways to kill people all the time. Gary looked over his shoulder at her. You can learn to do stuff like that, even though I never got very good. She closed her eyes and drifted for a long time. I don't think I do. But the worse things got, the more she feared she'd have to face that deadly force inside. Janelle woke to orange sunlight filtering into the hallway. Someone groaned from out in the living room, probably Ivana. Sounds of waking and shuffling floated down the hall. Dread blossomed in Janelle's insides like a poisonous flower. It was morning. They had to be close to Alara. Gary. Janelle searched back and forth. He was lying next to her, only inches away, back turned and snoring. She slapped him on the back. Gary. He tumbled off the bed, like someone had poured a bucket of ice cubes over him. What? We're almost there. Got any great ideas? Janelle asked, face heating up. Hand-holding was one thing, but if her father ever found out he'd slept in the same bed with her, let alone the same room, he'd explode. Footsteps approached before he could answer. Janelle straightened up. She had no time to feel awkward. Cordelia clapped her hands together as she stopped near the foot of the bed. She'd changed into a black suit and combed back her wet hair. "We'll be pulling into the Alara Marina in a few minutes. Janelle, why don't you come up front and see the island? I'm sure you'll love it." The thought of spending any more time with that monster made shudders of revulsion race up and down her back, but she stood. If she wanted to escape, she needed to stake out the place. She didn't dare meet Gary's gaze as she followed. A minute later, Janelle stood in the front cabin of the yacht, standing as far as she could from Cordelia. One of the black-haired men steered them through sparkling blue water. Miles ahead, a conical island covered in palm trees rose from the ocean. No buildings or roads crossed the lush vegetation. It was as inhabited as an ice cream shop on a cold day. Janelle scanned the coast up and down for boats she could steal, or a stretch of beach where she could write help in huge letters. No luck. On this side of the island, the shores were rocky, jagged, and forbidding. Her heart sank. There would be no escaping from here. "Where is everybody?" Janelle asked despite herself. Cordelia smiled like a woman in a cleaning commercial. "Oh, we can't have people flying over and seeing our capital, can we?" "That's the Tempest capital?" she asked. "It looks like that island from Castaway." "There's a cave system throughout the whole island. One of my pirate ancestors discovered it and used it as a haven. Lots of gold piled up here over the years. Tempests made excellent pirates. Have ever since our creation hundreds of years ago."
Creation,
Janelle echoed. How could things get any weirder? Of course, Cordelia clasped her hands behind her back. According to legend, when the Mayan civilization fell about 500 years ago, their storm god, Hurricane, was no longer having sacrifices made to him. So, he traveled the world to find people to take over his duty. Whenever he found someone worthy of his power, she paused on the word worthy, he gave them his breath, which turned them into tempests. Hurricane went after people close to the ocean, sailors, pirates, coastal villagers. And he traveled the world. And once he'd made enough of us, he vanished and was never seen again. Janelle shuddered and focused on the approaching palm trees. Sacrifices, storm gods, pirates, it was a bit too much. But what couldn't she believe anymore? Is that actually true? Cordelia shrugged. Nobody knows for sure. Everyone's got their creation legends, you know. But I like to believe that it is. She stuck her nose in the air. I'm certain my ancestors, yours too, accepted Hurricane's gift with pride. Some of the first Tempests spent their lives drowning themselves in booze because they refused to accept their new power. The air grew thick. Janelle had to leave. Another minute around Cordelia, and she'd scream. Janelle turned to scramble out of the front cabin. But Gary stood in the doorway. His face had turned as purple as the ring around his eye. This had to do with his mother. She was an alcoholic. Before Janelle could open her mouth to say anything, he stalked away. Gary was standing there, she said, unable to stop herself. Cordelia rested her palms on the back of the captain's chair. I know. It should remind him not to go down the same path. Words escaped her. Cordelia was a monster in more ways than Janelle could imagine. She destroyed the lives of everyone she touched, human or Tempest. Time passed. The yacht turned around a group of jagged rocks, and a mouth in the side of the island seemed to open up for them. A cave stretched ahead into the darkness like the throat of a rocky giant. It looked so dark and foreboding. The yacht's headlamp turned on. Stalagmites hung down from the ceiling like teeth, which wasn't much better. Janelle looked down at the greenish water and imagined pirate gold at the bottom. If there was any, it would be difficult for any of the Tempests to go down and retrieve it. The black-haired man steered around a narrow curve. Ahead, the cave opened into a colossal cavern half the size of a football field. Electric lights and massive wires hung from the ceiling. 3 other boats, one another yacht and the other 2 speedboats, rested alongside a dock. A fishing boat waited at the end. Sparks shot up from its deck. Someone was working on it. Janelle studied the boats. If she stole one, it would have to be a speedboat. But she'd never driven a boat before. Gary had for at least a short time. They might have to try that. The yacht pulled in alongside the other boats. The other black-haired man appeared above decks, jumping to the dock to retrieve a chain. After tying it to the boat, he waved to them. It was time to disembark. Cordelia hurried to the cabin door and waited. "Welcome home, Janelle." Janelle's heart leapt into her throat. Gary reappeared from one of the rooms as Janelle approached the sliding door, and followed Cordelia outside. He took her arm but said nothing. This time no warmth swept through her body. She could feel Gary's anger flowing off him. The cool air of the cave swept over her skin. Drips came from everywhere. They climbed onto the deck, followed by Ivana and the other woman. Wherever this was, it wasn't home. "Come on, Janelle. I need to show something to you," Cordelia said. Janelle swallowed and watched as they neared a round tunnel at the end of the dock. She glanced at Gary, whose face had every warning sign written on it. "What?" Janelle asked. Her heart hammered in her chest and her stomach filled with air. The last surprise had been her father's trip to the Bahamas. One from Cordelia would be worse, guaranteed. Her gut screamed at her to stop before she saw whatever was at the end of the tunnel. Something kept trying to worm into the edges of her mind. Something about the airport. It was bothering her, and she wasn't sure why. Shadows spread across the tunnel walls as they passed under a light bulb. Cordelia's heels clicked against the concrete floor. The air smelled wet and stale, as if it had never seen the outside world. Janelle shuddered. She imagined for a moment that they were headed to some underground bomb shelter, that the world was ending, and that she would have to live in these depths forever and never see the surface again. Or her father. Cordelia rounded a curve and stopped. Before them was a steel door with a fingerprint sensor next to it, which glowed red as if an evil entity were hiding inside. Cordelia pressed her finger down to it. Click. She twisted the handle and pushed the door open. "Welcome to Alara." The room beyond the doorway was full of sunlight, which spilled in through tall glass windows. A chandelier hung from the curved ceiling, reflecting little rainbows everywhere. A giant gray Tempest spiral decorated the floor. It was as if someone had copied her mark, laid bricks in its pattern, and polished it over. Plants lined the white walls. A couple of vending machines advertised Coke and Pepsi in the corner. Janelle's stomach settled down a tad. Alara was better than she'd expected, at least. It felt almost welcoming, like a stylish shopping mall. But it was a deception. Gary pressed closer to her, squinting against the bright light. It was like he was trying to brace her for something. "What do you want to show her?" he asked, his tone slightly defensive and protective. Cordelia patted Janelle on the shoulder. "Kevin should be arriving any second now. He beat us here by half an hour." Kevin. The last she'd seen him. "But he wasn't on the boat," Janelle said. "You dropped your phone back at the school, Janelle. And you left so much information on it. Your voicemail and your plans to catch a flight in Orlando. Your plans to go up to Flint and stay with your friend." Cordelia spoke the last sentence slowly, stressing every word. "And of course, your address book." Janelle stiffened. That's how she'd known everything. As if on cue, footsteps echoed from a hallway, along with scuffling. A man in sunglasses appeared, leading a gagged, red-headed girl in front of him like a prize. The same girl she'd left behind in her other life, who had won her that stuffed killer whale out of the claw machine on her last birthday. "No. No." Cordelia took a step forward and sucked in a breath. "I'm sorry, but time is short, and this is necessary to ensure you do what's in our best interest. You led us right to your best friend, Leslie." Chapter 15. Leslie looked down at the floor, red hair hanging in her face like a ragged curtain. Only the white cloth of the gag was visible through it. "MMMPH," Leslie tried, lurching forward. Janelle's legs turned to rubber. Leslie didn't deserve to be dragged into this. Why had she even left her that message? All she had done was put her life in danger. Gary's grip tightened on her arm as her friend cried out again, lifting her head. Tears streaked down her freckled cheeks. Her eyes had turned a dull red. She'd been crying for a while. No surprise or relief flickered in them when her gaze landed on her. Her best friend knew everything. What she was. What she could do. Leslie, Janelle breathed. She glared at Kevin. The rage and the roar rose up inside her. Take that off of her. Kevin jerked her arms further behind her back, smirking. She wouldn't shut up. What else was I supposed to do? I couldn't hear her screaming on the boat because it gave me a headache. Plus, how else would I get her out of her house without her waking the neighborhood up? Kevin had taken Leslie from her own room. It was the stuff of kidnapping movies. More muffled cries came from Leslie. She thrashed against Kevin's grip, hair flying back and forth. Her captor tugged on her arms again. A squeal of pain echoed off the walls. Blood roared in Janelle's ears. All thought left her as she leapt forward, but Cordelia clamped her shoulder. Do not damage that girl yet, Kevin, Cordelia snapped.
We need her alive.
She sucked in a long breath like she was feeding off Leslie's terror. So, Janelle, can I count on you to prepare for Operation Reckoning without argument? Why her? Janelle faced the Tempest High leader, fists balled. Red hate grew inside her, exploding into a supernova. A slice of hurt raced across Cordelia's face and her hands closed and squeezed. This is nothing personal, Janelle. You just need a little persuading right now. She tapped her foot with a bony sound as she smiled. You also happen to be quite outnumbered. I know you're a smart girl, so you can figure out the terms here. Janelle's breaths became shallow and whistled in her ears. A faint breeze blew through the chamber. Was it her doing or the air conditioner? But Cordelia seemed not to notice. Gary shook his head in warning, glancing at Ivana and the other Tempests. 2 against 6 were pretty crappy odds. He was right. They couldn't win here. What preparations are you talking about? Janelle asked to stall. Leslie went still and silent. Cordelia gripped Janelle's shoulder and spoke in that satin voice again. Oh, I can't spoil it ahead of time. It's nothing that hurts you, of course. These are just some simple suggestions to ensure you do what's needed for the operation. Kevin, you made sure this girl heard all about it, didn't you? This girl. Cordelia didn't even consider her worthy of a name. Kevin gave Leslie a nudge. Her friend looked up like a puppet on strings. Cordelia marched forward, reached out and ripped off the gag. Leslie breathed as if the terror was escaping from her, but she didn't speak. Leslie never stopped talking. Janelle couldn't stand by anymore. Leslie, don't worry. I'll get you out of. The freckles had turned brown against the paste that was Leslie's skin. Stay away from me, Janelle. I can't be friends with a Tempest. It's just too weird. The world went silent and still as a cloud blocked out the sun, dimming the room. Janelle stepped back and bumped into Gary. Leslie, her best friend, was revolted at what she was. The past 12 years meant nothing now. No, I'm not like these people, Janelle tried to yell. But she couldn't. Her throat had locked up. Because she was like these people. Cordelia faced Janelle, unsmiling. See what I mean? She asked, somber. I'm sorry, Janelle. She nodded to Kevin. Put that girl down in storage for now. I'll page you any orders regarding her based on Janelle's behavior. Kevin twisted Leslie around and forced her away down the hall. Only the sound of shuffling feet floated through the air. They vanished around a curve, silent. No apologies were floating back to her. No please. Nothing. Gary, return to your quarters and stay there for now. Alec, you make sure he doesn't go anywhere, Cordelia said, pointing to one of the black-haired men. Gary started towards her, horror and helplessness in his eyes. But now, Alec, let me know if he tries anything funny. Because if he does, I'll need to send Kevin some new orders regarding Janelle's friend. Well, her former friend. Janelle jammed her hands into her pockets, squeezing the thin fiber inside. Why didn't she just say it out loud, that she wanted to have Leslie killed? It was so much scarier hearing it like this. Even if Leslie hated her now, she couldn't bear to see her murdered. It would also make every horrifying thing she feared about herself true. So she faced him, to be met with a gaze as hopeless as she felt. Go, Gary. Just go. He cast his gaze to the floor and vanished down the middle hallway, Alec behind him, leaving only a crushing feeling in her chest. Cordelia released her arm and walked across the room, stopping at the mouth of the left hallway. She clicked with her tongue, as if calling a dog to follow her. Come on, Janelle. You've got nothing to be afraid of, she said, making her way down the marble hall. Eyes downcast, Janelle walked beside the Tempest High Leader, the manipulative monster with every edge on her. She stared down at the passing reflections on the polished floor. She was on her own now. Her head pounded, but she barely noticed. Attacking Cordelia would only kill Leslie. She couldn't risk going for her phone and keeping it away from her. Too much could go wrong with that plan. Oh, look up, Janelle. I keep my word. Your human friend will live if you cooperate. If, in fact, you still feel any kind of friendship with her. I won't blame you if you don't. Cordelia stopped, making a show of checking out her surroundings. Isn't this room beautiful? Janelle peeled her gaze from the floor, fighting against the misery pulling her down. The hallway had opened up into a smaller dome-like chamber. 4 tube aquariums bubbled away in each corner, and fish of every possible color swam inside them. Sunlight filtered down through glass in the ceiling, forming a swirl of light on the floor. For a moment Janelle stared, amazed. It reminded her of a mall restaurant she'd been to not too far from her old house, which always had loud jungle sound effects and waterfalls and rainbows inside. She and Leslie had always used to check out the shop there, and a fresh wave of hurt roared through her again, casting her gaze back down to the floor. This way, Cordelia said, oblivious to it. She turned left at the intersection and up a wide hall. The stairs curved into double doors with a huge Tempest swirl carved across them. This is our apartment, reserved only for Tempest High Leaders and their families. The situation weighed down harder as she studied the doors. Things were getting more real by the minute. If Janelle didn't escape, she'd have to spend every day with Cordelia, the monster who had destroyed everything. Her mind wouldn't last long. The Tempest High Leader placed her finger on another touchpad. The doors clicked open to reveal the most luxurious living room Janelle had ever seen. Janelle shuddered. This was more than what she'd expected from Cordelia. The inside was still beautiful like the rest of Alara, but it was a dark type of beauty, one with sharp teeth and a craving for blood. Thick red rugs spread out like pools under antique tables. A small shark swam in a tank nearby, bearing all its jagged teeth underneath a greenish light. Another tank held fish with protruding jaws, piranhas. Darkness filled the rest of the space save for a green lamp in the corner, and a curtain that seemed to go to an outside balcony. Cordelia patted her pocket in a warning. Come on in. Leslie would be crying right now, with Kevin hovering over her, waiting for the call. Janelle stepped into the room, biting in her protests and tears of frustration. She couldn't even yell at Cordelia anymore. Cordelia closed the doors behind her. They sounded like a dungeon door closing. The air grew suffocating. Janelle was trapped inside this apartment with her. Alone. The Tempest High Leader clapped her hands, turning on an adjacent kitchen light, and made for the kitchen counter. It looks like the cooks prepared our dinner already. Come grab a plate. You're weak from lack of food. You just want me strong enough to carry out your plan. Finally, she managed to speak again. Cordelia thrust her hand into her pocket, grasping the phone inside. I insist. Her heart thumped. Cordelia was a different type of overbearing than her father, and Janelle didn't know how to navigate. This was the High Leader's game, and she had no choice but to play by the rules. Eating would give her time to think, at least. If she made Cordelia complacent, she could pluck the phone from her pocket and run. But what if Cordelia had more than one phone or a second one in the apartment? It was another risk she couldn't take. She'd made too many bad decisions in the past 2 weeks, and that one might be the most dangerous. A chicken in some sauce gave off an aroma as Cordelia carved it with surprising skill. Janelle's stomach rumbled. Her legs quivered with weakness, and a dull ache had crept into her skull. Her last meal had been home with her father, the one she'd shared with Gary. Cordelia opened a pan on the stove and heaped some mashed potatoes onto Janelle's plate. She followed with green beans and biscuits as Janelle watched. At no point did Cordelia pour anything strange into the food. She wasn't hiding anything. Saliva flooded Janelle's mouth, but she looked away to hide her hunger. No way would she look grateful to Cordelia for anything. It would only give her more power. A plate of steaming food slid across the counter to her, and Cordelia waved her towards the leather couch, which seemed odd for such an upscale place. A minute later, Janelle sat on the edge of it, pressing against the armrest to keep as much distance as she could between them. Eat. Cordelia made a show of stuffing some chicken into her mouth and chewing. Her stomach growled again even as the anger returned. Cordelia wanted a puppet. She'd eat, but maybe she could throw it up later, so that if Cordelia did manage to make her listen to any deadly tapes, she wouldn't have the strength to go through with Operation Reckoning when she transformed. There was still something Janelle could do. When? Not if. Janelle couldn't kid herself anymore. The fact that she was already out in the middle of the Caribbean sealed her fate. Her only hope was to get out of there before the brainwashing started. Janelle forced a bite of the chicken, trying not to think about it, squeezing its juice across her tongue. Food had never tasted so good despite her situation, and her stomach roared. Cordelia ate silently beside her, but Janelle could sense her stare boring into her every time she paused between bites. Janelle looked away and studied the books on the shelf, and then the DVDs. That didn't make her feel better. Cordelia loved to collect disaster movies and documentaries. Future disasters. Supervolcano, Yellowstone Day. Horrors of Tornado Alley. Super Winter. Countless others filled the shelf, on every possible disaster, as if she were putting together an army. She's not my mother, she's not my mother, she's... So how's the food? Cordelia set her fork down on her plate with a clink. We have excellent cooks here. Fine. Janelle finished the potatoes and speared the green beans, barely able to eat but unable to stop. That's good. And just so you know, I also want you well rested before the operation. Cordelia put her plate down on the glass coffee table. You've got rings under your eyes, sweetie, so I suggest you nap. The sleep medicine in your mashed potatoes ought to help with that. Janelle vaulted off the couch, only now realizing that Cordelia had no potatoes on her plate and never had. She let the plate fall to the floor where it shattered and rained splinters over her feet. Sleep medicine. I just slept on the boat. Cordelia also stood, her eyes shining with triumph that she couldn't entirely hide.
Only for 2 hours.
You have a lot of catching up to do. Sleep. That was when Cordelia would make her listen to those hypnotic recordings, if Gary was right. He hadn't lied to her yet. She faced the doors but no one knocked or burst in. Already, it felt as if shadowy hands were creeping up into her mind, turning the world into a giant dark puddle bent on drowning her. The small shark smiled from its tank and the piranhas circled, hungry.
Ahem.
Cordelia stopped at the mouth of a hallway and patted her pocket. Her chin quivered. There was no escaping this. If she refused, Leslie would die. With heavy legs, she followed her to an open door at the end of the hall. A lavender bedroom waited on the other side. Another chandelier hung from the ceiling, and a canopy bed waited in the middle of the room, its covers pressed and smooth from years of waiting. Clothes stuffed the closet, most of the shirts a perfect fit for her height, but others were too small and junior high-sized. Cordelia had been expecting her arrival for years. Janelle rubbed her arms in disgust as her legs carried her into the room, pulled by the thread of obedience keeping Leslie alive. She didn't see the stereo system beside the bed, until she was almost right on it. Janelle's heart leapt into her throat. No, no, no. Your room, Cordelia said, sounding unnaturally pleasant. I decorated it myself years ago. I hope you like lavender. The mattress is unused, so it should be quite comfortable. The world started to blur and make no sense. No sense, except for the phone in Cordelia's pocket. She hoped her father could forgive her. Janelle could pretend to sleep. Yes. That wouldn't be hard with her racing heartbeat and the terror ringing in her ears. Then whatever played from that system wouldn't affect her, right? Janelle climbed into bed and pulled the covers over herself. She could open her eyes just a little, and Cordelia wouldn't know the difference. As long as she stayed conscious, the recording wouldn't work. Right? Those shadowy hands reached up again, to drag her down to oblivion. Good, Cordelia said. Breathe evenly. Stay awake. Whatever you do, stay. Janelle hovered miles above the earth as the ocean churned below. A roar filled her with an energy she had never imagined, and it only grew stronger the more she spun over the intoxicating warmth of the water. She wrapped more of the moisturizing clouds around herself and turned towards a distant stretch of land. There was something to do, something that had to be fixed. Feel the power, Janelle. Cordelia's silky voice seemed to echo from everywhere, fading in and out and cutting through the roaring in her mind. Grow strong on it, go north, move faster. Yes. She swept as much of the ocean's energy as she could into her eye and allowed it to course through her being, making her stronger and more powerful. Faster, don't give them time to get away. The coastline drew nearer, and the mouth of an enormous river cut away into it. Gray and brown lumps stuck up from the ground all around it. Skyscrapers. Pointed and squared, they towered into the sky as if daring her to test them. Drown the city, Janelle. They all hate you. Show them no mercy and make your mother proud. With a flex of her will, she raised a wall of water and hurled it against the shoreline and down the river, watching it tumble towards the huddled group of buildings in its path. The tallest of them pointed up to her like a conical finger, accusing. No. Janelle sprang up in bed, flailing and flinging the blanket off. She gripped her arms to ensure they were still there and ran her hands across her stomach. She hadn't transformed yet, but that voice was still everywhere around her, invading her ears, and the drone of Cordelia's voice came out of the stereo. Flood it all. Smash everything that you can. Janelle leaped out of bed and hit the stop button. The room fell silent. Cordelia had left. Some time must have gone by. An hour? 2. The repeat function glowed on the stereo, meaning the recording could have played 20, 30 or 40 times by now. More than once, it had burned its poisonous message into her brain. Janelle sat on the floor, staring at the carpet for an eternity. The nightmare replayed in her mind like Cordelia had stamped it there forever. Was she really that impressionable? Terror crept up into her chest, riding on the realization that she did have another nature after all, and that the skyscraper from her dream had been the Empire State Building. Cordelia had appointed her New York City's executioner. Chapter 16. Janelle wasn't sure how she managed to stand. It took minutes. The damage was done. Operation Reckoning would go ahead as planned. New York City. It was always ground zero in all those bad disaster movies. It always had a target on it for every possible disaster, but they never got hurricanes there. At least not the strong ones. All the really deadly ones were in places with palm trees. Storms that went north of the Carolinas always seemed to get weak and die, right? It was why she'd told Gary to head north if he managed to change. But Cordelia had that DVD about future disasters out in the living room. It would be in there if a powerful New York City hurricane was possible, or some other documentary would have it. The Tempest High leader seemed to have a fondness for all of nature's bad side. From the silence outside her room, it sounded like Cordelia had left. Janelle rushed into the living room, where only the shark swimming in its tank greeted her with its jagged teeth. The DVD sat on the player now, almost as if Cordelia wanted her to find it. She swiped it off with a trembling hand. Sweat marks formed on the plastic around her fingers. Geographic reviews future disasters. A tornado, a volcano, a tsunami, and a hurricane took up the cover. She averted her eyes, popped it open, and pulled out the shiny booklet. That would tell her, or at least give her a clue. Pages detailing each episode flipped in her hands. Wildfires. Asteroid impacts. Tornadoes. Glaciers. Death. And then, New York City versus major hurricane. Janelle's heart stopped. God. Skyscrapers rose from a massive flood, almost skeletal with broken windows. On the next page, a gigantic hurricane spun over the ocean, anticipating its prey. Janelle couldn't help it. She screamed and threw the booklet on the leather couch, burying her face in her hands. It was possible after all. Someone hammered on the double doors. Janelle. Are you in there? I can't open this. It's locked, but I'll break it down if I have to. Gary. She bolted to the doors, nearly slipping on the polished floors. With a tug they came open, and Gary stood on the other side with a guy in glasses of about 19 or 20. He barged in, followed by his companion. Cordelia's meeting with the elder council right now, and she took Alec and Ivana with her so we could get up here. This is the Joey I was telling you about. And no, he's not a baby kangaroo. Joey shook Janelle's hand in a hurry. She barely registered it, and couldn't find the space to laugh. Gary wiped his palms on his pants. We have a plan, Janelle. Hello, he said. Despite killing 90 people, Joey was friendly. And he got to business. If you know where Cordelia keeps the brainwashing recordings, I can exchange them with these files. He fished in his pocket and produced a couple of thumb drives. With luck, she'll think she's giving you the real thing, but then they switch to some classical music about 10 minutes through. And I don't think Mozart will make you kill thousands of people. Janelle stiffened and stared down at the help that had come too late. The mask crumbled, and everything she was supposed to hide and control burst forth. It's already been done, she wailed, turning and pounding her fists on the leather couch. She was acting like a toddler, but she didn't care. Tears filled her eyes. Her father would see this, Leslie would see this. She plucked the Future Disasters booklet off the cushion and threw it at Gary. That's what I'm going to do. Gary flipped it open and blanched. Then he swore as he looked at his friend. Joey let his jaw drop. But that's almost impossible, Joey said. Maybe not for me, Janelle said, voice wobbling. Warm tears ran down her cheeks now, and she didn't care. What else would she want to use me for? Joey eyed the booklet, letting his mouth hang open. So this is how she's going to start her war. It would get the world's attention like nothing else would, Gary said, the last of his mask falling away.
Cordelia's insane.
A war will kill all of us unless she has allies we don't know about. Humans have nukes. Our island is doomed, Joey said with a sigh. But maybe we deserve that. This place is secret. Gary looked at Janelle, eyes unreadable. Then he looked at Joey again. I think she plans to reveal us to everybody while Janelle's, you know. To start it all. She wants the whole world to be scared of us. Let's put the DVD in, Joey said, ashen. He snatched it off the couch and headed for the TV. We've got time. Those meetings always take at least 3 hours, and if they discuss Operation Reckoning, it'll take ages. No, Janelle pleaded over the lump in her throat. There might be something in it that's useful, Joey said, turning on the television. The logo for Future Disasters popped up on the screen, and dramatic music played in surround sound. Janelle stood behind the couch and sniffed. She had to get it together. Crying wouldn't help her situation. Leslie was still trapped here somewhere. If any good was to come out of this, she'd have to get herself back under control. Gary appeared next to her. His hand wrapped around hers and squeezed, sending calm waves through her body. It felt warm and safe. It was the only comfort she'd had all day. It was short-lived. Joey selected the dreaded episode. The screen filled with the Manhattan skyline and slowly zoomed in. A man narrated with a voice filled with doom. New York City. Home to 8 million people, it is also the country's economic center. And also a place not commonly associated with hurricanes. And yet, the man paused as the screen changed to a satellite map of Long Island. New York City is one of the most susceptible cities to their wrath, with damages potentially in the $100 billion range if one were to strike. And it is not a matter of if, but when. When. That word again. The screen changed to a satellite shot of an unknown hurricane in the Atlantic. Ominous music played. Gary's grip on her hand tightened. Joey flinched. Bile rose in Janelle's throat. No, she didn't want to see that. She stared down at the leather couch until it vanished. The narrator continued. If a Category 3 storm or higher arrived at or near New York City during high tide, a storm surge of as high as 30 feet could race up the Hudson River towards Manhattan, flooding the island and the subway systems. Water rose in a subway tunnel, then around a group of office buildings. It would rise around Wall Street, shutting down the stock exchange for weeks. The windows to all the skyscrapers would blast out, raining glass on anyone in the streets. Millions of people would need to be evacuated in a very short amount of time. A woman appeared in front of a black background. The devastation could be incredible, dwarfing that of the infamous Cordelia. Manhattan could become inescapable with all the flooding. Also, getting around when the city's traffic is normal is hard enough, so an evacuation would pose a great challenge. Huge traffic jams could result as the storm attacks the city. The man returned. But worst of all, hurricanes moving to the north move much faster than their southern counterparts. A strong hurricane could race north in a day without losing its punch. Residents would have maybe a day and a half warning to evacuate, which is not enough time for so many people. Deaths could climb into the thousands. Janelle broke away from Gary as the floor seemed to go out. Get rid of it. Please. Every word of the show had stabbed into her like a flying knife. Gary's voice rose to a yell. Take it out, Joey. This isn't doing any good. We're better off looking for the yacht keys. With a click, the TV turned off. Gary's arms wrapped around her, pulling her away from the couch. Janelle sank into his hug as his warmth enveloped her. Numbness followed, rising like a protective wall. Hey, he said, rubbing his hand along her back. We're breaking out of here. We'll find those keys. The keys. Of course. Janelle lifted her head from Gary's shoulder and rubbed her eyes on her sleeve. She's got to have them here. Where would she keep them? Gary shrugged. I've never been up here before. You're the only reason I got in. Well, look everywhere. Janelle wiped the tears away and pulled the cushions off the couch, holding in the urge to apologize for crying and embarrassed that she'd broken down like that in front of him. Joey put his palms in the air. I don't know if trashing the Tempest High leader's apartment is such a good idea. I'll say I did it, Janelle said. She won't kill me. And she deserves it. Now help. Cupboards flew open, rugs overturned, and books toppled from shelves as they searched every square inch of the apartment. Janelle tossed whole drawers to the kitchen floor. Nothing. She rushed into the living room and flipped over rugs while Gary took a pair of tongs and dug through the gravel on the bottom of the piranha tank. Still nothing. Go through every room, she said, pointing down the hall. They flipped the mattress off Cordelia's canopy bed. They tore apart her closet full of gray business suits, going through the pockets. No keys. Janelle pawed through the medicine cabinet and pulled the gratings from the air vents. The last hope drained from her as they peered into the last one. Nothing but a cobweb. She must have taken them with her, she said, sinking down the hallway floor and wrapping her arms around her legs. I should have known. Where else would Cordelia have the keys but her pocket? Gary sat beside her, bangs hanging in his face. Hey, it was worth a try. He was out of ideas. It was all up to Janelle now. No, she said, pulling herself up against the despair. If I don't get out of here, thousands of people will die. And we have to get Leslie back to the mainland. Cordelia won't let her live for long. She's right, Joey said, pushing his glasses up on his nose. But we have to get the keys first. There's no point in breaking her friend Leslie out if we can't get out of here. He was right. What if Cordelia put the keys somewhere else on Alara? Janelle asked, running for the double doors and jumping over an avalanche of books. There's got to be a break room or a garage or something. Gary stepped over a toppled table. She knew Joey and I would leave our rooms when she called Alec and Ivana to the meeting. That means she's convinced we can't get out of here. Janelle froze her hand on one of the doors. Then we'll have to overpower her. We must get Leslie first, because I won't risk Cordelia telling Kevin to kill her. Would Leslie even accept her help now? She would have to. Go after Cordelia. Joey exploded, eyes widening behind his glasses. Oh no. I wasn't asking for this. Yes, go after Cordelia. I'm supposed to be stronger than her. You guys are going to help me. She winced at the low blow she was about to make, but it was necessary. Did you like it when she made you kill 100 people, Joey? Joey gripped the back of the couch, face growing red and jowls wobbling. She'd hit him where it hurt, but they didn't have time to worry about that. All right, he said, shoving the couch so hard that it toppled onto the glass coffee table. A shattering sound filled the room. This Leslie. If Cordelia knew Gary and I would get out, she could have moved her to another location so we couldn't find her. Cordelia's got brains. Where'd she say they'd be keeping her? Basement, I think, Janelle said, opening the doors on the empty stairwell. She'd been too stung by Leslie's rejection to hear Kevin and Cordelia clearly. But it made sense. Where else did you keep prisoners?
Must be the storage areas.
We can check. Joey led the way down the stairs. Janelle followed him into the dome with the fish tanks. The fish swam in circles inside their tubes, oblivious to the nightmare outside their little world. The lights had dimmed in the hall, and their footfalls echoed off the walls. No light filtered down through the spiral in the dome ceiling. Night had fallen, and the halls were quiet. She had been asleep for a long time, listening to that recording. If they threw her in the ocean now, Operation Reckoning would become a reality. Are they all in the meeting? Janelle asked. Most of them, Gary said, taking her arm. Janelle shuddered. Kevin must still be guarding Leslie. The hallway curved ahead and opened up into the main chamber. Circles of light shined around the plants and reflected off the now black windows. The gray spiral on the floor seemed to twist for a second, but Janelle blinked. An illusion. Only the air conditioning blew against her skin, raising an army of goosebumps along her arms. Which way to storage? She asked. 2 other hallways branched off from this one. He dragged Leslie down that one, remember? Gary pointed to the middle one and gulped, realization stealing over his features. We'll have to pass the meeting hall. Janelle swore, but they couldn't turn back now. She collected herself to think. Okay. They'll all be out here if we wait for the meeting to end. Let's remove our shoes until we're past it, or we'll make too much noise. Her voice echoed off the walls and the polished floors. It was something Leslie would have thought of. She could piece anything together. Good thinking. Gary took off his shoes and wiggled his toes inside his gray socks. She tucked her shoes behind a potted plant and watched as Gary and Joey did the same. Pulse roaring in her ears, she followed them down the white marble hallway, shuffling her feet to keep them from slapping on the floor. Only quiet surrounded them on all sides. Janelle could do this. Muffled voices floated down the walkway, which curved. A pair of wooden double doors stood wide open ahead, with a Tempest swirl carved on them. A yellow glow spilled out and formed a rectangle on the wall like a prison searchlight. A long, human-shaped shadow moved across it. They had found the meeting. Now what? Janelle mouthed to Gary. The elders had left the doors open for a reason, to watch for them. It meant that Leslie was definitely down this hall. A pang shot through her at the thought of her friend. If their situations were reversed, would Leslie do this for her? Yes. Gary crept up to the door and peeked in through the crack in the corner. He waved them over and ducked to let Janelle peek into the meeting hall. A long polished table with a glass Tempest swirl etched in it stretched down the room, shining in the light of a chandelier. A group of 10 suited older people sat in leather rolling chairs around it, while other Tempests, at least 20, occupied benches along the walls. Some had lines under their eyes, and an older man fidgeted like he wasn't pleased. Ivana and Alec shuffled their feet on the thick blue carpet as they leaned against the wall with the other low-ranking folks. They looked bored. Arabella was with them too, dressed in a navy blue suit. She glared at the front of the room, where Cordelia stood behind a podium. It seemed like they had been deliberating for hours and possibly arguing, judging from the thick tension in the room. Janelle's heart wrenched. Going there to steal the yacht keys would make as much sense as trying to swim off the island. I'm glad that we're all settled now. Dim the lights, Cordelia ordered someone near the door. I want a nice, ominous feel to this video. Got the camera pointing at me? Good. She smiled, letting the false sugar melt away. I've been rehearsing this for weeks. The lights dimmed, leaving only one shining on Cordelia's face, which looked like a pale moon in the darkness. The other Tempests seemed like magical shadows hunched around their master, waiting for an order to go haunt children's nightmares. It was fitting. Rolling, a man said. Greetings, North America, Cordelia said as she folded her arms. You will not believe what I am about to say initially, but you will discover the truth in a few days. I am Cordelia L. Morgan, leader of the entire Tempest race. We have met before, though not in my current form. Cordelia trailed off as she spilled the truth about Tempests and their abilities, standing tall with pride. Confusion washed over Gary's face and then Joey's. Janelle felt the same. She was making a video to send to the world's news stations, but why was she revealing everything if she was so scared of being discovered? Did she have some secret weapon out there? Janelle gulped. She was the secret weapon. We are your gods and not the only ones in this world. It would be in your best interest to follow any instructions we give you in the future, Cordelia went on, the growl creeping into her voice. And it got worse with each word. See what I truly am. A pause followed. Cordelia must have been doing what Gary did with his eyes back on the beach. Beside Janelle, Gary closed his. I'm sure this isn't enough proof for you, so I have devised a little plan called Operation Reckoning. A shudder raced down Janelle's spine as she stiffened. That was about to get spilled too. She did not want to hear this. Perhaps you will all believe me when my prediction comes true to every detail. One of our numbers, Hurricane Janelle, will strike New York City directly at high tide in only a few days. A 30-foot storm surge will drown much of Manhattan and flood the subway system. Thousands of your pathetic lives will be lost. Your economy will take a massive blow and will be crippled for weeks. Janelle squeezed her eyes shut, putting her hands over her ears and biting her tongue to keep the scream in. She couldn't sit here and listen anymore. Gary tapped her on the shoulder as if sensing her agony. She uncovered her ears to be met with silence. The meeting room lights were still dimmed, and they had to enter the doorway before turning back on. It was their only chance. After this event has passed, I will send a follow-up video with further instructions on how to keep us from striking your other major cities, Cordelia said. I suggest you follow them. It was now or never. Janelle seized Gary's arm. Now, she mouthed. Joey scooted past the doorway, socks slipping across the floor. The light on Cordelia's face went off, casting her in darkness. Janelle vaulted across the floor and reached the other side of the door, Gary in tow. The yellow light clicked back on behind her, casting its rectangle across the hallway. Her heart leapt, but there were no footfalls and no shouting. They'd made it without getting seen. Joey's eyes bulged as he waved them forward down the dark hallway. The lights were off this way. Sliding her feet across the floor to avoid making noise, Janelle released Gary's arm and followed. Ahead, the hallway branched into two and curved like it had been built inside cave tunnels. A pair of jumbled doors on the right led into a room where computer screens glowed in neat rows. The other led downstairs into the dark. Joey turned, nodded, and started down the steps. They must have stuck Leslie in the darkest, creepiest place in the whole complex. Of course. If she was even still alive. If she would even still talk to Janelle. Janelle sucked in a breath. She had to do this, no matter what. She wasn't going to be like the people who'd kidnapped Leslie. Leslie had a normal human life to return to. It was something Janelle would never have again. And Leslie would go back to it, no matter what. A faint, musty smell invaded her nostrils as she descended deeper into the island. The humming of water heaters echoed through the walls. Below, the stairs ended in a basement where orange lights hung on huge concrete poles. They must be way under the surface of the island now. It looked about as inviting as an underground parking ramp. Janelle stopped at the stairs. "What's down here?" she asked, careful not to raise her voice too much. "Just supplies and food. Nothing dangerous," Joey said. "There's 3 of us. We should be able to take down Kevin if he's here. I didn't see him at the meeting." "You're right," she said. Gary shifted next to her. The place was empty. Flies hovered in clouds around a garbage bin on one side of the room. Boxes were stacked on either side of a steel door that probably led to a freezer. Gray doors lined the end of the basement. Rumbling noises came out from those, but no voices. "She might be behind one of those," Janelle said, pointing. Of course, they'd put her somewhere crappy. She raced for the first door, feet slapping against the floor. Hot air rushed out as she yanked it open. Leslie. Only the hum of the water heater and the surrounding pipes answered. Janelle stepped into the room, holding her breath as much as possible. "Help me look," she said, waving Gary into the room. Janelle peeked behind a group of pipes, only to find more cobwebs and a puddle of water on the floor. "I don't think she's in here," Gary said, looking behind a huge cylinder. Joey's right. Cordelia probably moved her. Or, he didn't finish but let the meaning sink in. Janelle left the room, slamming the door. Leslie can't be dead. Cordelia didn't have time to do that. But Kevin did, that mean little voice said. Joey emerged from a dark room, followed by a swirl of dust. He coughed and shook his head. "Nope. She's not in there." Janelle pointed, her heart racing with one last hope. There. The steel door. It was the last one. The room turned out to be a fridge. Boxes of lettuce, cheese, orange juice cartons, and eggs lined the metal shelves. A chill swept through the air. Another steel door at the rear of the room waited for them. "That's the meat freezer," Gary said. "I hope she's not in there." It was worth a check. Janelle's heart pounded as she closed the door behind her to stifle the sound of her voice. "Leslie." "Janelle. I'm in here. Get me out. I'm freezing." A huge sigh of relief escaped her. Leslie was alive and not screaming at her to go away. "Is anyone in there with you?" "No. Just come in and untie me. My feet are numb." Janelle gripped the cold metal of the freezer door handle and tugged it open with a faint cracking sound. A cold like a January morning wrapped around her as she entered the room. Leslie sat against a box of meat with a thick gray blanket wrapped around her. Her foggy breath spiraled toward the ceiling. "You're okay," Janelle breathed, removing the blanket and wrapping her in a hug. "Are you hurt?" Leslie shook her head, teeth chattering, and nodded toward her arms. They were tied behind her back, but no blood was on Leslie's clothes. "Why'd they put you in here?" "I'm going to kill Kevin." At least Leslie wasn't gagged now, though that didn't make sense. Leslie looked up at her and spoke through her bluish lips. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say those things to you earlier. Kevin forced me to, or he would break my fingers." "Oh my God, Janelle. How did we end up in this mess?" "Oh." Kevin had pulled on Leslie right before she told Janelle she didn't want to be her friend anymore. It made sense now. Leslie must have felt awful sitting by herself with that to think about. Don't worry. I didn't believe it, she lied, helping Leslie to her feet as Gary undid the ropes around her wrists. Leslie shot her a "you're lying" look. Come on. I know you. Don't think that I'm not still your friend, Janelle. This whole thing is not your fault. She wrung out her freed wrists. So, is this what that gray spiral on your arm is really about? I thought it was just a birthmark. It might take me a while to get used to it. Leslie still wanted to be friends. It made a happy glow spread through Janelle. Yeah. And I don't blame you for doing what you did. I'd rather not have your fingers broken, Janelle said as Leslie's arms came free. Where'd Kevin go? Leslie shook her head. He put me in here an hour ago and left. He was keeping me in that boiler room, but that woman came down and told him to move me. That woman. Leslie still didn't know the whole truth. It might be best to keep that part a secret until she could absorb the rest. Joey hung in the doorway, breathing clouds of vapor like a train. Let's go. We still have to get the keys. Something weird is happening here, and I don't feel good about this. He was right. A freezer was a strange place to keep a prisoner. And where was Leslie's gag? Okay, Janelle said. We're out of here. And fast. Everyone piled out of the freezer. Janelle raced for the door right behind Joey. Loud crashes sounded on the other side of the steel door. Janelle's stomach raced up into her throat as Joey stopped, and she bumped into him. Hurry up, Kevin, Cordelia yelled. We've got to block them in. Chapter 17. So that was why Leslie got stuck in the freezer. Cordelia had been counting on them to come here after Leslie. She'd let them. Now they were trapped in here. And the cold took away a Tempest's powers and strength. Charge the door. Gary shouted, passing Janelle and slapping Joey on the back. Joey rammed his body against it first. The door flew out an inch, enough to reveal a mountain of storage boxes on the other side, and slammed shut again. More thumps sounded as Cordelia and Kevin stacked more of them in front of their exit, preventing their escape. Joey tried again, grunting, but the cold had already sapped most of his strength. Let me try. Janelle squeezed around Joey and rammed her shoulder into the door. This time it didn't budge. The cold had done its work on her while she was untying Leslie. Gary joined her at the door. Push. She tried again, heart racing as Leslie stayed back. Still, the door didn't move, and muffled thumps continued as the boxes built up on the other side. They were trapped in a prison within a prison. Stop struggling, Janelle. Cordelia shouted from somewhere on the other side of them. I was afraid you'd misbehave. You've given me no choice but to ensure you're manageable when I come for you in the morning. Manageable. Janelle rammed her body into the door again. Nothing. Cordelia and Kevin had locked them in. I'm not having anything to do with your operation. Footsteps headed away from them, growing fainter and fainter until they disappeared. Cordelia's ears were closed on her and would never open. Silence fell. Janelle stared at the pits on the steel door, as the cold of the giant fridge soaked into her skin and stole away her last hope of escape. Although they had food, Janelle didn't feel like eating after her last meal knocked her out. Instead, she snuggled up to Gary for warmth. He wrapped his arm around her and held her tight. But this time, he didn't speak. There was nothing left for either of them to say. Leslie remained quiet too, as she sat near Joey. She always knew when Janelle didn't want to talk, and even now she honored that. Leslie must have some idea what was coming. She'd dive into the ocean at dawn, full of that poisonous nightmare that would kill thousands. Even if she saw her father again, she could never face him. She had made so many mistakes. Hours passed. What time was it? She was too wired, too scared to close her eyes. Gary wrapped his arm around her and held her close. He didn't say much. What could he say? Gary couldn't reassure her because he didn't lie. But his presence was enough. That was all Janelle needed right now. That, and her best friend didn't hate her after all. Leslie ate several cheese slices while recovering from her bout in the freezer. "I'm so sorry, Janelle. I didn't mean to make you feel like crap," she said between bites like she had 7 times before. "You've got to feel bad enough. I would have never thought hurricanes were more than just a bunch of random stuff happening in the atmosphere." She unwrapped another slice of cheese. "That Kevin guy showed me his powers on the boat. He was able to make the water choppy, and made the wind kick up so bad I nearly fell off. I thought he was going to kill me. He said he'd go back and murder my mom if I didn't cooperate with him. I wanted to yell for security at the airport, but he called this private plane and I didn't have the chance." "It's okay," Janelle said, wrapping her fingers in her shirt's fabric, feeling what Leslie must have gone through during her abduction. "If it was just a few degrees warmer here, we could just walk out." Leslie fiddled with the plastic cheese wrapper, which crinkled in her hands. "I can't believe I'm sitting in here walking, talking hurricanes. What other disasters are running around as people? Earthquakes? Tornadoes? Snowstorms?" "Don't know," said Gary, working at opening a cup of applesauce. "Cordelia did say something that hinted at it during the recording. If there are any others, I don't know about them. We haven't run into each other." Joey cleared his throat. "That could change after Cordelia releases her video. Who knows what's going to come out of that? Maybe she does have secret allies and more plans." A fresh spike of terror ran through Janelle as she remembered. Leslie might be okay with being friends, but would Cordelia kill Leslie when the operation started? Janelle wouldn't be here to protect her. Gary and Joey would help, but they might be unable to keep her safe for long. Thump. Janelle's heart leapt as she sprang to her feet. Thump. Louder this time. Dawn had come. Cordelia had returned. She was clearing the boxes away to drag her down to the water. She stood no chance this time. Heart thudding, she seized the cold metal of the closest shelf and braced herself for the worst. Leslie stood as well, staying close. "Janelle." A soft female voice floated through the door. "Get to the back. We'll try to hold Cordelia off," Gary said, pushing her back and standing near the door. Joey joined him. "Janelle. I know you're in there. Answer me." This wasn't Cordelia. The handle twisted slowly, and the door came open. The yellow-orange light of the basement poured into the room, framing Arabella in her navy blue suit. "Come with me, all of you, before Cordelia comes down here. We don't have much time. Janelle, I need to speak to you." Janelle's legs carried her towards the woman and her grandmother, as if they'd lost the will to resist this nightmare any longer. She'd killed hundreds of people, too. She couldn't be much better than Cordelia, but she was letting them out of here. Arabella rested her hand on Janelle's back as soon as everyone had left the fridge. She'd figured out what she hadn't known back at school. She walked, pulling Janelle along with her. "Janelle." She let out a slow breath. "I believe you're my granddaughter, and the child Cordelia told us all was stillborn. What's your father's name?" "Lucas. He told me about you already," she said, studying the floor. How was she supposed to feel about this? "Good. That saves a lot of explaining." Arabella glared back at the fridge. "Cordelia's gone insane, saying gods are walking around still, and that they'll join us in her war. And it's disgusting that she'd lock up her child like this and lie to me about your death." Was that regret in the old woman's voice? Did she regret the arranged marriage? A painful lump grew in Janelle's throat. Arabella was no saint, but she'd come down to free her. "It's okay, Janelle," she said, guiding her closer to the stairs. "I'm getting you out of here. On the way, we'll reverse the brainwashing Cordelia did, so your natural path is restored, as it should be. I'm sure your father's voice will work great for that." "My father." She looked up into Arabella's wrinkled face, keeping her tone hard. Why did Arabella care about stopping this plan? She'd killed 500 people. Her son cutting contact wouldn't be enough to give her remorse. Maybe she just thought Cordelia was crazy. Whatever. Janelle would go with it. Arabella hardened. I got a text from him half an hour ago. He and Hank will be pulling into the lagoon any minute. They sent me to get you because if they came in, they'd be spotted. That's when I knew you were probably my grandchild, and I've been spreading the word among the others. Come on. We've got to meet them before someone else does. Janelle looked at the others. Leslie nodded and offered a shaky thumbs up. Gary motioned them all to the stairs. They were leaving, and she wouldn't kill thousands of people. What about Leslie? Her friend walked behind Gary and Joey, looking small and scared as they climbed the basement steps. She can come, but only if she swears to keep our secret for the rest of her life. Arabella glared at Leslie. Leslie nodded with vigor. Of course I do. Who's going to believe me if I tell, anyway? They'd lock me up and tie me in a straitjacket. Good, Arabella said. You're more trustworthy than Cordelia. She'll reveal us to everyone. The humans will attack. And without us, the planet would go into chaos. No gods or allies are coming to save us like Cordelia thinks. She patted Janelle on the back as they reached the top of the steps. Let's move faster. Quietly. Arabella's slippers made faint slapping noises on the floor. She jogged like a woman half her age. Janelle followed as the others did the same. The black pit inside of her disappeared. She shot Gary a smile, which he returned. The meeting chamber's doors had both closed. The whole marble corridor was quiet. What time is it? Janelle asked. Almost dawn. We have minutes. Faster. Janelle quickened her pace and urged her rubbery legs to go faster. As soon as Cordelia found the toppled boxes, she'd send everyone in the complex searching for her, guaranteed. Their escape boat probably would only make it over the horizon after all four of Cordelia's followed. Arabella waved them across the entry chamber and its gray swirl pattern on the floor. After pressing her finger to the glowing red pad, the exit door clicked and unlocked. Janelle stepped out into the round, damp tunnel of the cave. It smelled like freedom. Gary actually smiled. They were both going to escape. So your dad came here? Leslie appeared at her side, the look on her face trying to comprehend. How did he do that when he doesn't have a boat? He's not a sailor. And this island isn't on any map from what Kevin told me. Save it for later. Joey put his hand on her back and led her down the tunnel. Janelle turned the curve after Arabella and let out a breath. A new yacht bearing the Bahamian flag hummed as it moved between the fishing boat and Cordelia's yacht. Her father and Mr. DeVille stood on board, practically glowing under the lights. So it was true. Climb aboard, all of you, Mr. DeVille ordered, pointing to the front of the boat. Janelle climbed over the rail and onto the boat. Dad. She launched herself into a hug. She'd never been so glad to see him in her life. I'm so sorry, she repeated, overcome with emotion and preparing for his lecture on controlling it. But it never came. Janelle's father simply hugged her back. We have minutes. Come below decks. He released her and faced Mr. DeVille, Gary, Joey, and Arabella. The rest of you ensure Cordelia can't use those yachts for a while. He pulled Janelle towards a glass sliding door. Dion emerged from below decks, face sagging from lack of sleep, and passed them. I agree with that. Janelle followed Leslie and her dad through the sliding door and below decks into a small dining room. He released her arm and sat in the dining booth with his lips pursed together. What did she say to him? Where to start? This wasn't going to be an easy conversation. Both were having that problem. Even Leslie shifted as she pressed her face to a porthole. Crashes and thumps echoed out in the cave. Dion and the others were getting their revenge on Cordelia. Janelle stood frozen, waiting for him to say something, but the air grew heavier. Janelle joined her friend at the window to avoid the uncomfortable conversation a little longer. Still, the side of Cordelia's yacht thrashed, taking blows. She let her forehead rest against the cool glass as she stared at the fishing boat at the end of the dock. It looked like a sleeping cave monster shrouded in darkness. She wished the others would hurry. Cordelia might be heading down to the basement right now. The crashes stopped outside, and seconds later, the sliding door slid open, and Dion came through, breathing heavily but smiling. "I think we're good," he said before waving them outside again. "We just need to." A faint ringing sounded through the air. Janelle backed away from the window. That meant one thing. Cordelia had discovered her escape.
Okay.
That doesn't sound good. Let's go. It's the fire alarm, Gary said, darting below the deck. She must have pulled it when she found us gone. A hum washed through the boat as Dion went above and started it. Above decks, the others returned, scattering. Her father looked at her from the booth, motioning for her to stay. The yacht lurched and righted itself as it backed away from the dock. Janelle gripped the windowsill for support. They were out of here. Everything lurched. Leslie seized Janelle's arm. Gary squeezed in to look out the porthole. The dock grew smaller as the boat turned towards the exit. Shadows danced on the walls as figures raced out of the entry tunnel. Cordelia led them in her gray suit. She stopped before her ruined yachts, now sinking into the water, and stared after them. Others gathered around her, figures in pajamas and suits. Kevin took off his sunglasses and dropped them to the dock. Dion steered them through the cave, and a rock wall blocked Cordelia and her cronies from view. "I hope I never see you again," Janelle shouted. Now cave walls rolled past and then gray light surrounded the boat. It was the most beautiful light Janelle had ever seen. They burst out of the cave's mouth, leaving a trail of foaming water behind them. A faint orange lined the horizon to the east. Joey sighed in relief as he half fell into the room, and Leslie sagged against a folding closet door. Mr. DeVille collapsed into the booth beside his brother, chest heaving. Janelle didn't know where Arabella was. Leslie peeled herself from the window as the ocean spread out, gray with traces of pink.
"Mr. Duvall."
"Thanks." Janelle's father looked at her. "Leslie, how did you get all the way out here?" "It was Kevin," Janelle said. Gary moved over, wrapping his arm around her as if to hold her up. "Are you okay?" His hazel eyes were just as gorgeous now, maybe even more so. It seemed that some of the darkness inside him had cleared up, leaving a glow in its place. But still, Janelle couldn't get her quivering knees to stop. Had Arabella waited 5 more minutes to bail her out, she never would have made it off Alara. Well, not in the way she wanted. She faced the woman she'd feared and hated yesterday, as she hung in the doorway like she wasn't sure how to speak to her sons. "Thank you." Arabella gave her a weak smile. "I'm glad. Things could have been different." She looked at her father and then Mr. DeVille. So much unspoken stuff passed between them. Footsteps approached, and her father appeared beside her, heaving out a breath. Gary let go, and he pulled her close. "Yes, things should have been different. Janelle, I'm sorry I didn't tell you anything. Most of this is my fault." "It's okay. I'm not mad anymore, and I understand why you did it," Janelle said, hoping to end the big awkward conversation. She didn't want to discuss Cordelia, or the fact that the mother from her photo had been a lie. The pain inside her needed to heal a bit first. "Where did you get this boat?" "One of Dion's human friends let us borrow it. We made the guy think we would miss some fishing trip we'd planned for years, so he felt sorry for us." His tone dropped. "We need to talk more about the family things later. With Cordelia being your biological mother, there's an implication that I've had no choice but to prepare you for since you were very young." Janelle's heart hurt. He'd confirmed the worst. Now she couldn't stop the words. "You lied about Mom." He gave her a pat on the arm and a forced smile.
"Tina was your mother, Janelle."
"Not biologically, but your mother and the only real mother you ever had. We met when I moved you up to Michigan. She loved you and wanted to raise you as her own."
"And do you know what?"
"What?" "Your mother knew what we were. And she didn't care." "She didn't?" Janelle looked up at him, thunderstruck. You're not lying about that? Her father didn't look away or fiddle with his sleeve or do anything he'd done back in Florida. No. I'm not. He was telling the truth this time. Janelle let a smile creep onto her face. A horrible darkness inside her thinned and... Dion, faster. Joey ran up the yacht's hallway from another porthole in the back, glasses crooked on his face. He stopped next to Gary. They're coming out of the cave right now. Doesn't look good. How far back? How many are on board? The growl returned as her father released her and disappeared down the hall, every inch commanding and severe. I thought we made that impossible. I don't know. A mile. It's too dark to see. Joey looked at Arabella, who ran back up the steps to relay the warning to Dion. Then Joey ran back down the short hallway. Janelle and Gary joined him. She pressed her cheek against the porthole at the end, praying that he was wrong. Joey moved aside to let them look. Oh, Gary said. Joey was right. A yellow searchlight glowed near the base of the conical island, about a mile behind them. They never destroyed the fishing boat. A hand took her arm, Mr. DeVille's. Come on, Janelle. We've got to remove the brainwashing. This could be the last chance. Then if Cordelia gets you, you won't do what she wants. She faced her newfound uncle, who frowned. And how? Janelle's voice came out higher than usual. I can't exactly sleep right now, because being chased across the ocean by a psychopath isn't too relaxing. She's right, her father said from behind his brother. Hypnosis can't work when you're tense. Mom will slow the other boat down and buy time. Hank, you get the tapes ready. She yanked the sliding door open and disappeared outside. Dion! Arabella shouted from above. Full power on this thing. Or maybe half a mile on them. Dion shouted something back. Something about the tone of his voice made Janelle's stomach turn. It didn't sound good. What did he say? She asked her father as she pushed around Mr. DeVille. His lips pursed together. Nothing. Come back to the cot here. We've got this under control. Just lie down and try to relax. Something's going on. Tell me. Her dad wiped the sweat from his forehead. Janelle, please. Tell me. A smoldering anger rose in her chest and spilled into her fists, clenching them into tight balls. She wasn't going to be lied to. Not anymore. Her father sighed. It was a long journey here, and we couldn't gas up at Alara because the alarm went off. The yacht's almost out of fuel. They'll overtake us within an hour. Chapter 18. Janelle's stomach lurched. An hour? That was it. I tried to tell you all we needed to fuel up, Mr. DeVille said, pacing the narrow hallway. We're going to have to fight. I'll help, Gary said. He marched over to stand beside her, determination shining in his eyes. His presence made her stomach loosen up a bit. She was on a boat with several Tempests who knew how to use their powers. Among them was... The wind whistled outside, then roared. Arabella was sending her wrath to the fishing boat. It might work for a while. But Cordelia would fight back, so this might not last. I've got to go up there and help, Janelle said, despite the terror that rode on the idea. No, her father said. You don't know how to fight yet. You have something more important to do. But Leslie. We'll protect her. I'll take care of the tapes. Now go lay on the cot and close your eyes. Her father was right. She had to do that. But after that, she'd join the fight. Leslie was still sitting in the booth, silent and pale. Her friend's life depended on this. Maybe Gary's did too, and her father's and her uncle's. Go, Janelle. I've got your back, Gary said. He stood in the doorway, blocking her way outside. Janelle sucked in a deep breath as she sat on the cot opposite the dining booth. She had to relax. It might not be possible, but she had to try. Her father seemed to have read her mind. He took Gary's place and leaned down towards her. He popped open a drawer containing a silver cassette player, and several batteries. Dad. So, he'd known about Operation Reckoning too. There was no other way he would have prepared this on the way here. It softened her anger towards him a bit. It had to be why he'd taken her away the day she was born. Maybe he had been hiding all this from her for her own good. It would have been better not to know anything before she dove into the ocean. But she wouldn't have met Gary and wouldn't have brought her father and her uncle back together. He shoved a cassette in with a click. My mother can only hold them off for so long. We're outnumbered. We've got to get this done before the other boat catches up. He turned his gaze to her, the graze in his eyes severe. And then when they get here, Janelle, you jump overboard. It's the only way. Jump overboard. Janelle shuddered. There was no getting out of her duty. She might as well not do it Cordelia's way then. She forced a nod. Her father returned it. It would end soon. The pillow crinkled under her head as she settled into it. Now for the hard part, drifting off.
Okay.
Ready. Close your eyes and breathe deeply, her dad said. His voice trembled. He was unsure about this. That really made her feel better. Janelle did, but her pulse still raced in her ears. Breathe, Janelle. Control yourself. But the wind still roared outside and Dion started cussing. Leslie asked in a squeaky voice if she was going to die. Gary told her that he didn't know. Quiet up there, her father yelled. Leslie will protect you. Gary, go tell Dion to shut up. He let out a breath and lowered his voice. Think of something happy, Janelle. The time we volunteered at the soup kitchen. Your 16th birthday party.
Anything.
Darkness swam inside her eyelids. She brought up the image of herself, Leslie, and their friends at the skating rink. The stuffed killer whale coming out of the claw machine. Her mother helped her pick up Easter eggs. Sanity. Normal things. Her heart slowed a little. She forced her breath to slow. Click. A gentle hiss added to the whistling of the wind outside. Her father's soothing, soft voice floated out of the cassette player. Janelle, relax and listen to me. Take a deep breath. She did. Her father stood and stepped away. Would this even work? She wasn't going to sleep, that was for sure. Cordelia had played her message on her for hours. This one might have to play even longer to reprogram the monster within. But they had nothing else. That's it. Breathe out. Let all your tension go out with your breath. You are calm and in control of yourself. Janelle let her weight sag into the cot and let the whistling of the wind fade into the background like it didn't matter. Maybe this would work after all.
Incoming. Mr. DeVille yelled.
Janelle came to and sat straight up. The roaring stopped as if someone had choked off the wind. A jolt ran through the boat. The tape player flew off the counter and slid down the hallway towards Gary. Everything tilted. Her stomach dropped. Janelle toppled from the cot and slammed against the cabinets. Pain raged through her shoulder as she cried out. Boxes of crackers and pasta rained down to the floor feet from her. What is this? But then the boat righted itself. Cabinet doors slammed back shut. Leslie broke into sobbing somewhere. Janelle. Get up. Cordelia sent a huge wave right at us. Gary appeared above her and extended his hand. I think she's trying to capsize us, so you'll change. Heck, we all will if she does. She'd like that. Crap. Janelle stood and let Gary wrap his arm around her, heart hammering. She waited for the wind to start above the decks again. It didn't. Only an ominous silence had taken its place. A cold lead seemed to spread through her body. Arabella. She shot away from Gary and tore past Leslie, who leaned against the wall with her arms folded. Her friend's whimpers faded behind her as Janelle bolted out of the cabin. Janelle wanted to be there for her, and felt invisible ropes trying to pull her back, but at least she knew Leslie was alive and unhurt. On the other hand, the sun hung over the horizon like the giant red eye of a cyclops, and the strongest tingle swept through Janelle's body. Something beckoned her closer to the sparkling water. She had to release her power, or she would go insane. No. Gritting her teeth, she looked away, focusing on a porthole as she ran down the deck. Gary's footfalls thudded against the deck behind her. Her dad and uncle crouched down near the railing ahead, near the stern. Arabella's slippers stuck out from between them. "You'll be okay, Mom. Just hang in there. We'll get this bandaged," Mr. DeVille said. Janelle pushed in between them. Arabella lay against the railing. A crimson trail flowed down the left side of her face from a gash above her temple. "Cordelia's out of control. Now she's hurting other Tempests," she said, looking up at her father. "I should have stopped her sooner." "Janelle, get back below decks." Her dad pointed to the door. "You could get splashed if there's another wave."
Come on.
He's right. Gary took her arm. But Janelle froze. Beyond the flag, the fishing boat was getting closer. Its pulleys stuck up like the spines of some beast. And a single, thin figure stood at the bow. "We've got to get Arabella under too," Janelle said. "Then go. You bandage her and don't come up here again." A faint growl crept into her father's voice, growing worse with each word as he glared at her. "I'll hold them off. I don't want you to see me like this." The gray in her father's eyes started to swirl and twist around his pupils. Janelle gulped. No. She didn't want to see him like that. She turned away, but not fast enough to miss the water rising before Cordelia's fishing boat. The breath caught in her throat as she bumped into Gary. A mountain of water rose before it, blocking it from view. Another wave. It rose and drew closer as if a giant were rolling underwater. 30 feet high, 40, it would drown the yacht for sure. When that water crashed down, she'd. Janelle's legs seemed to have turned to stone. Even Mr. DeVille froze, holding his mother up as she pressed a hand to her head. The roar grew louder and filled her ears. Her father stood his ground, facing down the wave, and another wave rose in front of him as the yacht dipped in its wake. Janelle's stomach rose up into her chest. She scrambled for the railing and held on. He raised both arms like he was pushing an invisible wall away. His wave lurched forward, rising as it raced out to meet Cordelia's. "Janelle, come on." Mr. DeVille broke his paralysis and took her arm with his free hand. A deafening crash shook the boat as the two waves met just 100 feet away. An explosion of water rose up. Janelle gripped the railing as the boat lurched. The tingling came back in a rush, filling her body. Her legs ached to jump over the rail. No. She shook her head to clear out the urge, but it refused to let go. She might resist it for another few hours, if she was lucky. "Joey, go get the first aid kit," Mr. DeVille ordered as he helped his mother down the stairs and into the cabin. She hit her head on the rail and might have a concussion. Janelle dashed inside after him and shut the door, standing against it for good measure. But the inner roar joined the tingling. No, she had to get back out there. And do what she had to do. She had to get to the water. Her legs made to turn her around, but no, Janelle. Her knuckles paled as she gripped the windowsill to stop herself. Gary appeared and clamped his hands down on her shoulders. Away from the door. Even his grip did nothing to stop the monster. "Let go of me." Janelle thrashed against his grip. A breeze whipped through the inside of the cabin, blowing papers off a nearby table and swirling them in the air. "Hold her down," Arabella said from somewhere. Janelle broke loose, bolting for the door, eager to make this stop. Footfalls thudded behind her. She yanked the door open so hard it squealed and came off its track. "Get back inside." Her teacher squeezed into the doorway, pushing her back. "Come back to the cot, and I'll find the tape player." Something about his voice made her stop. The tingle melted away, and the breeze died. Janelle let out a huge breath and a croak. That had been way too close. This urge. How do I make it stop? You don't. Mr. DeVille's gray eyes widened as he stared down at her. I'll make sure you don't go anywhere for now. He pushed her back to the cot. times shorter than ever. Another crash sounded outside. The yacht trembled in the shockwave, and it was worse this time. Her father had blocked another one of Cordelia's waves, but was losing. She was getting closer every second. Leslie backed into the booth as they passed. Janelle, your eyes didn't look right a minute ago. Are you okay? Fine. Big lie. Mr. DeVille bent over to snatch the tape player and a loose battery. All right. Let's pray this thing still works. Hank. Dion's voice cut through the air as the hum of the boat faded and died. He appeared in the archway that led to the boathouse. We're in some deep crap, my friend. You up for a fight? Janelle's stomach lurched. There was no way to do this in time now. Her teacher sighed. We're out of fuel, aren't we? Out of fuel. And out of luck. Dion wiped his palms on his pants and ran out the sliding door. Lucas. We're coming out to back you up. I'm out of commission, Arabella said, dabbing a towel to her head. Joey leaned over her, but she waved him away. You go. I can hold this myself. Gary headed for the doorway after Joey. Then he stopped and turned to face her. His chest heaved up and down as he spoke. Janelle, I have to say. Go. Arabella yelled. Gary followed the others outside as another crash rattled the boat. He grabbed the railing to keep from going overboard. Careful, she yelled out after him. Her stomach ached and her limbs turned into rubber. What if he got hurt out there? Or worse. And it would all be because of her. A sob started creeping up in her throat. She wouldn't deserve him if she did what Cordelia wanted. She wouldn't deserve anything. Leslie hugged her knees in the booth, eyes big as she breathed shallowly with a wheezing sound. Janelle wished she could hug her, but what good would it do? What now? She asked instead. You're not going anywhere after that display you just gave us, Arabella said, folding the bloody towel and pressing it against her face again. Sit next to me, would you? It's not like you can reverse the brainwashing with all this fighting going on. There's always a chance we could drive them off and have you listen to the tape in a while. Her tone could have sounded more hopeful. And you won't be any good to Gary out there, especially if you go overboard. Is it that obvious? Janelle forced herself to sit and tune out the shouting, crashing, and roaring on the deck. It was the hardest thing she'd ever done. Gary was out there, fighting. Fighting for her while she couldn't even help. She was in here, worthless. But Arabella was right. She'd end up overboard if she went out there, and Gary wouldn't want that. And this might be her last moment of sanity. Leslie whimpered as a loud bang sounded outside. Don't worry. We'll get through this, Janelle told her. Another bang. Another whimper. A metallic smell invaded her nostrils, Arabella's blood. Janelle winced and helped her hold the towel up. Oh, don't feel sorry for me. Arabella held up an arm. I'm not a nice woman. I killed hundreds of people and ruined lives, and I enjoyed it. And some of this is my doing. Her doing. Cordelia would have had her already if she hadn't busted them out of the freezer. You got me off the island, Janelle stuttered. The old woman leaned back and rested her head on the wall. Even Leslie had gone quiet. The calm before the storm, Janelle thought. The wind outside died. Then a new noise came, the hum of a motor and the parting of water. It only meant one thing. Cordelia had arrived. Chapter 19. You hide, girl. Arabella pointed to Leslie, and then pointed down the hall. Janelle, you find a room and barricade yourself in it. I'll buy you some time. I can't leave you. She couldn't just go cower somewhere and let everyone else decide her fate. That had happened enough. And there was no way she would let Arabella fight by herself. Go. Arabella took her arms and pushed her towards the door. You need to protect your friend. Don't worry about me. Leslie stood so pale against the wall that she looked like she might pass out. Arabella was right. Leslie wouldn't last long in her state. Janelle bolted to her friend and took her arm. Come on, Leslie. Snap out of it. Leslie shook her head and stood without a word. All the color had gone from her face. Arabella pulled herself up by taking hold of the booth. She hurried over to the closet and spread her arms across it, looking like she was keeping someone inside. I said hide. They're almost here. Janelle? Leslie asked, looking out the door. Janelle followed her gaze. The brown hull of the fishing boat drifted up alongside the yacht and stopped with a splashing sound. A wooden ramp descended from it with a bang as it landed on the yacht deck. Cordelia would board any second. You're not taking her. Mr. DeVille shouted from outside. Janelle darted into a pale blue bedroom, pulling Leslie along and slamming the door behind her. I'll barricade the door. Here, she said, gripping a bedpost. Within seconds, she had the bed on its side up against the entrance. Now shut off the light. Leslie ran over to the switch. A click later, near darkness filled the room. It wasn't dim enough to hide Leslie's slack jaw or wide eyes. Wow. I guess you weren't kidding about the strength. At least she was starting to talk again. It was more like the Leslie she knew. The Leslie she needed to protect. If Janelle got thrown into the ocean now, Leslie wouldn't see the end of the day. Janelle shushed her and held her breath. Her legs threatened to go out from under her. Muffled voices and thumps sounded from somewhere. A fight had broken out. Someone cried out as footfalls thudded into the boat and grew louder. Janelle's stomach dropped. What if it was Gary or her dad? They're coming, Leslie said. Janelle, you're still my best friend. I don't care what species you are. And you're still mine. I don't care what Kevin forced you to say. We're going to get out of this. She couldn't help but feel a moment of triumph. Cordelia was wrong, after all. Wrong. They hugged, and maybe it was for the last time. Another thump sounded from outside. Janelle steeled herself and looked around the room. There weren't any windows for Leslie to climb out of. Janelle thought about breaking down a wall, which might sink the boat. They only had a cubby for a bathroom nearby. Leslie, she said, letting go. Hide in there. Go. I want you to survive today. Janelle. You can't help me this time, she said, staring at her. Those people out there are not like me. They'll kill you if they see you. Footfalls grew closer. They were inside the yacht now. Janelle faced the door. You're not taking my granddaughter. Arabella shouted. Move away from the closet, Arabella. Let's not be unreasonable, Cordelia said. She was right out in the hall, just feet away. I don't want to spill any Tempest blood if I don't have to, especially yours. It would be a shame to waste your great power, but I will act if I have to. So, Arabella was making Cordelia think she was in the closet. She'd bought Janelle and Leslie maybe 2 minutes. Leslie had vanished. She'd taken her advice and hidden inside the cubby, squeezing in next to the toilet. She pulled the curtain and waited. If Leslie made it, that would be something. No. Janelle is not a weapon to be used. Your plan's barbaric, Cordelia. You have no regard for the natural law. I'm not going to be quiet about it anymore. You are calling me barbaric. Cordelia broke out laughing. You, the killer of over 500 people? Silence fell for a few seconds. Arabella's voice rose. I won't deny it. A sick feeling blossomed in her stomach. No. A crash followed with a creaking of hinges. Cordelia let out a grunt of triumph. She's mine. They were hurting her grandmother. The words exploded from Janelle's mouth before she could stop them. Leave her alone. The world blurred. Everything seemed to fall away as the urge to fight, an urge she never felt before all this started, overtook her. She yanked the bed away from the door, letting it crash against the wall. The door flew open a second later. Cordelia stood behind it, smiling. Behind her, Arabella slumped against the closet door, gasping for breath and holding her throat. Her eyes bulged and her skin had turned gray. Cordelia had tried strangling her to death. Janelle Morgan. It's time. Cordelia took a bold step into the room. That isn't my last name. She had to get to Arabella. Janelle charged, pushing past the Tempest High leader, but Kevin and Ivana crammed into the hallway, blocking her. Hands clenched her arms like steel traps. Let go of me. She tugged against their grips, trying to aim a punch at Kevin. It was no use. Janelle couldn't fight two Tempests, even if she was the strongest. Her grandmother. Now, how are we going to do this? Kevin asked, gripping her arm tighter. She's going to fight. Cordelia backed away, coming very close to stepping on Arabella, who still gasped in shock. Well, I was counting on the fridge to keep her weak, but we can't do that, thanks to my ex. We'll have to use the cage and the ice cubes. Janelle stopped thrashing as ice spread through her. Cage? Ice cubes? A cold rock seemed to settle in her stomach like she'd swallowed a bunch already. Now quickly bring her over to our boat. We don't know if the others will break free, Cordelia ordered. Though I don't think it's likely. And we'll find the human girl later. It's not like she has anywhere to go. Cordelia moved to the side to let Janelle's captors pull her through the doorway. Arabella lay slumped against the wall, arms limp against her suit. Her chin rested on her chest. Was she still breathing? Janelle couldn't tell. A horrible pang she hadn't thought possible squeezed her heart. Ivana and Kevin pulled her past through the living room before she could look closer. What did you do to her? She yelled. But Cordelia didn't answer. She walked through the yacht's living room, keeping her nose up. Why can't we just shove her off the boat? Ivana asked. That's easier. I've done enough in the past few days. You want to be standing right there when she changes? Cordelia stopped in the doorway outside. Curtis still has a broken arm from when Gary did. And I don't want you injured once things warm up. Janelle hung her head. She couldn't breathe. Operation Reckoning tightened around her like a noose. Cordelia yanked the sliding door open, and they stepped out into the morning air. They were outnumbered very badly. The two black-haired men stood on the yacht deck, holding Gary by both arms. Joey lay up against the side of the cabin, and blood ran out of his crooked nose. He stared into the air, stunned and blinking. Janelle. Gary lurched against his captors. Let her go. Cordelia. Let me do Operation Reckoning instead. You wanted me to make up for my failure, right? Cordelia smiled at him as she stopped near the plank. Oh, you know that's not possible. You're nowhere near strong enough.
Come on.
Gary thrashed again. Cordelia nodded at the two men, and one of them clamped his hand over Gary's mouth, muffling the rest. Leave him alone. Janelle yelled, pulling against Ivana. The roar filled her head, but this time it was the roar of rage. At least Gary was unharmed. Joey didn't look like his life was in danger, at least. But what about Dad? Janelle searched the deck, all the hope inside her flattening like roadkill. At least a dozen men and women in pajamas held Mr. DeVille and Dion prisoner against the wall. Near the yacht's bow, 4 suited elder council members stood around her father, forming a tight square around him. She glanced closer. All 4 of them held his arms. Is this necessary, ma'am? An older man in front of her father asked. His suit clung to his skin like a wave had hit him head-on. Cordelia jabbed a finger towards him. Yes, it is. Now bring the others on deck so we can make sure they don't try anything funny. And we're towing this boat back to Alara. We will need a replacement for what we lost. Her dad's gaze fell on her. Janelle. He thrashed against the council members, hair wild and eyes wide. Fight. Do what you have to do. His words rang in her ears, joining the fading roar. Fight. How, with 24 Tempests against her? Were they all against her? Doubt filled the faces up and down the deck. This way, Cordelia ordered, striding up the wooden ramp to the fishing boat. Ivana tugged Janelle's arm and sidestepped up the ramp while Kevin pushed her from behind. The ocean rippled between the boats. She felt dizzy. Janelle stumbled over the end of the ramp and onto the soaked deck of the fishing boat. More feet thudded against the ramp behind her. Fight. But then she saw her fate. A shark cage on a pulley sat on the other side of a puddle, waiting for her. Its thick steel bars dripped and its door stood wide open. Thousands of deaths waited inside. Cordelia walked across the puddle, sending little ripples with her heels. "Bring our captives over here," she barked, pointing to a dry space between the water and the railing. "There's enough room for everyone. I want them to watch my success. Especially Lucas. Put him near the front." They were going to make her father watch this. Up close. Her knees buckled. Figures paraded up the ramp, Dion and his 3 captors the first among them. A wiry man in pajama shorts nudged him from behind and said, "I didn't get rudely woken up to dawdle around here all day." Gary came next. He didn't even look up as his captors led him along. He'd given up hope. A pang shot through her at the sight of him staring down at the deck, bangs hanging in his face. Would he even look at her ever again after the operation? Joey dragged his feet and groaned as Alec and a middle-aged woman pulled him along. Mr. DeVille and her father came up in the rear, guarded by the suited members of the Elder Council. Janelle turned away, as far as Kevin and Ivana would allow her. Their grips tightened on her arms, but she barely noticed the pressure. She couldn't face her dad now, not when this was all her fault. She should have listened to him. Maybe he really had kept her in his thoughts after all. "A part of me was hoping that you could join us for this moment, Lucas," Cordelia said in her sugary voice, but underneath it was hurt, anger, and revenge. "Oh, why the tears?" Janelle squinted at her father. She couldn't help it. Tears streamed down his cheeks. She'd never seen him cry before. Cordelia began pacing past the small crowd in front of her. "I have one last word before the festivities. I thank Gary Plankett for making this wonderful moment possible." Janelle felt her jaw go slack. "Gary? What?" She faced him, expecting to see some recognition on his face. There was none. His mouth had dropped open too. He stared at her and shook his head, mouthing something. "Oh, don't look so shocked, Gary." Cordelia stopped in front of him. "Time was short, and it was necessary to find my daughter. I knew her time to change was close, and Lucas would move her back to the coast before it happened. So I made a special tape for you to listen to before your transformation, and played it while you were sleeping. You never knew. My instructions were to seek out Janelle and change back right in front of her." "What?" Gary leaned forward against his captor's grips with huge eyes. "That isn't true." "Oh, but it is." Cordelia grabbed his chin. "How else was I going to find her? I knew Janelle would take the bait." She took a few steps back into the puddle. The Tempest High leader stared at the crowd. Scattered, reluctant applause rose up. Gary had gotten all this started. Janelle gulped. Tremors racked her body. The whole universe was betraying her. Gary sagged and looked down as the men held him in place. "It wasn't your fault." But words escaped her as her throat refused to work. Everything closed up and she couldn't breathe. Cordelia whirled around and smiled. "You're going to make me very proud, Janelle. Here, I'll get the door." She made for the shark cage and held the door open. Icy terror raced through her veins. Another tingle started to spread through her limbs. I can break out of that," Janelle stammered. She needed to try something to stall.
"Anything."
"Sure you can when the ice we pour on you wears off." Cordelia waved her closer. "But by then, you'll be dangling over the ocean. And I've had this model specially reinforced, as it was only designed to deal with sharks. Now, I suggest everyone stand on the other side of the boat as we lower her into the water." Gary's voice met her ears. "Janelle, I'm sorry.
I never meant for this to happen."
Ivana and Kevin dragged her closer to the cage. The door stood open like a mouth, ready to swallow her. All the strength fled from her legs. She couldn't walk. She couldn't scream.
Cordelia!
Everyone stopped. Janelle jumped in place. It couldn't be. Arabella stood by the ramp with one arm slung over Leslie's shoulder for support. She wobbled in place. Tightening her fists, she glared at Cordelia with eyes filled with swirling, raging clouds. Be sure you finish the job next time. A growl escaped Cordelia's throat. Are you challenging me?
No.
Get out of there. Janelle's voice rang high in her ears as she thrashed against her captor's grips. Her grandmother stood no chance in her condition. And neither did Leslie, period. Don't look, Janelle. Arabella advanced, eyes locked with Cordelia's. But Janelle couldn't look away as Leslie backed down the ramp. The crowd on the other side of them cringed. Mr. DeVille blanched. Janelle tried to look away. But she couldn't. Her grandmother ran forward to meet Cordelia, who raised her arms to block the attack. No use. Cordelia came off her feet and flew back into the side of a pulley with a loud clang. She crumpled to the deck and lay still. Gasps erupted from the crowd, but nobody came forward to help the Tempest High leader up. Arabella staggered towards her, grimacing with each step. As a member of the Elder Council, I call for you to step down from power. You've harmed your own kind. Cordelia lifted herself from the deck and wobbled in place. The gray in her eyes spun around her pupils. Arabella. Now is not the time for this. Follow me and I'll spare your life. Arabella needed help. Janelle lurched forward against the grips of Ivana and Kevin. No use. Her left hand went numb as Kevin gripped it even tighter. Her grandmother faced her, eyes spinning and churning. You're the strongest of us, Janelle. Act like it. And with those words hanging in the air, she charged at Cordelia again. But Cordelia was ready this time. She reached up with one hand to catch her. Janelle squeezed her eyes shut as she took Arabella by the throat and lifted her off the deck. She couldn't watch as a snap and a heavy thud followed. Chapter 20. At first, only Mr. DeVille's racking sobs filled the air. Then murmurs started. Illegal to kill another Tempest. What? Must have gone nuts, the old woman. Janelle opened her eyes to the nightmare she'd tried to shut out. Arabella lay on her side, Cordelia grinding her high heel into her shoulder. Her limp hand rested on the deck only a few feet from Mr. DeVille. Her uncle's chest heaved up and down with every sob. Would anyone else like to try this? Cordelia beckoned. A sad day this is. We've started fighting amongst ourselves now. If we don't stay united, I fear for our survival. Janelle's fists clenched. Her breath came in ragged gasps. Cordelia had she'd just. People bit their lips and glanced at each other. Her dad wrestled against the Elder Council with his teeth clenched. Gary stared with huge eyes. But no one dared come forward. No one wanted to be the first. A faint roar started in Janelle's mind and grew louder like an oncoming train. Never again could she let Cordelia take another life. Any life, human or Tempest. I would. Cordelia folded her arms and smiled. I don't think you're in a position to do anything right now, sweetie. The roar grew louder, filling her head. The puddle of water, ocean water, glared at her in the sunlight. The crowd stood at its edge, and Gary's shoes almost touched it. Cordelia was about to find out how wrong she was. Gary, Janelle whispered. He faced her. She flicked her gaze to the water. Then he nodded as he understood. Gary swung one foot back as if to punt a football. His captors scrambled to block his foot, but it was too late. Pull him back. Cordelia charged Gary, heels clicking against the dock. A silver blob of water raced up for Janelle and washed over her skin. The train hit. Roaring and tingling filled Janelle's body. Her birthmark burned, and a growl escaped her throat as she thrashed against her captor's grips. Ivana fell to the side, and Kevin backed away, freeing her arms. Cordelia stopped a few feet away. Don't play this game with me. You won't win. A stiff breeze snapped over the deck in a warning. Tremors racked Janelle's body, and her voice sounded like a screaming wind. You killed my grandmother. Cordelia put her hands on her hips and spoke calmly like it was nothing. She attacked me, Janelle. Everyone here saw that. It seemed as if a little toothpick holding her brain up had snapped. She rushed at Cordelia as water splashed around her feet. But Cordelia reached out and seized her arms, stopping her in her tracks and lifting her without effort. Her grip tightened as her nails dug into Janelle's arms. Cordelia dragged her backward towards the cage. Kevin, by the ice. Ivana, take the pulley. The roar made it hard to think. Janelle had nothing to push off of. Except. She kicked as hard as she could, finding Cordelia's shin. A disgusting crack followed, and the Tempest High leader wobbled and cried out. Her grip loosened. And Janelle tumbled to the puddle. Water seeped in through her pants. The roar renewed its rage. She shot up and faced Cordelia, who rubbed her leg with a grimace. The wind snapped across the deck, blasting her hair into her face. The ocean churned around them. The boat lurched side to side. People screamed. The crowd fell apart, seizing the railings. Janelle stiffened to keep her footing. The roar filled her head as her rage spilled into the world. Save this for later. You'll have plenty of time to show everyone your power, Cordelia shouted, bracing against the wind. But then Cordelia looked over her shoulder. At something. No, someone. Janelle turned on her heels. Alec and the other black-haired man paused in ambush, and she lifted her elbow as Mr. DeVille crashed into them. Her voice washed over the deck in a roar. Back off. People jumped. A blast of wind whipped around her and shot at Alec, shoving him back towards her uncle. Mr. DeVille's eyes widened but not at Alec. Watch out. She turned her back on Cordelia. A gray-sleeved arm wrapped around her neck, constricting her throat. Already, Cordelia pulled her closer to the cage. She had seconds to act before the roar faded again. Let go. She raised one foot and brought it down on Cordelia's heel with full force. Crunch. A howl rang in her ears. Cordelia's arm loosened, and Janelle pulled her head through to freedom. What are you doing? Kevin rushed her from the railing. Sunglasses bounced on his face as he pushed running bodies out of the way. A woman fell to the deck in his wake, dragging Ivana with her. Janelle took a breath, and the wind gathered around her, spinning and screaming and pushing Cordelia out of the way. People scattered and backed off, even her father, but she had no time to care what they thought of her. Kevin stopped as his jaw fell. Someone rushed in front of her, feet thudding on the deck. Black hair bounced up and down. Gary. Gary rushed through the wind and at Kevin. Kevin raised his arms, but too late. Two bodies collided and barreled to the railing. Gary threw punches, screaming obscenities. Kevin leaned back over the railing, and Gary seized his suit, fueled by rage. A pair of sunglasses shot across the deck as a flailing foot hit them, her father's foot. He and Dion were fighting two elder men. Kevin cried out as he toppled overboard and hit the water with a splash. Gary pointed to the cage door. Now. Janelle turned. Cordelia stood near the cage, grimacing in agony, and grabbing her broken foot. Kevin yelled for someone to drop him a rope. Everyone else ran around in confusion. And Janelle understood. They could end this madness in another way. The roar in Janelle's head and the wind around her started fading. Now. She raised her hands, and the wind did what she wanted this time. It rushed at Cordelia like water from a fire hose, whipping at her clothes and sending her tumbling back into the shark cage. Cordelia screamed as she slammed into the bars, but the wind drowned her. Gary slammed the door and fumbled with all its locks. Throw the ice on her. I'll get the pulley. The roar in Janelle's head died, but the anger remained. She thought of everyone Cordelia hurt, everyone she killed, and the terrors she inflicted not just on humans but her own kind. She ran on autopilot now. Today, she would kill somebody. Janelle seized the bucket, raised it, and let the contents tumble into the cage. Ice cubes rained down on Cordelia's head and gathered around her feet. She cried out again and brushed them off her, faking helplessness. "What are you doing? My foot's broken. Someone let me out of here and call the doctor." Janelle stood before the cage as her heart raced. Everyone stilled behind her as the fighting stopped, and Kevin continued to splash below. Cordelia had taken so much from her. The two stared at each other, and slowly the High Leader's eyes widened. "Your war's not going to happen." A heavy silence fell on the boat. Everyone had stopped. Her dad, her uncle, everybody. Even the elder council stared at the sight in front of them, uncertain. Gary, but he was already moving, cranking on the lever and hoisting the cage in the air with a horrific groan. Cordelia seethed as the cable squeaked and grew taut above her. What is the meaning of this? The cage lifted more. "Put me down. This is pointless. Oh, when I get out of here, I'm going to." "You won't get out of there. I won't let you hurt Janelle." Gary looked down as he turned the lever in grinding circles, as if he were averting his eyes. Behind him, the other Tempests watched in awe, but no one moved. "You can't change when you go underwater until Janelle does." A jolt ran through Janelle at his words. Kevin splashed in the water somewhere nearby. Then she forced herself to look up at Cordelia. "I heard you like to drown people." Cordelia looked to the ocean and gripped the metal bars, already trying to pull them apart, but she shivered, useless. She knew. Ice cubes rained on the deck, falling through the cage. Her eyes widened in horror. "No. You can't. I'm Tempest High Leader." She clawed at the thick bars, but they only moved an inch. "Janelle, stop him. Don't let him kill your mother." Arabella lay on the deck, where Cordelia had thrown her like trash. Gary stopped turning the lever. He faced Janelle, but her father appeared at his side before she could finish, quaking with rage. "Gary, hold it right there." Gary let go of the lever. Cordelia dangled 8 feet above the deck, shivering and standing on one leg. She stared down at Janelle's dad with huge eyes, pleading. "Dad?" Janelle asked. Her voice had returned to normal. "What? Why was he?" He faced her with bloodshot eyes. "I won't have her blood on either of your hands. Step away from the controls, Gary." Gary did, blinking as if he were waking from a trance. And her father took his place. He turned the crank several times, and Cordelia's cage rose another foot. Janelle swallowed as Gary joined her, and everyone else watched in silence. It would end now. She couldn't watch. But she couldn't look away. "Lucas." Cordelia's shrill voice washed over the deck, as she pried another pair of bars another inch apart, and then paused. "We loved each other." Her dad squeezed his eyes shut and trembled for a long time. "It was a lie. You were a lie." He slammed his fist down on a button. The pulley swung the cage over the water, over Kevin's splashing. An arm wrapped around Janelle from the side. Gary's. She let him pull her close. Numbness filled her being. The world sounded distant around her. It all felt like a movie or a nightmare she'd wake up from. "All of you. Do something." Cordelia ordered the scattered crowd. She reached through the bars and clawed at the locks. "Please." Janelle whirled around. The elder council watched with arms folded behind their backs, and one woman nodded at her father. Leslie stood on the plank behind them, and Dion blocked her view. They'd made their decision. The others all watched with mouths agape. But no one, not even Ivana, came forward. At last, an older man, one of the suited members of the elder council, spoke. "We cannot," he said in a voice barely under control. "The punishment for murdering another Tempest is death. The sentence must be carried out. But I'm Tempest High Leader, and she attacked me. I." Her father slammed his fist down on the control panel again. With a squeal, the pulley lever spun and the cage dropped. Kevin's scream pierced the air before a metallic thud, and a splash silenced him forever. The cage lurched to the side as it began to sink. Cordelia clawed at the top, gasping for air as water foamed around her chest. "No. Please. I don't want to drown." Janelle almost ran for her. Almost. "Tina was your mother, Janelle." She gripped her dolphin necklace tight and held her breath, burying her eyes in Gary's shirt. There was a watery sucking sound, a scream, and then nothing. Darkness swam in front of Janelle's eyelids. For minutes. For days. Gary rubbed his hand down the back of her shirt. Opening her eyes, she found her father standing feet away, grasping the cable and pulling it until it snapped in two. The broken cable whipped over the rail and disappeared into the foaming ocean. Somewhere, a seagull cackled. Her dad raised a hand to his forehead, leaned against the pulley, and fell to his knees. He stayed there for an eternity, unmoving. Janelle stared down at her shoes, and a beam of yellow sunlight creeping over the deck. Only the sound of the water lapping against the boat filled the air. No tears came. No sobs. Her biological mother had just drowned, trapped in rising water like her 800 victims, and she felt nothing. The monster within remained calm, as if that one death were enough. Gary released her arm. Her dad's voice quavered as he hugged her from the side. "It's over, Janelle. We're free. And so are all the kidnapped kids on the island. Free. No Operation Reckoning. No thousands of deaths." She leaned against his warmth, unable to speak and unable to cry. Everything had gone numb. The world seemed to fade away like an old painting. It no longer mattered. Until the footsteps tapped closer all around her. Janelle's breath caught. The other Tempests closed in, the suited elder council members leading them. Mr. DeVille and Dion walked behind them, holding Joey up by his arms. Every set of eyes had landed on her, staring. She shrank against her father, heart pounding. They'd come all this way to get ripped apart by Cordelia's followers. What now? "It's okay, honey. Stand tall." He spoke softly and gave her a pat on the back. "You're Tempest High Leader now." She didn't register the words at first, but then they struck and she flinched. "What?" she exploded. "Tempest High Leader. Me?" Her father nudged her towards the crowd. "Of course. You're Cordelia's only heir. Go ahead." The elder council stopped 2 steps away, eyes locked with hers. And the 3 men and 3 women went down to their knees, bowing their heads. And one by one, the other Tempests sank to their knees. "You finally awake, honey?" Her father leaned down over her, the early morning sun shining behind him. Leslie stood against the wall behind him, and the color returned to her face. Her friend was far more relaxed today. Janelle blinked the sleep from her eyes, and shifted under the covers of the same cot she'd tried to sleep in yesterday morning. The yacht swayed gently underneath, as she eyed the tape player on the bedside table. Yeah. Did it actually work this time? Hopefully, Leslie said, but she didn't smile. You listened to it all night. It almost put me to sleep. Whatever crap that woman made you listen to must be erased by now. Janelle agreed. Her father was the biggest nerd ever, and he could play the part well. Even without the tape, she would have passed out last night. The day before had passed in a blur. Joey needed medical attention for his broken nose, and was taken on a speedboat to the Bahamas. Leslie called home to tell her mom she was alive. Her grandmother's body had to go back to Alara for a memorial service. And the elder council had made arrangements to start Janelle's rule. She blinked the memory away. Nothing felt real. She wasn't cut out for this, even if the elders were supposed to guide a young leader until she could stand alone. She and Leslie weren't alone in the living room. Her father stood by the door, blocking her way above the decks. He and Mr. DeVille had kept her below decks. Even the elders were giving her space. They were still on the ocean. Janelle shuddered. Only one thing was certain today. By now, she'd jump in if she caught a whiff of the water. Even now, if she closed her eyes, the force within roared, desperate. Her father stayed at the door. You slept since 7 last night, so this must have erased Cordelia's suggestions. She swallowed hard as Leslie frowned at her. So I only have to face the bad option and not the worse one, Janelle said, tossing the pillow to the side and leaning against the wall of her cubby. Her heart pounded as the panic returned. Mr. DeVille appeared from the short corridor with Elise, one of the elder councilwomen. She smiled as she looked at Janelle and fluffed up her white hair. Ma'am, how are you feeling? I know you had a long day yesterday. Janelle sat up. How was she supposed to feel after all that? The loss of her newfound grandmother left a hole inside her somewhere, but the rest, I don't know. This has been a big shock for all of us, her father said. Janelle had no idea about anything a few days ago. I've been preparing her, but I had no idea she'd take the throne so soon. We have a lot to work out. And with my mother and all, he didn't finish. Janelle wiped fresh tears away, hoping that no one had seen them. Arabella might have killed hundreds, but did she regret it in the end? Would she regret her actions too? Janelle didn't want this. How could she ever return to her normal life now? It wasn't fair.
Certainly, Lucas.
I understand. We'll be here to help both of you adjust, Elise said, clasping her hands and leaning against a cabinet. I'm so relieved that monster is gone. I had the horrible feeling she was planning to get rid of the Elder Council and become a dictator. So, Arabella hadn't been the only one against her. I'm sure she was. Janelle brought a hand to her face and stared into it a while. A few days ago, she'd run from Gary on the beach, unable to believe the truth. Now, she was Tempest High Leader, and responsible for almost 2,000 Tempests worldwide, according to the Elder Council. It was too much to absorb. Dad, she said, looking up and squinting at the morning light. What's going to happen? I have college plans. Medical school. She glanced at Leslie, leaving other questions unspoken. Her friend stared back, no doubt thinking along the same lines. And what about my friends? He patted her on the knee. We'll be living on Alara from now on. And we have more than enough money now to bring in a tutor. You'll get your diploma and can afford any school you want, many times over. The Elder Council will help you. You can get a job outside of politics. He smiled as Mr. DeVille squashed onto the couch beside Elise and Leslie, barely leaving any room. She's going to make a much better leader than Cordelia, that's for sure. I never asked for this. She blurted it out, even as a possible way out entered her mind. Why hadn't she thought of it before? Her father paused before speaking, and he remained before the door. None of us asked for this. Do you have any first orders? Elise asked. Janelle swung her legs around the bed as another thought hit her. She could make things right. Elise, we need to send those kids Cordelia kidnapped back to their parents. You said there were 24 on the island? And call Gary's mom and let her know he's okay. There won't be any more re-education programs. Destroy every recording Cordelia made. What about her plans? Elise asked. Janelle wanted nothing to do with them. She wanted to vomit, thinking of what she came close to doing. Destroy them too. She was giving orders. Janelle could hardly believe it. Elise's wrinkles deepened as she smiled. Of course. Oh, so many people will be happy to read about this. Her father sat down next to her, glasses shining. You're more cut out for this than you think. It'll be a lot of responsibility, but you'll travel the world with a fortune at your disposal. You've got a private jet in the Bahamas and a vacation home in Hawaii. We'll show you the entire island once you're back. You could even invite Leslie for a vacation. It's your say. That would be great, she said, but no joy entered her chest. She still had to. She stood as tall as she could, hoping she looked commanding. I'm not doing what you all say is my duty. And no Tempest will ever change again if I can help it. Elise made a tisk sound and shook her head. Ma'am, you can't override the natural law, which is as ancient as our kind. It's there to keep everything running the way it should. Every Tempest must show their full power at least once in his or her life. That includes you. Leslie's face grew pale again. Janelle seized the cubby and couldn't meet her gaze. Her heart raced as she felt all the sunlight vanish inside her. This was a mistake. Elise couldn't just crush her hope like this. She took a step back and swallowed over a lump in her throat. But stopping this natural law will save thousands of lives. Elise folded her arms behind her back as if she'd rehearsed the following lines. No. It'll kill millions of people, ruin the planet's ecosystems, destroy livelihoods, and throw everything into chaos. Janelle furrowed her brows. The words hung in the air. Huh. Her father wiped his palms on his pants and motioned to his brother. Hank, go get those printouts. This is the talk I wanted to have with her before she ran away. He extended his hand towards her. Come sit on the couch with me, Janelle. Leslie, you're excused. Have a safe trip back. And I want Gary to listen in too. It might relieve some of his guilt. Someone should go get him from the deck. Leslie went above decks to the waiting speedboat they'd called for yesterday. Dion was taking her back to civilization. She stopped at the doorway and gave a nervous wave to Janelle. See you. Call me when you can. Janelle nodded, too miserable to say anything. See you. The boat started outside and sped away, its motor growing fainter and fainter. Janelle wished she were on it, heading back to the mainland. Gary came inside and sat beside Janelle immediately as Mr. DeVille let them have the couch. Her father sat beside her. Mr. DeVille handed her father a bundle of papers, probably the same ones that had blown off the table yesterday. Janelle clawed at her jeans. Okay. What was it you wanted to tell me? Her father took them and shuffled them around, flipping some over and smoothing out creases. He cleared his throat. Contrary to what Cordelia said, Tempests aren't here to slaughter people. It's a side effect of what we must do, but it's not our purpose. Then what is our purpose? Gary asked, brushing the bangs back from his face.
Cordelia never told us anything else.
With her it was all just kill, kill, kill before they find us first. I know. We were able to salvage these from Dion's yacht. Take a look. He handed the bundle of papers to Janelle, as Gary shuffled over to sit next to her. Good. He made her feel a little better, being there. At least he understood. Janelle shifted on the cushion, realizing she held some news articles. She read the title to the one on top, Hurricanes play major role in Earth's heat balance, scientists say. Janelle flipped the paper to the back. Hurricanes deposit sediment in marshes and provide many areas with the rainfall needed to sustain life. A news article. Area farmers in need of Joey's rains. Her arms trembled as she lowered the papers to her lap. So this is it. Her dad lowered his voice. If it weren't for us, the world would collapse. Droughts would take over in places and kill crops. People would starve. Species would go extinct. The world's heat would stay in the tropics and make them too hot to live in without storms to carry it away. It would be a huge, huge disaster. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees. I know this will sound strange, but we're saving lives. What? Gary leapt from the couch, echoing Janelle's thoughts exactly. You ended a bad dry spell Florida was having. I bet Cordelia never told you that part, her father said. It was on the news. Of course, you probably avoided the TV after you changed back. I ripped the wires out of the hospital one, so Cordelia couldn't torture me with it. Janelle, you need a tissue? Gary sat back down and took her arm. Tears had filled her eyes without warning, blurring the pages on her lap. Great. Now she was going to cry in front of everyone. She put her face down in her hands before her father could see and let the tears flow. She hadn't wanted to hear all this. She hadn't wanted there to be a reason she had to go through with this. Hey, her father said like he didn't know what else to say. She could barely choke the words out. I'm scared, okay? So was I. My mother couldn't comfort me. It was why she didn't tell my little brother anything when it was his turn. But what if I am like Cordelia? You're not. Trust me on this, her father said. Just because you have a lot of power doesn't mean you must be a monster. Do you think I'm weaker than my mother? I chose to restrain myself. And you will too. Janelle lifted her head and stared out the window for a long time. She blinked the water from her eyes. The ocean sparkled outside and the sun shined on a calm day. What's it like? It's nothing to be afraid of, honey. It's an enjoyable experience. He smiled at Gary. You didn't tell her that, did you? Were you too embarrassed? Gary shook his head and blushed. I scared her and I didn't want to say that. Her father pointed to the papers. Look at the last page there, Janelle. I think I know what it is you're going to do. Janelle sucked in a breath and wiped the last moisture from her eyes. She flipped to the final page of the packet and read the bold words across the top. No end in sight to northeast drought, water restrictions in place. Her father wrapped his hand around her forearm. Come on. We'll be there when you change back. Janelle rose without a word and followed him outside. Chapter 21. A hurricane spun over the waters of the Atlantic. She had started out as a mere wisp of cloud, nothing, in other words, only a few days ago, floating aimlessly along whatever path the wind took her. Disappointment plagued her for the first few hours of drifting over the ocean with the other wisps, with nothing to look at but the curvature of the earth and nothing to do. Her dad had lied. Again. This was so boring. But no, Janelle thought. She was special. And meant for something greater. The heat from the ocean below drifted up towards her like the aroma of a feast. She fed on it, growing stronger and absorbing the clouds around her as the sun set. This was better. Maybe her dad hadn't lied too bad this time. The first night came, and she started to spin as the ocean's power coursed through her new body. On the second day, she grew stronger still, until an intoxicating roar filled her being. Now on the third day, she was getting somewhere. The ocean churned below as Janelle flew ahead. Never before had she felt so free. So able to leave behind all the crap of her other life. The memories of the past few days. But this wouldn't last forever. She'd have to go back to that life soon. The sun set for a third time. Janelle kept feeding off the heat of the water, gathering more and more of its moisture around herself like a cloak. She'd need it for later. She wasn't sure why, but it was the right thing to do. By day number 4, an incredible power raced through her like a million thunderstorms. Invigorating. Alive. But land appeared on the horizon. It stretched up and down like a green and brown splatter of mud. No sparkling ocean lay beyond its borders, and no fuel. And she was getting slowly closer to it. Great. This would have to end, and soon. She tried to stop and turn back, but it was no use. Something urged her on. Pushing her. She had better enjoy this while it lasted. 3 more days passed. The land got closer. And closer. So she moved forward as slowly as she could, savoring this amazing power. And every night, the stars shined overhead with nothing to ruin the spectacular view. Meteorites streaked across the sky. As the sun peeked over the horizon on the 7th day, she took a turn to the north. It felt right to do so. Janelle flew faster, the power within her singing as she moved. Why had she ever been afraid to do this? She'd never enjoyed anything more in her life. But the land had come closer by day number 8, much closer. Now Janelle moved alongside it, keeping a safe distance but going faster. And faster. Gray blobs, cities, lined the distant coastline. A distant little voice reared up in her consciousness. Show them no mercy. But it faded away like an old, moldy nightmare. It wasn't important. Then her father's voice replaced it. Control yourself, Janelle. You'll spare more lives. That was better. The coast curved up ahead, and now she was on a collision course with it. Crap. She'd nearly forgotten. She had to calm down before she got to it. Janelle urged herself to slow with all her might, but she couldn't. The energy of the ocean kept floating up towards her, tempting her. She could savor it one more time, just one more. No, she thought repeatedly. The land drew closer, and she didn't have time for this. The roar began to fade. The energy drained from Janelle as she rejected the ocean's offer of more. Hours passed. Her body grew feeble and started to break apart. She was starving to death. The rocky shore crept in under her now, battered by her waves. And then the ocean vanished completely. Only trees, buildings, roads, and fields stretched out under her now. No warmth. No energy. The last of her life drained away. She was so tired, so tired. Any minute, this would end. They were nearby. Her father, Hank, and Gary. She could sense them somewhere below, waiting. It was time to go back now. A wobble shook her being. Janelle's awareness dropped from the sky as if a trapdoor had opened. Wisps of cloud rushed past. An invisible box seemed to close in, squashing her down to a tiny point with a hollow whoosh that rushed in from all sides. The world went black, and she spun around tighter and tighter. She was going to pass out. She was going to. With a sloshing sound, it all stopped. Janelle stood on a muddy road, trembling in place. Her clothes stuck to her like a second skin, soaked. She fell to her knees, she had legs again, and sank into the soft earth as a tiny peak of sunlight filtered through the surrounding trees. A motor grumbled behind her. Footfalls approached. But who cared? Nap. She needed a nap. It sounded good. She didn't care if she had to take it in the middle of the road. Janelle, it's over. Let's get you somewhere where you can sleep. Her father appeared above her. We'll lay her out on the back seat of the van. Gary. Her dad. They were here. Just like they'd said they'd be. Gary took one arm. Her father took the other. Everything blurred. Janelle's legs dragged as they pulled her along. A van door slid open, and she landed on a firm, velvety surface as hands released her. The back seat. A tickle formed in her throat and she coughed. Mr. DeVille closed the door and sat in the seat right before her. Gary sat beside her. It's okay, he said, letting her rest her head on his shoulder. Her father climbed into the driver's seat. Gravel crunched as the van rolled down the deserted road. Janelle lay against Gary and closed her eyes, listening as the rain she had brought to this place started to pummel down on the land again. Janelle woke up swaddled in thick blankets. Ugly brown curtains hung down to one side of her. Her father, Mr. DeVille, and Gary sat on the edge of another bed, facing a television with no volume. They'd tilted it away from her. She's awake, Gary said, tapping her father's shoulder. Her father took the remote and clicked off the television. How are you feeling? Janelle moved her arms and legs, flexing the joints. It felt so strange to have them again, like she'd been crammed into a body she hadn't learned how to control yet. Weird. That's normal. Her dad walked over and sat on the side of her bed. You'll feel fine tomorrow, and we'll get a flight out of here. She looked around the motel room, still trying to get her bearings. Where are we? Rhode Island. Janelle groaned and sank back into the pillow. A queasy feeling filled her stomach. The past week felt like the strangest dream ever. But how bad? She asked. What do you mean? Her father opened the curtains. Every muscle in her body tightened at his words. How bad was it? You know what I'm talking about. She'd find out sooner or later. Her heart raced as she waited for his answer. Nothing catastrophic as far as we go. You calmed down enough when the time came. He parted the curtains to peek outside. You worried everyone for a few days, though. Worried everyone? It was the biggest evacuation in this country's history, Gary said. Gary, he snapped, pulling the curtains together. Well, she wanted the truth, he said. Janelle sat bolt upright as his words sank in. He's kidding, right? Actually, no, he's not, Mr. DeVille said. You, inherited both Cordelia's and my mom's power, all right. Broke some records, too. It was pretty scary, for a little while. But it worked out all right, her father said with a force that made them both go silent. People got a good scare, but maybe that's a blessing if someone like Cordelia comes along again. But they also breathed a sigh of relief when you calmed down. He lowered his voice and faced her. Do you want the details? Janelle shook her head. No. Details. They could wait. Janelle needed her head to stop spinning first. That's fine, her father said. You can always seek them out when you're ready. Now, what do you want from Burger Planet? 2 days later, they returned to Alara on the new boat Dion had bought with his insurance money, leaving from the same marina in the Bahamas they'd meant to leave 2 weeks before. Janelle could sit back and relax on the journey. It was over. That tingling and urge to jump in the ocean was gone. The mountain had partially lifted from her shoulders. Even Gary's mood had improved. He smiled more and didn't make quite as many negative comments. She played cards and watched movies with him late into the night. It was the best couple of days she'd had in a long time. Her dad woke her early the following day, dressed in a tan business jacket. You've got to get ready to present yourself. You can't show up on Alara in jeans. Janelle blinked the sleep from her eyes and pushed the covers off. Oh no. She'd almost forgotten about her new role as Tempest High Leader. Butterflies raced around in her stomach as she combed her hair and brushed her teeth. A couple of business suits hung on the inside of the bathroom door, a tan one and a lavender one. Her father knew better than to bring her any gray ones. She plucked the lavender one out of its bag. It looked like something Cordelia never would have worn, and put it on. A pair of dress shoes waited on the floor, and they weren't high heels. Everyone's going to be staring at me, Janelle said a minute later, closing the bathroom door behind her. She'd never dressed like this, and it felt weird. You look fine, her father said. Everything's going to turn out all right. And according to a poll, most Tempests are optimistic that you'll do a better job than Cordelia. You'll see. Everyone gathered at the front of the boat as Dion steered it closer to Alara and through its winding cave. This time, it didn't have the same sinister feel. The cave and the green water seemed almost beautiful. Janelle reached out and took Gary's hand, holding it tight. The cave opened into its underground marina, and a considerable group of people stood on the opposite dock. Janelle's stomach tightened, and she fought an urge to run and hide. People came from all over the planet to meet her: Asia, Africa, India, and who knew where else. There were whole families even. Little kids in dresses and suits. And they looked like normal people. The kids, Janelle breathed. They're all back with their families? Her father patted her on the shoulder. Yes, honey. Most of them are. A couple still need passports to go home, but they'll have them soon. Now step out and say hi to everyone. The main entrance hall now boasted refreshment tables and a dance floor. Because of her duty, her start-of-term party had been pushed back to today. Once the introductions had died down and the photos had been taken, Janelle made her way to the side of the room and behind one of the food tables to safety. People around the chamber socialized in tight groups, speaking at least 5 different languages. Mr. DeVille and Dion had wandered over to a group of Australian Tempests and started a conversation. Sweat formed on her palms at the sight of it all. Everyone had such high expectations of her, and she hadn't even graduated high school yet. How could they expect her to lead when she'd only been a part of this world for a few weeks? Her father appeared out of the crowd and offered a plate of appetizers. Don't hide at your own party, he said. Janelle's stomach rumbled at the smell of fish. What did you expect, Dad? I'm a little nervous. A few kids crawled under the table at the other end of the room, trying to hide under the tablecloth, and Joey stood over with a girl in her 20s. There really weren't any teenagers to hang out with. Gary had vanished a while ago. She couldn't blame him any, but this party would be a lot better with him around. Her father seemed to have read her mind. I think someone else is coming. Two people walked down the right hallway, Gary and a woman with black hair. His mother. Gary wore a black suit, and judging from the look on his face, it hadn't been his idea. Janelle stifled down a snicker. Her clothes weren't much better than his. She'd kill for her jeans back. His mother separated from him and headed over to Dion. Her father gave her a pat on the back, turned, and vanished into the crowd. "Geez," said Gary, picking at his suit. "My mom must think it's a wedding or something." "Well, almost everyone here is informal," she said. "And I'm stuck dressing like this for, how long do Tempest High leaders stay in office?" He nodded at her clothes. "Life." "Great. So much for wearing jeans ever again." Gary dunked a cracker into some dip and took a bite. "Did you know my mom quit drinking 3 years ago? Cordelia knew and never told me." He studied the food again. "Look, I didn't mean to pull you into all that mess with Cordelia. I thought I was doing the right thing by helping you run away. I was stupid." Janelle looked down at her dress shoes and wiggled her cramped toes inside of them. Her face heated up. But at least she could talk now. "No, you weren't. You didn't know that would happen. And if it weren't for you, Cordelia would still be in power." She swallowed. "Thank you." Gary parted his bangs from his face and shot her another one of his rare smiles. The lights dimmed, leaving only the orange glow of the setting sun peeking in through the windows. The shadows of palm fronds bobbed up and down on the walls. Voices died down, and soft music played over the room speakers. One by one, people made their way out onto the dance floor. Within a few minutes, skirts swished and feet tapped in circles on the polished gray spiral. The air conditioning raised little bumps on Janelle's skin. Gary shifted leg to leg and tossed one of the crackers onto the plate. Do you want to dance?" Janelle nodded. "Sure." End of Tempest, Destroyers Book 1. Holly Hook originally wrote Tempest in 2010, after eating some bad mini burgers and having a nightmare about the concept of this book. Holly Hook is also the author of several teen and young adult fantasy, paranormal, and urban fantasy series. Her most recent series include the Cursed Academy series, The Forgotten Vampires, and the Alpha Legacy series. Another nightmare-fueled series is the Vampires of Washington series, of which she unfortunately also took some inspiration from real life to write. She also has an online newsletter where you can stay up to date on all her new releases. To sign up, open up a browser and type www.subscribepage.com/e3w3s2. Holly Hook lives in Michigan with a couple of awesome cats and some exotic pets. She once named a tarantula Cutie Pants. She has been writing young adult fantasy, paranormal, and fairy tale stories for over a decade. She is also terrified of politics.